Thank you, and welcome to the second hearing of the Portfolio Committee number 8, Customer Service, for the additional round of the inquiry into the budget estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Chanthivong and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of better regulation and fair trading, industry and trade, innovation, science, technology, building and corrections. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you all for coming today to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn in, as you have already sworn an oath as your office as a Member of Parliament. For most other witnesses here, I would also like to remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have been sworn in an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. For those witnesses who have not sworn in during the initial hearings or are appearing in a different capacity, as I call your name, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And if you're coming forward to the table, please bring your nameplate as well. Could I please call forward Dr. Patrina Casey?
Good morning, Dr. Patrina Casey. I'm the Acting Chief Executive of the State Insurance Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Leon Taylor?
Leon Taylor, Acting Commissioner, Corrective Services, New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Claire Beattie?
Ms. Claire Beattie, Acting Deputy Secretary, Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes in the Department of Communities and Justice. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45 a.m, 12:45 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Excuse me, Chair, I haven't
Yes?
been sworn into this committee yet. I'm sorry, but Graham Head, the Secretary of DCS.
Thank you. Just give me one moment.
We do need him sworn in. No, he's sworn in. Is he sworn in? He's already sworn in. Yeah. Yeah, he was sworn in. Someone sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Head. Sorry, we're just getting you a script.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Graham Head. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I now go to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, thanks so much for coming today.
My pleasure.
The Premier's memorandum on DLOs clearly states that DLOs must be politically neutral and impartial. Do you believe it's possible to be politically neutral and impartial if you're a member of a political party?
Well, I think all matters of DLO matter for the Secretary. As I said last hearing, I did not ask or request for any DLOs to be appointed to my office.
Okay, so has any DLOs who have worked in your office been a member of the Labor Party?
I've never, all DLOs that were assigned to me by the Secretary, I have not asked or requested their political affiliations. It's none of my business.
But did you know their political affiliation without having to ask?
Well, it says it's none of my business. I mean, DLOs, as I said, are a matter for the Secretary who assigned them to my office. I did not ask or request for any individual to be allocated to my office.
So have any DLOs in your office become policy advisors subsequently?
Yes.
And are you interested in their political affiliations?
I'm interested in their talent and their work ethic and their dedication to public service.
Would you support an SO52 to prove to the Parliament that no DLO in your office has done political work, Minister?
Oh, the SO2s is a matter for the upper house, not a matter for me.
So what you wouldn't support?
Well, that's
You wouldn't speak to your colleagues about an SO52?
Well, like
that
an
had to do with your
SO52,
office?
if it's right, it's a matter for the upper house, not a matter for me. I don't have a vote in your SO52.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Could you please tell me the size of the New South Wales economy?
Yeah, the New South Wales the GDP, I think it's probably about 840 billion, I think.
It's not quite the numbers we have from the half-yearly review, around 770 billion, but could you please tell me what proportion of the GSP is created through exports?
Exports is an important part of the New South Wales economy.
Just a very simple answer.
Well, are you finished, or would you like me to answer?
I would like you to answer, but I understand that trade is an important part of the economy. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, that's correct. So I'm glad you asked about trade, because trade is important.
So
for
what
the New South
proportion of the
Wales
GSP
economy.
is created
Look,
through exports?
One in 5 jobs in New South
That
Wales
wasn't my
are
question,
supported
Don't
by
read
trade
the
or
talking
export.
points. Answer the question.
To provide context.
I think these are very specific numbers.
Yeah.
Of course, the Treasurer's in the
That's
next
what I'm
room.
asking.
But
Yeah, but you're
certainly
the
with
trade
and
minister.
that's right. Well, in trade and export, we have a number of sectors which are obviously important to the New
Okay,
South Wales
it sounds
economy.
like you don't know, so I can just tell you it's around 15%,
Well,
Minister.
that's-
So can you tell me
trade
how
and
much is worth? You have to be passed a note as the Trade Minister to know how much trade exports are worth.
Yeah, look,
And how much is that worth in the economy?
Well, look, the trade top 5 exports in New South Wales.
Minister, the
well,
fact that
look,
you have
if
to
you're
be
go-
passed
I'm going to
notes.
take a point of order here.
Yes, sorry, there's been a point of order taken.
Witnesses are entitled to be treated with courtesy at all times under paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution. That includes being able to answer a question that's been put without being spoken over the top of routinely.
Yeah, look, I will ask the Honourable Jackie Munro. I think she is being respectful. However, if you do want to redirect the Minister, I just ask you to
Okay.
courteously redirect him.
I will redirect you, Minister, because I can actually read notes myself, but I would have expected that you, as the Trade Minister for New South Wales, would have known these numbers. I'm wondering, do you know what the targeted dollar value of New South Wales exports is for 2024?
Well, look, I don't. Exports are exports make up 90% of New South Wales gross GSP.
Pardon?
But more importantly, can I just
90%?
make this point? No,
Did you say 90%?
well, the advice that I've got is contributing 19% to New South Wales.
19%, 19%. Okay,
So,
so
what might, look, can I?
Can I just
Trade
ask, what's the
export-
targeted dollar value of the New South Wales export economy this year?
Well, I would say we should try to grow our exports as much as we can. I mean, exports is
Okay.
important for the
Have
New
you
South
read
Wales
the New South
economy.
Wales trade statement,
Well, I
Minister?
think the trade economy is important for the people of New
I understand.
South Wales.
That's why I expect the Trade
Well,
Minister
that's
to know
right.
these
Well,
numbers.
our trading partners are predominantly based in Asia, North Asia and
That's not my
Southeast Asia
question.
and China.
Do you,
And
Minister,
trading export is
Minister, could I
important.
please redirect you?
Yes.
Have you read the New South Wales trade statement?
Well, I like to look at the trade statement is important.
Have you read it?
Well, look, I always get briefed by the department about
This
trade
is our
opportunities.
state's trade statement.
Well, can I just? Well, I'll tell you what.
Okay, so
I do
is
want
the
to have.
answer yes or no?
Look, I want to have a meaningful conversation. You're going to continue to interrupt me. I'll let
It's
you
actually,
finish.
budget estimates is about ascertaining how the ministers are performing. That's what this is about, and how they're leading their portfolios for our state. So
Point of order.
if they're-
Sorry, there's been a
Can
point of
I-
order taken.
Look, I don't think it's appropriate for a member of the committee to be explaining the purpose of budget estimates to a
Okay,
minister.
well,
No, you should know.
My point of order is simply again in relation to a matter of courtesy. if a question is being asked, it's then not appropriate for a member to then seek to answer the question at the same time. It's up to the minister to answer it as the minister believes appropriate. Now, the member can, whatever this
Okay,
term,
I think we've
redirect
heard the
me.
point of order.
But, you know, seriously, let the minister answer the question.
Yeah, look, I partially uphold the point of order. I think we do need to give the
Okay,
Minister
sure.
a chance to answer the questions,
Okay.
to give him a little bit more space. But I do reiterate that you can redirect him if the answer's going in the wrong
Let
direction.
me redirect you, Minister. Are you aware of the target for 2031 for New South Wales trade export
Well, look,
values?
the trade statement that you referred to, Ms Munro, was a document done by your government.
It's
I'm going to review our trade strategy to ensure we attach onto markets which are the greatest growth. Can I just say, in the Southeast Asian strategy, which was work done by Nicholas Moore, who is the federal government's trade envoy, has great repercussions for the New South Wales economy. You're talking a
Hey,
$3
could I
trillion
please redirect
economy.
you, Minister, because
Well,
that wasn't my question.
well, the question
the
is
question
about
was, what's our
trade.
target for 2031? And I can tell you that it's $200 billion. So that's a fairly significant growth that needs to be achieved. Do you think that we'll reach either of those targets, the 2024 target, which is 130 billion,
Well,
or
but
the
the-
2031 target, which is 200
That's
billion?
why we continue to find ways to support our export industry, to engage with our trading partners,
But-
to ensure we reach. I would say, my goal is to grow the export markets as much as we can for our comparative industries, where we have a great advantage. I think you're
do you
missing
agree
the
with
other
the
point
trade
here, Ms
statement
Munro.
recommendations, Minister?
The trade statement is a statement that was done by the former government. This government will make its own trade strategy, its own
So
statement.
you're committing to your own trade statement?
Yes,
Is that right?
Yeah,
So
our-
you're
our
going to
straight-
make your own trade
Well,
statement?
don't put words into my
Well,
mouth.
no, I'm asking you.
Well, you're putting words into my mouth, and that's not.
You're not
not
answering
fair.
the question.
Well, I said the trade statement was your statement. I'm trying to revise our trade strategy, in particular, to actually connect with the fastest growing economic market in the world, which is the Southeast Asian market.
Thank you,
It's
Minister.
an
I'll just
economy for the
redirect you.
size of
Okay,
$3
Steve,
trillion.
thank you,
Yeah,
Minister.
you've talked about growing exports, and that's really fantastic to hear you talking about that. But where's the New South Wales wine government MOU up to? If you're talking about growing exports, where's it up to?
Well, look, I think that's. I have been contacted by the MOU with the Wine Industry Association. I'm also working with my colleagues in the other the Department of Agriculture, the Minister for Agriculture, as well on that
So
front.
where's it up to, Minister?
Well, we'll continue to have those conversations with
Okay.
the industry.
So you're having
Look, wine
conversations.
export is important. We understand it's part of.
Okay,
the
Minister,
New South
I'll
Wales
just
economy.
redirect you. You've just said it's important. You just said you're having conversations. My question, I will repeat, Minister. Where is the MOU up to with the wine New South Wales?
We'll consider that as part of our.
So
deliberations
nowhere,
with the industry.
basically.
No,
so have you
that's-
discussed this
well,
with Minister
Chair,
Moriarty?
can I-
I'll redirect
can I
you.
just
Have you
reject-
discussed this with
The
Minister
Minister can correct the record.
Can I just correct Mrs. Taylor's comment and her conclusion, which is actually not accurate.
That's not.
I've actually corresponded with the Minister for Agriculture on this front.
Oh, Minister, but there's no MOU. You've made no progress on that.
Well, I said
You're having
this-
conversations.
Yeah, we'll have
Great.
these
Okay, well,
conversations.
that's really helping the wine industry. How is the government preparing for China to reopen
Well, look,
in
certainly.
the wine industry? What are you doing as Minister for Trade?
Well, can I just say,
Besides having
I'd
a
like to
conversation.
acknowledge firstly the work of the Commonwealth Government in re-establishing
yeah,
our trading partner with
completely
China.
agree.
That's kind of helped a bit.
Yeah, that's
hasn't
got.
it?
I mean, resetting
I'm asking
the relationship.
you. I'm asking you
Yeah,
as
well,
the
well,
Trade
yes.
Minister.
Resetting our relationship with our biggest trading partner through the Commonwealth has been, I think, a great
I agree,
positive,
Minister. I'll
straightforward.
give you full kudos there and
and
federal labour,
certainly,
but what are you doing?
Yep, so what we're doing through our international trade networks to ensure that we continue to access not only for wine but also for other products. So you might be well aware, Mrs. If you're not, that a great company based here in New South Wales, Cochlear, has actually signed a significant agreement in southern China, in Guangzhou, to ensure we can access their markets in the health industry as well.
So, Minister, just getting
it's
back, if I
important.
could redirect you, Minister,
course.
because you do like to talk about what everyone else is doing. Let's talk about what you're doing. So we look at South Australia, the Premier of South Australia. He's really on the front foot. He's going this. He's leveraging things. your Premier Minns, ruled out visiting China last year despite his counterparts in Queensland, Victoria, Western Australia and South Australia visiting China. So the Premier's ruled that out, which is his prerogative for his reasons. But as Minister for Trade, have you also ruled out a visit to China?
Well, no, we will continue to connect with our overseas market. Can I also just
so
say...
you don't have anything planned, Minister?
I'm actually going to the ASEAN Summit as invited by the federal government for next week to advocate and advance New South Wales in what is the fastest growing economic bloc in the world over the next 20 years.
That's great you're doing that. I hope you have a
no,
really
but
good time,
I also
but I'm
say
actually
this.
asking you a specific question, Minister, and I have limited time. So I'm asking you what you are doing in terms of, we've got South Australia doing it, we've got Western Australia, we've got Victoria, who've actually put money against an MOU, and New South Wales hasn't. So are you planning to, or are you not?
Look, certainly we'll consider these connections with all our trading partners. We have an international trade network in our Asian markets, but I would also say that
Minister,
in
I
terms
need
of
to
trade and
redirect
connection,
you are not answering my questions.
Well, I'll let you
I
finish, Mrs.
acknowledged. Well, you need to, Minister.
Yeah, I
You
am.
need to respectfully
Please do.
listen to my question. That's the job I have today, and your job is to answer those questions.
Respectfully.
Right, you keep redirecting that. I'm
Well,
redirecting you onto China. So currently South Australia is leveraging their sister city relationship they have with Shandong province, a key Chinese wine region, and encouraging technical cooperation and other soft diplomacy avenues. I know one of Sydney's sisters is Guangzhou, and which is a Chinese key market for wine. Are you doing anything to strengthen this relationship?
The answer
Besides
is yes.
having a conversation?
Well, the answer is yes. Late
Can
last
you
year,
tell me?
late last year we signed the JEM, which is a biannual agreement between the two states. The representatives for the Chinese delegation were here, for which I was present with the governor, making sure. And at that announcement was, I said, an example of Cochlear, a great Australian company based in New South Wales, accessing that health market. So,
So I'll just redirect you, Minister.
look,
Do you think New South Wales is underprepared? Because the 2022-2024 MOU previously included $250,000 in annual funding for the wine export initiatives.
well, like I said,
But you're doing nothing.
we are doing lots of things. I
But you've
reject
put
that as
so
well.
have you put money towards that MOU, Minister?
We have got. I think wine is one export market.
Yes, Minister, but that's what I'm talking about at the moment. If I can redirect you again, Minister, have you or will you be putting any money towards the MOU with the wine industry?
Well, we're having those conversations, as I said to you, we're having those conversations with my colleagues.
So
right
you're having a
now.
conversation, but you're not doing it.
Trade involves not only connections with your overseas, but
Minister,
also
please
working
don't give me
with.
motherhood
Minister?
statements
I'll
on
let
trade.
you
I'm
finish.
done now. You're obviously not doing
Given
anything.
you're so
Can I just-
interested, given you're
yes,
so
sorry.
interested in Asia and Southeast Asia, I presume you met with Mike Newman, our Senior Trade Commissioner for Japan and Korea.
Yes, he's
You've met with him,
well, he was here for a number of events.
but have
recently.
you met with him
Yes.
to have a
not
meeting about
but
trade?
I've met with him because he was part of a number of events that we
But you
had.
haven't sat down to have a meeting
Well,
about trade with
I
him
had
over
a
desk?
conversation with the former stick on a number of
But when you say a conversation, do you mean at a function or?
well,
Lots
at
of
events, at a
conversations.
conversation, of course.
But
I mean,
you're not talking about a meeting. You didn't seek out a meeting with him.
no. Well, I said we.
Why would you do that?
Well, no.
You look indignant, Minister.
No, look, I said, Mr. Newman is a public servant.
Yes.
Of course, he provides advice to the government. He's been here back to Australia a number of times, and I've met him a number of times.
Okay, but you actually haven't sat down for a specific one-on-one meeting to discuss trade in that region, which you have already
Well,
said is
I have
important.
to say that trade with Japan is, where the former stick is actually located, is really important to us.
Yeah, I know, but
we
you
have
didn't
the
meet with
governor
him.
of Tokyo here
I understand, but
recently.
that's not my
I've
question,
had a
Minister.
number of meetings, not
Minister,
only
could I
with
please redirect you
investors,
to
with the
the task at hand?
AGVCC, to make
The reality
sure
is
that we
that you're the trade
continue-
minister.
That's correct.
Which senior trade and investment commissioners have you met with?
Uh,
Have you
I-
sought meetings with? I'm not just talking about like a function.
Newman. For those who've been back in trade, I've met with Ms. Parker and I've spoken with Mr. Newman, and I said all
But
part of that
when you
network-
say that, do you mean a meeting, like an over-the-table
Well, look, I said-
meeting, or do you mean like a cocktail function with canapes?
Look,
Because that's
I
what it
think-
sounds like.
I think
like those.
surely The bigger picture here is
take
to
your
ensure we
DLOs.
connect with our export markets.
They are
in
our
Japan.
tools to
well,
connect.
That's correct. And I said it's all part of the wider network.
But you haven't sought meeting with them.
International trade and trade is not a one-person show.
I understand
It's
that,
part
Minister,
of a whole
but who
network
leads?
offshore
I've
and
heard this line before.
onshore.
Minister, can I please redirect you? I'm talking about the senior trade and investment commissioners who lead the teams that exist around the world for our trade delegations. And you're telling me that you have not sought out specific sit-down meetings. I mean, have a Zoom. We're in the era of technology. Like-
Look, I said I've met with Mr. Andrew Parker, our stick in ASEAN, who's based in Singapore.
Yep.
I've had a number
you're
of
only
conversations
interested
with
in one
the
area.
former stick in Mr. Newman.
But you didn't
Like, I
meet with
think-
him, actually. You saw him
No,
at a function.
I've had a number of conversations with him. You don't have to have a formal
Okay,
meeting to
you're
actually
actually
trust in trade.
getting to a
But
point
the
where you're
point
misleading
here
the
is
committee. Can I
our
ask you
trade
about the
network
other-
is not a one-person show.
Minister,
it's
could I
about
please redirect you? Have you met with Moin Anwar for the Middle East, our stick for the Middle East?
He's not a stick, Miss.
So what is he
Anoulack.
now? Have you met with him?
I think he's a tick. Is that right, Secretary?
He's a tit. Oh my God! Are you serious? Have you met with Mr. Anwar?
Okay. I'll say I'm
Take it
advised
on
that down
notice
and
if you
send
don't
action
know. Don't
reports
embarrass
to
yourself.
our stick in India.
Okay, so there's no specific Middle East stick anymore. So you've got an acting stick, to call them this term,
Yep.
in India. Do you have plans to have that as a permanent position?
Well, we'll consider the influence of.
Do you know
of our
how
networks.
big the India's import market is?
Well, it's
Do you know?
India
Do you know?
is a growing market.
It's
for
over
New
$1
South
trillion.
Wales.
That's an
don't
import
even
market
know.
that we
India
need a
is a
relationship
huge
with.
market for Australia. We have a number of, for example,
But do
we
you
have a number of students.
Do you
from
have someone
India
there
come to
who will
study.
be a permanent senior trade and investment commissioner?
Yeah, we have office staff back at our Indian office in our
Who
Indian
is leading
networks.
that? Who's leading that operation?
I think Mohin Ali is actually acting.
That's him or a stick?
I understand that, but that's why I'm asking, will you make that permanent position?
Well, that
she
will-
is the person that you are supposed to be meeting with.
Well, we'll
as the trade
continue to,
minister.
we'll always continue to consider the appropriate allocation of resources to what are our important markets for trading for New South Wales.
So do you think India is an important market that deserves a dedicated
Look,
senior
well,
trade
I
and
said-
investment commissioner?
Well, the government has a policy regarding the sticks,
What
and
is
that
that?
once the contract expire, we will not renew it.
So
But
who,
what I would
who is
also
going
say-
to who is going to lead our delegations in those countries?
So
I'm glad
look,
to see you've got another note. So.
Yeah, look, so I said trade networks and trade office. It's not a one-person show.
But someone has to be the boss
Well,
of an office.
That's
Stop your
correct.
talking points
Who,
and just
who do you meet
A
with?
point of order.
There's been a point of order.
I find some of the interjections quite derogatory. The Minister has a right to refer to notes. I mean, since when has it been a national crime to refer to notes? And trying to make these cheap political points diminishes the committee. I ask you to call them to order.
Yeah, look, it is completely normal for a minister to get notes. It's also completely normal for a minister to refer to the other people that are here with him to provide that information for him. So, look, if we don't want to have continual points of order, I recommend that the
I'll allow the
opposition
minister
be
to
careful
read
of their
from
comments.
his notes. Well,
Well,
can you please tell me if you're going to have a dedicated point person, for want of a better term, in a market like India,
Look,
India?
we are going through a review of the leadership team in all our locations. As you're well aware, we have a policy commitment for sticks for when their contracts expire, they will not be renewed. I mean, I'm in one sense glad you want to bring up the sticks. I'm focused on getting the right people in the right places to grow our markets.
So are we.
Yes,
That's why we
that's
put
right.
these
That's why you
people
tried
in
to
place.
appoint Mr. Barillaro
Ah,
to
here we
New
go.
York.
Here we go.
So
Here we
this is
go.
great. So
That's
I'm
Alright,
focused.
Minister,
I'm
Minister,
focused
if
on getting
only you could be so
professionals
focused on
who are
trade rather than
experienced.
thinking about former
Well,
politicians in this place.
that's
I
your
mean,
record
honestly.
in international
unbelievable.
trade.
You haven't got
Our
anything on your record.
is
You've
to
done
ensure-
nothing.
Our
Could you
record
please-
is to ensure
could you
that we
please-
get qualified people, qualified leadership.
Well, could you
in
please
those
explain to
particular
me who you're
networks.
going to have leading our delegation to Japan? Because we've just seen in Queensland that a full battery manufacturing supply chain facility is being set up. Did you speak to anybody in the Japanese delegation recently about that?
Well, in the Japanese delegation who came to Australia, we focus on the growing markets that are important for New South Wales.
What action came out of
industry.
that?
Well, we are working hard to grow our export
So you
markets
just had
to
canapes
Japan
and a conversation.
also
Thank
in
you. The
foreign
opposition
investment
time
as
has now
well. I'll just
expired.
reject that.
Dear,
We're now moving on to crossbench. I'll go first, so that's all right, Mr. Goodwin. Minister, it won't surprise you that I'd like to talk about animals in rentals. Minister, I've had people regularly emailing my office who are desperate in the market. They can't find rental housing with their animals, and many of these people are on the verge of experiencing houselessness within days or weeks. What is happening with the New South Wales Government's election commitment to allow animals in rentals?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Renting is a significant policy issue and it's a high priority for the New South Wales Government, as members and the public will be well aware. As housing affordability becomes more difficult, more people are renting and renting for longer. The government does have a suite of policy reforms. Of course, some were passed last year with the portable bond scheme and ending rent bidding. But this year we hope to implement a broad package around commitment to no grounds evictions and of course pets in rentals as well. Chair, the policy proposal that we are trying to implement is going to be the most significant change in a rental policy, I think, in decades. We are really changing the paradigm about how owners and renters interact in the property market. It's not an easy.
I understand,
it's not an easy policy
understand.
reform. I don't.
Can I
dispute that
ask
as
you
well.
when we can expect to see that legislation? At last estimates, we heard early 2024 and certainly in the first quarter. Is that still the intention?
Yeah, look, the government is considering its policy options at the moment, Chair. What I would say in terms of the rental piece at the moment, you will see the fact that its complexity is actually, I suppose, reflected in the fact that there is no national uniform consistency across the country.
Yep.
Queensland and Tasmania have their
Minister,
own.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of where we're up to on your timeline for the legislation. I understand it's complex. Has it gone to Cabinet yet, or has the part particularly about animals in rentals gone to Cabinet yet?
Well, it'll be part of the whole package that the government and the Cabinet will consider. As I said, it's not an easy.
So it hasn't made it to Cabinet
Well,
yet?
well, I think matters for Cabinet are matters for Cabinet. I'm not going to disclose those
I'm not
issues in a
asking you, just ask
public
if it's gone.
forum. But what I would say is that it is a priority.
Minister,
for
will there
the-
be a draft circulated for consultation?
Well, I think that when the government makes a decision, when the Cabinet makes a decision, we'll obviously release at the appropriate time.
You've advised that New South Wales will have its own unique model for animals in rentals rather than replicating the approach used in Victoria. Can you explain precisely how this new model will work and how it will differ from Victoria, particularly in regards to animals in rentals?
Well, look, we understand for those who are pet lovers, of course, having a pet in their rental property is important. The government is considering that package of pets, but also as part of other packages.
I'm just wondering
as well,
what the
Chair.
key features of the legislation,
Well,
how
I
it will
think
work.
we are considering all of those aspects at the moment. Of course, we will want to take some learnings from our colleagues in Victoria, but we also want to make sure that it actually works for the New South Wales market and fundamentally.
But I'm just trying to understand, Minister, what the actual aspects will be.
Well, that's something the government is considering at the moment. I'm reluctant to.
So we're not at a
release the
point yet
discussions.
where we've got
we've got
how it will
some,
run.
but the government is actually considering that at the moment. I'm not going to.
Can I ask, one of the most important aspects, obviously, is where the legislation will put the onus, whether it will be that the tenant has to apply to the tribunal, whether the landlord needs to apply to the tribunal. Are you able to tell us at this point whether the current model that you're considering, which way it will go?
Well, look, the government is considering its model around pets, of course, also in complementary to the no grounds and other aspects of it as well. Look, Chair, as much I know it's important to you, and I know it's important for the rental market, but I'm reluctant to obviously.
So the government hasn't decided at this
The government
point?
is considering a range of issues around both pets and no grounds and other aspects of the rental reform. I think, in all fairness to me, I'm not going to be disclosing cabinet discussions in a public forum.
In regards to the no-fault evictions, this was something that the government had guaranteed that they would get rid of. Is the government still sticking to that agreement to get rid of the no-fault evictions?
The government is committed to no grounds evictions reform, Chair. It's an important part of our rental reform agenda. We know, given the tightness of the rental supply market, we want to make sure we can do what we can as supply comes onto the market, what we can to make the tenancy and the certainty around rental much better. So as I said before, whether it's no grounds, the complexity around no grounds, the fact that there's no uniform consistency. So Tasmania and Queensland have one model, Victoria has their own model, South Australia and the ACT have their own model, and the WA and the NT have one model. The lack of uniform and consistency just goes to show how complex
is the New South Wales government looking to adopt one of those models that are currently in place?
Look,
I understand it's still being considered.
Yeah, of course. Look, I would say, Chair, that what I'm reluctant as a legislator or as the minister to just simply adopt another state's reform agenda and to implement it into the New South Wales market. I think we need to be mindful that the New South Wales market is very different to, to South Australia.
So in the same way that we've got going to have quite a unique animals in rentals policy, that the no grounds evictions will again be unique to New South Wales and not similar to any of the other models?
Yeah, look, we are considering a range of models that best works for the New South Wales market. I am, I think, philosophically and funny reluctant just to pick up another jurisdictions and just plant it in New South Wales, because we have to take into account into the nuances of the market here in New South Wales. So better, I think, to find a package that works best for New South Wales, and I'm really reluctant to just rush something in and then table it, and
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
agitation for change.
Minister, you're elected to do your own consultation on animals and rentals following the consultation that was just recently done by the coalition government. Their consultation showed that the majority of people in New South Wales wanted to actually adopt the Victorian model. I'm just wondering what the outcome of the Labor government's consultation was, and whether or not you'll be making those results public.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We actually have made them public of our extensive consultation last year with the work of the Rental Commissioner. It's certainly the results, if I can take a bit of time to show us that, renters, 93% of renters strongly supported the change. Some owners, about 70%, so 72% and 76% of owners and really just don't support some of the principles. So there is, I said, a gulf between tenants and, of course, property owners, and we're just trying to find a package that is able to get broad acceptance about what a model would work for New South Wales.
And are we going to see this reform before the end of the year?
Look, that's the government's intention.
Okay. In regards to the no grounds evictions, there's obviously been some rumours that there's concerns around New South Wales going a bit soft on those. Can you confirm that those rumours are not true?
Well, the government is committed to no grounds evictions reform. And as I said, it is a complex area of reform, given that it's a significant paradigm shift as to how owners and tenants actually interact in the rental market. In all fairness, if this was easy, the former government would have done it already. So we are committed to it, we are going to do it, but we're also going to take our time to make sure that we deliver a package that actually has broad acceptance and actually, I suppose in one sense, has certainty and longevity, and that it's not agitated for change as soon as we actually table it.
As you mentioned, there was a tranche of reform already put through. Will all of the next changes be put through at once, or are you expecting that there'll be more than one piece of legislation?
No, look, our intention is to have a broad package that covers the different aspects of our rental reform agenda, no grounds, pets, and other aspects that we've actually identified as part of the consultation process.
So they'll come in at different...
No, they'll come as one package.
Come as one package.
Yeah, that's our intention, that's correct.
I'm just wondering, at the beginning of these questions, I said that, we're getting a lot of calls about people who are about to experience houselessness because they're not able to obtain rental properties with their animals.
Yes.
We know in our pound inquiry that pounds are overflowing. People aren't wanting to give up their animals.
Yes.
What is your advice to those people while we're waiting for these reforms to come through?
Yeah, look, I would say, look, we understand the tightness of the rental market, Chair. I mean, the lack of supply has been building up for a number of years, and we've obviously inherited a significant challenge. I mean, supply is central to the rental market and also those with pets, but at the same time, at the moment...
I'm just wondering what your advice would be to them. What do they do at this point while they're waiting for the reforms?
Well, I said, of course, if there's any advice that Fair Trading can provide to that, then they're welcome to contact Fair Trading.
Thank you. Ms Sue Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Ms Higginson.
I know the Astor report has been provided to the government. Can you provide any indication of the time? I think everybody appreciates it. It's a very long, detailed and comprehensive report full of complex issues. What's your current timing, Minister?
Yeah, look, can I just say the work... First of all, I want to thank the Commissioner, the Honourable Peter McClellan, and eminent jurist who's actually done this inquiry. As you would all be aware, when I first heard about the issues they are doing, that's why I quickly instituted the inquiry.
Sorry, Minister, I've got such limited time,
okay.
and I really do want... I know there'll be opportunities for you to talk about.
Sure, okay.
I just, literally, just for the state, what's your current timing, do you think?
Look, the report was handed to the government yesterday. It is an 804-page report.
Yes.
The government will, as a respect to the victims, to all those who have been affected.
Just
by
timing, Minister. Timing.
Well, the government
Weeks,
is
months,
no,
years, days, hours.
It will be very imminent and probably within the week.
Thank you. Within the week. Thank you.
Thereabouts, yes.
Okay, thank you. Minister, have you read the Custodial Operations Policies and Procedures Manual? We call it the COP. You're aware of the
operations of the
what the policies and procedures that relate to correction systems in New South Wales.
All operational matters are obviously are delegated to the corrective services.
But the overarching, have you read that? Have you looked at
the actual COP manual itself? No, I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of when the last time it might have been updated?
I'm happy to take that on notice or ask the commissioners.
Thank you. Would you be currently aware then if I said, perhaps you wouldn't, but if I said that there are a number of breaches that are by routine taking place of the COP? There's breaches within the system.
Look, I would say, where there are breaches or within the workplace, my expectation is that for the department to address those appropriately.
So one of the Section 8.3 of that, and I don't expect you to know that, Section 8.3 states that all inmates have ready access to computers for education and legal purposes. According to inmates, this is not the case, and in fact, they are denied a lot of the time access. Have you got any idea how many computers are currently in the Bathurst jail?
Not specifically at Bathurst jail, but I do know that we provide communications tools, in particular iPads, for our inmates, obviously in a very controlled environment.
Yes. What about, I'm talking more specifically for education purposes.
Look, we run an extensive education program in corrective services. Mrs. Higginson, it's actually a key part of what corrective service does to rehabilitate our inmates. It's in our education program, and of course it's a way for contacts. I'm advised that there are probably about 11,325 tablets that are available as of early this year.
But you're aware, are you aware that there are currently inmates who were enrolled and had access to open university courses and then had to cancel those courses because they couldn't access?
Well, look...
Is that something that would concern you, Minister, if you were aware of that?
Rehabilitation, reintegration into our community is an important aspect of our corrective services.
And education's fundamental to that? Thank you.
It's all part of it, of course. I mean, can I just say that the work of corrections in this space is important, and we do take serious. I think I'm advised that, last year we did about 212,000 hours of training. About 500 odd inmates have actually completed courses. And can I say, in my most recent visit to Goulburn, I saw this on the ground where inmates were actually working on site on projects and constructions at our facilities, and I think this is a demonstration that that inmates who want to change their lives will be, provide those opportunities.
Minister, you're well aware the cost of call mates for inmates is very expensive. In June, you removed the affordable phone call option for inmates, increasing the cost of a 10-minute call tenfold to $2.59. Why was that decision made?
Well, look, I think there are a couple of aspects to the phone call thing, Mrs. Higgins. First of all, the initial setup around the third-party services is one that we actually changed. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Yes, I am.
Because the third-party, I think, is something that has significant security risks for those outside and inside as well. So because once an inmate uses a third-party services, we are unable to determine that the next destination of that phone number. It could be to a victim, it could be to elements within society that's not.
Do you think inmates should be able to access free phone calls?
Well,
if your issue is genuine security concerns, then why is cost an issue at the moment? Why have they become more expensive? At the moment, inmates are expected to pay something like 10 to 15% of their income to make a phone call.
Look, we provide communication and connection for inmates with their family. For instance, is an important part of what we do. That's why we provide tablets to our inmates, and that's why we do provide phone calls access, but also it has to be done in a controlled environment given the nature of the corrective services.
So do you think inmates should have access to free phone calls, Minister?
Well, I think
Telstra provides free phone calls all over the place. Why do you think that you should be providing free phone calls to inmates if they can be provided securely?
Well, there's been no recent increase in the call charges. I do think we do. There are many ways, I suppose, for inmates to communicate with their friends.
Have you
and
ever
their
spoken to one inmate that says, yes, Minister, I've got great access to communications and phone calls?
In my visits to
because it's not happening.
Well, in a number of my visits to the facilities, I have spoken to them, and I understand that connections with the outside.
Do you think they should just have free phone call access, Minister?
Look, I think we provide a range of communication tools to our inmates.
Do you accept the evidence that communications with loved ones is one of the most important parts of someone's rehabilitation and their recovery when they're absolutely deprived of their liberty entirely?
Well, look, I think connection, of course, is part of how we do our integration rehabilitation. Of course, I think that connection to families is part of what corrective services actually does. In terms of the technical operations.
So, Minister, should I just take it as you don't think inmates should have access to free phone calls?
I think inmates have access to phone calls and
to free phone calls,
to communication tablets.
Free phone calls.
They have access to a number of communication.
No, I'm just
tools.
talking about phone calls. Remember,
Yeah,
you
they
just
have-
pick
they
up the
have
phone
phone
and you
calls,
make a
yes,
call to
yeah.
someone you love, your daughter, your son, your brother, your mother. You just make a phone call.
I think in New South Wales we do our cost of phone calls to inmates is actually one of the lowest in the country, and there are other ways.
So do you accept that it's like literally 10 to 15% for a 10-minute phone call of somebody's access to money when they're in a prison?
Well, I think the corrective service system is a unique environment, Mrs. Higginson. It's not. I said,
Minister, would you commit to just yourself in earnest looking at this issue and just really making a determination on whether inmates could have access to free phone calls? What could you do an economic analysis? Could you do a look at it? Would you just commit to it?
I think, Ms. Higgin, my thoughts are that in terms of whether it's phone calls or education, it's part of the broader program as to how we try to rehabilitate and reintegrate.
Phone calls and education are two very, very separate things. Communicating to people you love when you are at the most broken part of your entire existence and being educated are two very important things, but they're fundamentally different things. I'm just talking about free phone calls for prison exit.
I think that we would always consider.
Okay, thank you.
To make sure that our rehabilitation program actually continues to deliver.
Just in terms of labour, are you aware of how the labour system works within the prison system. So as it currently stands, my analysis of it is there is no way to describe it other than it is incredibly exploitative. So inmates are engaging in work and they are doing so on long and regular hours, and they receive little to no money to do so. And the evidence is that one of the most consistent issues of violence and crime is poverty. It's fighting about access to things that people can pay for within the prison, and it's because prisoners are working and they receive no money. Does that concern you?
Well, our rehabilitation and training program, Ms. Gibson, I think is an excellent way for
What
us
about
to
just how much labour is being exploited within the prison
but
system?
it's also, I think, about them getting the skills that's required as they actually
There's been no increase in prison wages in 10 years.
I think we'll continue.
Will you have a look at it?
I said we'll always look at ways to improve our corrective services.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to the opposition now.
Thank you very much. Minister, I want to talk about lithium batteries because there's been great concern about recent fires and things that have happened. So just quickly, could you tell me where the national process is up to harmonise lithium battery safety regulation?
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Taylor. Of course, any government, because is always committed to safety and development of all products. Until I am advised that the New South Wales Trading has been engaged with the ACCC.
Have you,
which
Minister?
Actually, we've actually done this as part of the conversation with the Building Ministers Council. So at the moment, this report that's been was handed down by the ACCC in October last year. It's made a number of recommendations to improve the regulations. Of course,
Thank
we
you, Minister.
support.
If I may redirect you. I'm aware of all of that, Minister. My questions are specifically, again, directed to you as the Minister, with all of the concerns in the community, from the concerns of the fire services. What have you actually done?
Yep. So it is the government's view that this needs to be a nationally consistent approach, and we'll continue to work with our other state counterparts to get this a
I'll
national
redirect
consistent
and
program.
rephrase the question, Minister. I understand and I appreciate your comments about the national response. My question to you is, what have you done as the Minister in New South Wales to address this growing problem that is alarming the community?
Sure. Look, we work closely as Fair Trading, work closely with our fire and rescue to inspect electrical particles by lithium-ion batteries to make sure that we continue to not only the products but also to educate our consumers as well.
Okay, so how many compliance checks, and Minister, I'm really happy for you to take this on notice, but how many compliance checks has Fair Trading conducted?
On
lithium batteries.
On lithium batteries?
Yeah.
Look, that's a very specific one. I'm
I
happy to take that on
understand.
notice.
Okay. Do you think how many seizures of non-compliant products containing batteries? Are you aware of that?
Well, that I'm happy to take that on notice as well. But it's quite a specific minutiae.
Understood. Understood. But it's important, Minister. This is what you hear being talked about by people like Ray Hadley. Are talking about the concern. They're representing our communities, and I just want to know what you're doing. Do you think that Fair Trading has the resources to adequately enforce existing regulations and standards?
Well, of course, enforcing fire safety and consumer protection is a core part of what Fair Trading actually
I understand
does.
that. My question to redirect you again, Minister, is do you think that they've got adequate resources to do that, considering this is such a big,
Fair Trading has
such an
over
emerging issue?
785 employees to investigate consumer safety
So that's
products.
a yes, Minister.
Well, we'll continue to, of course, but...
So, Minister, can I just ask you too quickly about e-bikes, because there's an emerging issue of some strata schemes passing bylaws that effectively prohibit e-bikes, and bike advocacy groups, and there's an article in the Herald saying that they believe this is an unjustifiable burden on cycling. What are you doing about that?
So sorry, can that was quite a long question. Can you just repeat that for me?
No worries, Minister. So we're just talking about e-bikes, and we're talking about the issue of the fact that because of the concern that we spoke about before about lithium batteries, that some stratas bylaws, I beg your pardon, have said that they're not going to allow those things to charge. So what are you doing about that? Because the bike industry says that they feel that's an unjustifiable burden.
Yep, so strata schemes, of course, can make bylaws.
I know that, Minister, but what are you doing?
What we are, as part of the strata schemes management regulation is trying to examine that particular issue. Now, you'd also be aware that the Owners Corporation can adopt, have advice
I am, Minister, and that's I'm aware of all of those things respectfully, Minister.
Yep.
But what I want to know, and this is I've been asking you this all morning,
Yep.
Minister, what are you, as the Minister responsible, doing about that?
Well, this is part of our strata reform agenda, and we'll continue to examine this.
So not allowing
We've-
bikes
no,
to charge as part
no.
of your strata reform agenda?
Well, let me finish. I said last year we already passed a number of strata legislation. This year we already targeted consultation with our industry stakeholders, and this will continue to be part of it. All strata schemes, as you'll be aware, have their own unique
I am, thank you,
bylaws.
Minister. These are
And
serious
I'm also-
issues
yes,
with
I-
serious questions, and you're unable to
Can I-
tell
no,
me
no,
what you're doing.
Can I
Thank you.
also
That's
just say,
I'll pass over to my
with the
colleague, Minister.
OCN has advised that bylaws do not
I
propose
don't know how
a ban
anyone
on
can have any
e-bikes at all.
confidence out there.
Chair, I'm going to
Thank you,
take a
Minister.
point of order.
Yep, point of order.
Here, the Honourable Bronnie Taylor is continually interjecting over the top of the Minister while he is attempting to answer the question, and not allowing the Minister more than 5 seconds to answer each time is a complete lack of procedural fairness. I draw members'
running
attention
out of
again.
I'm done.
I draw members' attention again to Procedural Fairness Resolution 19,
wasting time.
which instructs members to treat witnesses with courtesy at all times, and I particularly draw your attention to the footnote which explains why. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, and I do uphold the point of order.
that's fine, I'm done.
There has been some inappropriate interjections. We do need to allow the Minister to answer. As I said, I do allow for redirections, but not straight away, not straight after the answer. Thank you.
Okay, Minister, a very, very clear question, yes or no, please. Are you committed to the goal of $200 billion worth of trade exports by 2031?
Well, look, I said trade is important. I'll commit to growing our trade markets
I know,
as
but
much
I'm
as I
asking
can.
a very specific question about the New South Wales trade statement. Are you now
Well,
walking
well,
away
Say yes.
from that target?
Can I raise a point of order
Yep.
again? And that is that it's not appropriate for a member to ask a question and also to direct how a minister should answer it. That's not, and then to complain if the minister's not providing a fulsome answer. I mean,
Yes or no
I think
fulsome?
the minister should be able,
Just wasting
in
time
complex
to cover.
matters, to actually respond
Obvious.
appropriately.
Thank you. Look, I do uphold the point of order. I will also remind the opposition perhaps only to have one speaker at a time. Otherwise, we're going to continue to hear points of order as well.
Okay.
The Honourable Jackie Munro.
Thank you. So I am hearing that you are not committed to the New South Wales trade statement target of achieving $200 billion worth of exports by 2031. Is that correct?
The trade statement is a document done by the former government.
I
We will have
understand.
our own trade strategy, and we're working through that trade strategy
So
as
you
we
will.
speak.
So you will come to your own goal of trade export value by 2031. Is that what you're saying?
We will have our own trade strategy, in particular for me, I would say, to focus on the fastest growing market in our region around Southeast Asia and, of course,
Okay,
our
but-
established markets.
Right.
You know, with a change
So-
of government, the government is entitled to have its own policy
I
agenda
understand, but it
and its
doesn't-
own policy direction. We're not going to adopt a statement or a policy that was implemented by your government. It's not. I
okay.
think we have a right for it.
Well, you're putting political points above trade policy, from what I can understand, and it seems like at this point in time, New South Wales does not have any goal for the value of our trade exports. Is that correct?
Our goal is to grow our trade export as much as we can, and we'll continue to do that with our own trade strategy and our own trade policy.
Okay, but you,
Focusing
can you
on the
furnish me with
fastest,
that
yeah,
strategy?
that focus on the market and to ensure that we link our industry policy and with our trade
Do you
policy.
have? Does New South Wales then have a trade strategy under your government, Minister?
Well, we're working through a new trade strategy, which will be different from yours.
Okay, so we don't have a trade strategy at this
Well,
point in time.
we're
You
not
think
going
it's
to
more
adopt.
important to
We're not
play
going to
politics with
adopt
this?
a trade strategy that's not a policy that the government is implementing.
Well,
Look,
I'm sure
I
the
know.
public
I know
servants
democracy and a
here
change
today
of
will
government
be
might
very
be hard
insulted
for
by
you,
that.
but new governments are entitled and are allowed to change policies, to change strategy, to change its focus. It's called democracy,
Minister,
and it's
how
called
do
a
you
change
expect our
of
economy to
government.
grow if you don't have a plan?
Well, I do have a plan. I have a
Where
plan
is
on
that?
the innovation blueprint that we're
It's
setting
a
at the moment.
4-page document, Minister, and it took
we're
9
going
months to produce.
We are currently developing our industry strategy.
Minister, that's not
we are
what-
trying to our export strategy, in
but you don't
particular
have a plan.
around our Southeast Asia market. I think it's such a big
Okay.
market that's growing.
All
It's
right,
going to be
we've-
worth
we've heard
$3
that.
trillion.
Thank you, Minister.
$3
Could I
trillion
please
by
redirect to you?
2040.
Minister, are you aware of the criticism that the government is going to combine the European, Israel and Indian trade offices into one single office?
Oh well, I haven't heard who said that.
Well, I'm asking if you have heard.
Well,
Is it true?
But who said it?
Well, I'm not going to reveal my source, obviously, but
Well,
is it true?
Well, I haven't. It's news to me.
Okay, so you're not going to combine
Well,
the
it's
European,
news to me.
Israel and
I'm not going to be
Indian
making
trade offices.
announcements on what we think would be the best operational requirements for our global network.
Well, that's the problem. That's exactly the problem, that you're not making announcements
Well,
about
look,
the
I
best
said,
operation about
look,
the global trade network.
I don't know where you're hearing these rumours from. You won't disclose who it is. Like I said, we have no plans to do what these rumours are actually saying.
Okay, so the Indian trade office will be separate
Well,
to the
well,
European and
we
Israel
have, there is
trade
no
office?
plans to connect whese offices together.
Okay, all right,
Whoever
that's
your
good to
source
hear.
is,
No, I'm
your source
I'm
is, I have to
pleased
say
hear
it's not very reliable.
I'm
I said,
pleased
we-
to hear that the
and I
Indian
would
trade
say,
office.
look, we-
But can I please
The government will
continue?
continue to ensure
Can I please
that its
continue to ask
overseas offices
Minister,
will work for its
can I
overall
please
trade
redirect
strategy.
you? I understand that you're focused on Southeast Asia, very commendable. I'm wondering, have you met with Helen Sorchak, our Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner for China, Hong Kong and Taiwan?
Yeah, I have met Mrs. Joyce. She was
And
here in
you
the
sought that meeting
Well,
out?
she was here and I met her, and China
But-
is an important market
But
for us.
did you meet over a table or at canapes and drinks?
Well, no, we met at a formal event, as I recall. Is that right?
So you didn't sit down and speak about
Well,
trade relationships?
Look, as I said,
Do you remember?
I have to say, look, these markets are really important for us,
I know,
and that's
but
why
you're
we'll
telling me that
continue.
you haven't had a sit-down meeting
Well,
with
I
our
said it's-
Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner,
Our,
Minister.
our trade and international is not a one-person show.
Yes, but you
We'll
have to
continue with
interact with
stakeholders
people who are
here.
responsible
Well,
for
that's
that
correct,
in
and
those
we'll continue
locations.
to correspond, to coordinate,
have you had
but
a
also
Zoom meeting
talking
or
about
phone
making
call?
sure we have established contacts both domestically here with all the
they?
associations for different
But who are they?
regions. Oh, well, for example, I've had a number of discussions with the AJBCC, which is the Australian Japanese Business Council.
Okay, but
I've
have
met
you
with
met
a
with
number.
government officials that are representing the New South Wales state overseas?
Well, I've met with our government officials when they were here, but also more
But
importantly,
you're saying you met with them, you interacted with them in a public forum over champagne and canapes.
well, I reject that.
Well,
Can I
okay,
just say
maybe it
that?
was red wine,
Well,
I
I
don't know.
reject that too. Can
I
I
hope it was
just say it's
Australian
not?
wine.
I know you're trying to paint
point
this
of order,
picture,
Madam
which is
Chair.
Yeah, there's been a point of order.
Is this some sort of exercise where the opposition gets to throw out derogatory marks and make statements and attempts to lecture the minister, or do we actually want answers? I mean,
Yeah, look,
seriously.
we've talked about this already this morning. And again, I just remind the opposition, one person asking questions at a time, particularly if you're wanting to get some answers, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Yep.
If I can ask about the MOU with Hitachi, how's that going? If you're talking about Japanese trade relationships.
The MOU with Hitachi, I think that's under a USP process. Is that correct? Secretary? Well, I have to say,
This was something that came up, okay, so you don't know, it came through with the former government. So can I just...
do you have a copy of that MOU with Hitachi?
I can look for it. I mean, I'm not the government minister. It's not my responsibility to have MOUs. But what I would just ask is, without a plan for New South Wales trade at this point in time, with no plans to replace the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners, except with somebody else, they'll have a different job title, I presume. Without a goal for trade exports at this time, what have you been doing for the last 11 months as the Trade Minister, except for going to functions?
Well, trade is important. I've met with a number of some of our foreign districts to ensure that we have access to those markets. We've been discussing with a number of industry stakeholders, like I said, like AGBCC, some of our Korean friends,
Have they actually resulted in any relationships that we can tally up to grow our export market?
Look, these relationships are important.
But I thought
that's
you
why
said
we establish
that it's
them,
not
but that's
about
why
one
we don't.
person. Is it just about you, or is it
no,
not about you?
As I
Chair,
said,
I'm going to take another point of order here.
Yes,
Just for
another
the sake
point
of
of order.
Hansard, there's continually two people talking at the same time. The Minister is entitled to answer the question. The Honourable Member, I understand, is entitled to redirect, but she continues to do so in the midst of an answer and over the top of the Minister at length with additional questions and additional questions. I'd again point people to the procedural fairness resolution of the House, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's on a fine line at the moment. I do give the opposition some movement in being able to redirect the minister, because I know it can be difficult when the answer's going into a different direction and we're under the clock. But please do so in a courteous way. And I also just remind the minister that if he is being redirected, to be mindful of Hansard as well. If there is something that you do want to put on the record, then let me know. But otherwise, please allow the members to redirect you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, Queensland has 21 offices in 16 countries around the world, trade offices. How many does Australia have?
we have a number of offices. We do a hub and spoke model.
Okay, but do you know how many offices
we have a hub in London. We have a hub in China. We have a hub in Japan. We have a hub in ASEAN and Singapore.
How about I redirect you to this, Minister? Are you concerned that Victoria and Queensland are overtaking New South Wales in our trade relationships, which is what many people in different industries are saying, especially when Queensland just celebrated their 10-year trade office anniversary? How is it acceptable that you're restricting the trade office?
Well, I said trade and connection to trade is not just about how many offices you have overseas. It's about using your resources effectively. We work closely with Austrade. Our hub and spoke model is ensure that we continue to connect with the resources of Austrade and also pursue and advance specific industries within. So I said, if your view is to appoint a former politician in New York,
Minister,
can I please
that's your intentional
because you're
playing political points instead of actually governing the trade relationships of our state. So what role do we have? What
we
do we
do?
have?
I said we have our hub and spoke.
Minister, could I please redirect you? Are you concerned that Victoria and Queensland, because of their significant investment in trade offices overseas from their own states, are going to eclipse New South Wales trade relationships in international environments?
New South Wales has a strong trade export market. I don't measure, Miss Munro, that having as many offices as you can necessarily leads to the best export strategy. We need to work.
The strategy? What is the best export strategy?
The export strategy is
not employing Barra.
Again, political points instead of actually managing our trade relationships overseas and growing our economy.
Our trade relationship works on a whole entire network. It's not based on one person.
I know, but it's
not
a network.
based on one office. That's right. It's a network.
So what's the strategy?
The network is about working with our colleagues in Austrade, making sure that our resources are used
so Minister, can I please
effectively.
ask you this question?
Can I just finish first?
But you've told me about
okay,
Austrade.
I'll let you finish.
Well, do you think that Austrade is going to be treating New South Wales better than any other state? Is that what they're going to be doing? That's what you've secured with the federal minister?
Well, that's why we will have our own networks advancing New South Wales. In all fairness,
so we will have our own networks.
Well, what we already do, we have our offices in these locations.
But
if you want to talk about the credibility and the effectiveness of our network, you destroyed it. Your government destroyed it by appointing
This political point scoring is
well,
unbelievable,
you
Minister.
have-
This is a
Pot
good
and
we
kettle
have
black,
to
I think,
rebuild.
going on here.
No,
We
no,
have to
this is
rebuild.
our trade strategy,
No, that's
Minister.
right. Well, you
This
know
is
what our
worth-
trade strategy
This is worth
isn't?
over $100 billion.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes,
With
there's been
all
a
due
point of order.
respect, the Minister has a right to answer the question using comparative analysis between the previous government and the current government, and I think he's doing that very diligently, and he should be allowed to be heard.
Well, we,
Could understand why some people might be embarrassed.
Order.
we
order.
are trying.
This is all
we
you've
are
got.
trying.
It's pathetic.
We are
It's not
trying to
pathetic.
rebuild
I'm about to say
our
the same
international trade credibility, given that it was trashed by the former government. What we want to do is work onshore and offshore to ensure we focus
What
on
are you
areas and
doing,
industries.
Minister, to improve our trade credibility when you won't even meet with our senior trade and investment
I've met with our
commissioners?
senior trade industries.
No, you haven't.
Well, I've met with them.
You've met with one. You have
I've met
named
with
one
them.
that you've met with.
I've
The
met with
oth-
them. We
You
conversed with
can't
them. Well,
claim
that's
that you have
correct.
met with someone when you have attended a function with them and had a cursory conversation. That is not the purpose of being a minister, with all due respect.
It's doing trade is not a one-person, one conversation.
That's
It's
why
a
I'm asking about
process.
the network.
That's right. Well, we speak to
You're
our...
focusing on one person
Well,
instead of talking
said
about a strategy.
I liaise and obviously discuss with the department. I continue to connect with the local onshore network.
But
We
do you?
continue
How
to,
do you do that?
well,
But you're telling me
you
that
can
you
just
don't
look at my
wait to read
the
disclosures
hindsight,
to see the work that we were
But
doing
you
in this
haven't
space.
met with any. You've named one stick that you've met with, and it's unclear how that came about. Even it seems like you haven't sought out meetings with any of the senior trade investment commissioners or whatever roles. So, what hope does the growth of New South Wales exports and businesses in New South Wales have under your ministerial responsibility?
Zero.
I reject that. Thank you.
You can answer the question if the
No,
question has
it
come
doesn't
in.
look
I think, well, I think my opposition colleagues like to answer their own questions, and then that's fine. But my
because
your
you can't
conclusion,
your answers,
because
yeah.
I can't get a word in. So my conclusion is that when they answer their questions, I reject it.
I think the media releases are already written.
Okay, we now move
No,
on
actually, they're
to
writing the
crossbench
articles as we
time.
speak.
I
It's so
will
bad.
I think they're
start.
written already.
Minister,
Covering the world.
my
I'd
office
say
is
this.
order. My office is often contacted about breaches of Australian consumer law by dodgy breeders and puppy farmers who engage in deceptive conduct. They're often selling sick dogs to members of the public who have often raised concerns about the fairness but also the legality of contract terms used in these breeding arrangements. Have you been briefed on these issues?
Look, consumer laws is important. Yes, I have been briefed on about the puppy farm. I'm advised that the puppy farm is actually not in the responses of fair trading, Chair. It's,
Sorry,
I understand the about puppy farming.
Minister,
it's not in the legislative framework of fair trade. I understand that it's actually the sales of pets, of cats and dogs, are actually under the Companion Animals Act. And also the prevention of
So,
cruelty
Minister,
to animals.
obviously there's a crossover. There's a
Yes.
crossover between the Agriculture Minister, the Local Government
That's
Minister
correct.
and yourself, because there's also a consumer issue here.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to talk to you about now is the area of the consumer issue. So the sale of cats and dogs falls under local government. The welfare of those cats and dogs that are being sold fall under the Minister for Agriculture, but the consumer issues fall under you, correct?
Yeah. So, yeah, so, the
so that's what I wanted to talk about.
Sure. Look, thank you, Chair. Look, in terms of the sale of pets in this case, Fair Trading does have a website which talks about consumer rights when purchasing a puppy or a kitten. It also includes information about pet scams and consumer guarantees under that PCL,
That's
if
fine.
there are the purchase periods. So
I'm aware of what's on the website, Minister. I'm just wondering if you've been briefed on the consumer issues that have been coming forward. I know Labor has a commitment to ban puppy farming. Have you met with the Agriculture Minister or the Minister for Local Government about this?
Look, I said they're remits that are actually beyond me, Chair. So I'll leave my parliamentary
I'm just wondering
colleagues.
if you've met with them to discuss the consumer issues section of this.
On this particular issue, I haven't had a full discussion with them, but certainly when my colleagues decide to make amendments or move on this space, certainly I would expect that we would have that conversation in due course.
One of the consumer law issues that's really impacting the community came up in the 2020 inquiry into puppy farming, chaired by Labor MP Mick Veitch.
Yes.
There was a recommendation that was actually supported by Labor at the time to fund an anti-puppy farm legal clinic to actually assist members of the public with concerns when there's consumer law issues. Is that something that you're willing to look into?
Oh, look, we'll always consider ways, Chair, to improve consumer protection and consumer law advances.
The other aspect around puppy farming too, particularly for that sort of consumer angle, is this whole idea that we keep hearing about is these guardianship arrangements and the legality of these guardianship arrangements. We've had cases where, so a guardianship arrangement, because I understand you haven't been briefed on it, is where a breeder actually sort of adopts out a dog but requires that dog to be brought back for breeding. We've had people on the phone saying that they have these animals and they consider them their animals. They've brought them back for breeding, they've come back, a vet has said that they're too sick, they can't continue to be bred, but they're the legal property of the breeder, and there's nothing that they can do. Is the issue of guardianship models something that you're also looking into from a consumer angle?
Look, as a general principle, Chair, of course, we would always examine our consumer laws to make sure they're fit for purpose, and of course, contemporary as issues emerge or there's consistency in those issues emerging. But if there are specific issues that you have, Chair, please contact our office and we can ask Fair Trade to investigate or examine those accordingly.
Are you aware, Minister, if Fair Trading has been doing any specific work on the consumer issues associated with this during your term?
Yeah, look, can I maybe ask that the Fair Trading Commissioner to respond either now or in the afternoon?
I might come back this afternoon, but I was just wondering if you were aware if anything had been happening in that space. On the 30th of January, I believe you attended the Regional Innovation Roundtable at Charles Sturt University in Wagga Wagga?
That's correct.
I'm just wondering why you attended the roundtable as opposed to the Agriculture Minister, or did you both attend?
No. So my visit to the Riverina, Chair, was actually to discuss the innovation blueprint and to make sure that regional New South Wales, which is, I have to say, a great place for innovation and technology advancement. So it was an opportunity for me to engage with local businesses, local industries in the regions to ensure that they understood where the government was at in terms of its innovation blueprint, and also more importantly to hear their thoughts on how we can improve that space for our regional community. So it wasn't agriculture, of course, there's innovation there as well, but this was really fundamentally about the innovation blueprint.
And within the discussions at the roundtable, was there discussions around cell or plant-based proteins and the potential opportunities they represent?
Look, I said we discussed a range of issues. We were there for a few hours, so I can't remember every single topic that was there, but certainly for me, engaging with regional groups was about understanding from them what governments can actually do better to support the ecosystem, in particular in regional communities. This may have well passed, but I can't recall every point.
Okay. I previously asked you about funding for cell-based meat startups. Is there any update on whether the New South Wales government is considering funding this very promising industry, noting that there are companies that are very close to receiving regulatory approval now?
Yeah, look, we have a number of funding programs for startups, Chair, whether it's the SBIR, the MVP, the RAP program through the Office of Chief Scientist. I recall the funding envelope we've got is about $90 million for the Ford. So any applicant who wishes or meets the criteria, of course, will apply, and the department and the department will then assess it accordingly.
Are you aware if those cell-based meat companies would be eligible to apply for any of these grants, particularly the MVP one?
Look, the administration of all applications of all grants is something for Investment New South Wales to manage, but I'm happy for that question to be asked this afternoon of the department.
Okay. Whether they'd be eligible.
Yeah.
Do you have concerns, though, Minister, if they wouldn't be eligible? Obviously, this is a constant problem for ministers in regards to different issues falling outside of eligibility for a lot of grants programs, particularly in this space, given that this is the cell-based meat industry is something that is growing in other countries, and we're sort of falling behind because of our regulatory restraints compared to other places. Is this an area that you'd be willing to support or meet with organisations to see where grant programs can be made sure that they do fall into the eligibility criteria in the future?
Yeah, look, there's a number of questions in there. Can I probably just try to answer them as broadly? But that's why we're doing the Innovation Blueprint, Chair, to ensure that we have these discussions with particular sectors, with particular industries about the way forward. My vision and my view for the innovation, technology and startup sector is to change, to move away from a purely transactional relationship. We need to think much broader about how we actually grow the ecosystem. My vision is that we need to find specialised advantage where industry and governments can focus on what I call the 4 I's quadrant of turning ideas, getting the investment, industrialising that idea, and then of course finding our export markets. So I do think that in terms of the innovation sector and where we're going in sort of startups and future economy, we need to move away from just a basic transactional financial rate. We need to think about much broader perspective as to how we grow the ecosystem.
Thank you. And I know I asked you a few questions at once there, but one of the other questions was whether you're willing to actually meet with these cell-based startup groups and to talk about making sure that they're able to apply for grants?
Well, Chair, I meet with a number of, and I have met with a number of agri-tech-based business and also the association as well. Of course, meeting requests, when they're submitted, of course, will be considered accordingly.
And can you let me know then on notice which cell-based startups you have met with?
Well, I think all my meetings obviously are disclosed. I know I met with Agritech, for example, Chair, and of course...
I don't think they're a cell-based meat
but
company.
they're part of the whole Agritech industry. But in terms of meetings that I've had with some, they're all disclosed in my diary. I couldn't tell you every single meeting that I had because I've had quite a few.
Could I get a confirmation from you that you'd be willing to meet with one of these cell-based startups?
Well, I said if those who want to have a meeting, they're welcome to submit a meeting request, and of course we'll consider that appropriately.
Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. Minister, are you aware of the practice that is taking place in relation to communications, so letters that are received by inmates, and there is the practice that there's blanket photocopying and the destruction of those original communications?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Is that going to stop now?
Look, I understand from that the reason the copies are actually made are actually for a security risk, and that often contraband can be used as part of the mailing process. It has to, and hence...
I think that it was introduced because of COVID, and then, naturally if there is contraband, then sure, you destroy something, but it's this blanket application. It was introduced by COVID, and I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Inspector of Custodial Services report, she's made it very clear that we consider the destruction of inmate mail should cease immediately. The persistent implementation issues mean that we cannot support the continuation of this practice, even should it be found to be lawful. In the absence of evidence that correspondence is imprinted with an illicit substance, original mail should be either provided to the inmate or stored with their property. And the recommendation is this practice immediately cease. So are you seeing to that?
Yeah, look, so can I firstly just say, in terms of contraband and mail, it can be quite a sophisticated operation, Mrs. Higginson. For example, what I think they call buprenorphine is like a paint-like substance that's actually put on paper material.
So do we have systems to detect that?
Well, I think certainly detecting or monitoring contraband is an important part of trying to keep our corrective services facilities safe. Yes, the Inspector of Custodial Services is an important function as to ensure we find ways to continue to improve the way we operate. But I would also say this needs to be balanced with the security aspects.
Minister, I agree. Balance is incredibly important. At the moment, we have a blanket application of a procedure that the inspector has found is not in accordance with human rights requirements and fairness. And why we continue? Are you suggesting we're going to continue the blanket application?
Well, I think this is a technical, sophisticated operational matter, but the overall
Minister, the
principle-
inspector's made a recommendation. Do you take the inspector's reports as something that would guide your ministerial responsibility?
Look, certainly. Now, we welcome the ICS's reports into our facilities because no organisation should be static. We're always finding ways to improve, and my expectation is that...
So when we come back to the next budgets, will you be able to give me a guarantee now that you will look into that and satisfy yourself that continuing to not implement the inspector's recommendation is the policy of the government?
Well, no. Well,
okay.
The ICS will obviously examine a number of facilities. As you're aware, the inspection report was actually for a period up during the 2022 year, if I'm not mistaken.
Because you understand, though, don't you, that we're not just talking about... We're talking about personal mail with artwork from children's, tears, kisses, loved ones, all of that. That's what we're actually talking about.
I said this is
it's the real thing. It's connection.
Yes, it is a complex matter in trying to balance contraband with issues of personal mail. These are very complex security issues that need to be undertaken, and of course I'm happy for the Acting Commissioner to provide answers for you this afternoon. But in all fairness, it's not as easy as we would like it to be, and there are rather innovative ways that people try to seek contraband into our facilities. But the ICS's reports, of course, were done for the period up to 2022 for a number of our facilities, and my expectation is that the department will continue to consider those recommendations and respond appropriately where it balances the needs of what is a complex
I
environment.
understand exactly what you're saying. It's very difficult to rationalise the balancing and a procedure that was introduced because of a COVID measure, and that corrective services are going to continue that now under a new convenient banner. It would be very good, Minister, and I strongly suggest that you be in a position to come back and say you reviewed that and change practices accordingly. And it is your responsibility, Minister.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All reports are done. We will consider those recommendations and respond appropriately.
Thank you. In the most recent inspector's report of the Metro Remand and Reception Centre, are you familiar with some of those findings, particularly in relation to the physical environment?
Of the remand centres.
Yeah.
We welcome the ICS report into our facilities, and our remand facilities are a complex and difficult
So what are we
as
doing? What are we going to do about her findings in relation to strip searches, staff shortages, limited time out of cells, and limited access to essential services and legal services?
Well, the remand process is very difficult in a complex environment.
And bearing in mind, Minister, the remand population is exploding.
Well, I said, yes, corrective services, right? I mean, I don't determine what the court orders, but what we do in our remands is to make sure that those who come within our remand system are properly assessed and properly risk assessed in terms of the specific technicalities and specific actions of that. Then I'm happy to defer that to the Acting Commissioner. But as a general principle, of course, we take the welfare and the well-being of everybody in our corrective services, whether they're officers or inmates.
And are Corrective Services New South Wales looking at the expansion of the use of body-worn cameras for all staff?
Well, I'm happy to defer that to
Mr. Taylor's nodding.
Yeah, we have had a recent program where we've expanded body-worn cameras substantially across the system. Most of our staff now in maximum security environments have access to body-worn cameras.
And are you finding that is providing positive outcomes in terms
positive for staff in terms of the protection of staff and positive for inmates in terms of the protection of inmates. The more CCTV footage that we have, either for fixed cameras or body-worn cameras, is better and safer for everyone.
Thank you. And you find that's actually, you're seeing that materially playing out?
completely.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. I just want to turn to the just quickly the buy-up system that we have, where products are available. Is there, at the moment, it seems to me, and I've received material that would show that buy-ups in prisons provided by private providers are different to those provided in our public system, and there is concern amongst as to why that's happening. So some prices higher in some, and the availability of things across the system. What do you do as corrective services do to keep in concert with the private deliverer?
Yeah, sure. So, Minister, so we provide buy-ups. It's a grocery service for inmates. They can buy groceries once a week, and then there's an activity buy-ups where it's non-grocery items once a month. Corrective Services provides the buy-up service to Parkley and also to Clarence. Junee, GO provide their own buy-ups. The buying power of corrective services is not, we're not a Woolies or a Coles, so in terms of the prices that we buy goods for and then on-sell them to inmates, often the criticism from inmates is this can of tuna cost me $1 in Woolies and it costs $1.20 on our buy-ups. That's just a buying power issue. The department doesn't profit out of the buy-up service.
So
it covers its costs.
And so if we're doing that, what are we doing to seek to provide the money the wages of inmates? What are we doing looking at that? Have you got a lens on that, Minister, of the commensurate level of income prisoners are able to access and what they can afford
in general,
to buy?
I mean, the buy-up program, is an important part of our rehabilitation process, and also to upskill opportunities for inmates. I mean, in terms of the specifics of each particular buy program, I'm happy to.
But does it concern you then, Minister, that there's been no increase in prison wages for the past 10 years, but the cost of living in jails has actually gone up 250 to 300%?
But I also say, in terms of the work that our inmates do in our facility, it's more than just about their wages, Mrs. Gibbs.
I think there's some good news here. Is it more than less than 10 years?
It is CPI'd each year.
Okay, but no increase, just CPI. There's actually no,
It is
okay.
CPI'd.
Yeah, but not commensurate to the increases in the costs of items in the prisons, which are obviously not just CPI. There's an increase in the prices of those products.
But I said we also must see things on a much broader perspective as well.
But
The
do you
skills and the training and the opportunity that EMA's providing.
Can I just put to you, Minister, that one of the concerns is that one of the increasing causes of in-prison violence and conflict is the gross poverty that these inmates are kept whilst they're engaging in a system that has consumer trades, etc., as part of their custodial term.
Well, I said, the corrections facility is a complex environment. Of course, our officers do a great job in trying to make sure we prevent violent actions within our system, which is based on things like risk allocating inmates into environments, obviously separating inmates when it's required and appropriate to do so, and also making sure we continue, or the department continues to follow on intel in there as well.
And so in terms of, clearly you've got an understanding of that, in terms of, do you see that the focus and the desire for rehabilitation and well-being and recovery and healing, so that when people come out, they are better than when they went in, that looking at the wage system and what we're doing to inmates, review of that has merit, and including with the idea of people have money when they come out?
Rehabilitation and reducing recidivism is a core objective of our correctional services network and our operation. We will always look at ways to improve and provide opportunities so that when our inmates towards in a sense they are reintegrated to our society. I mean, I'm not close to ideas that would improve reintegration and reduce recidivism.
And perhaps end the gross exploitation that's actually happening
Well,
of
well,
inmates
I
at this
said,
point in time.
we would always
It's really
consider-
exploitative,
It's good. Look,
Minister.
it's, you know, I said this is a complex environment, but certainly all governments, I would have thought, we are all committed to reducing recidivism in our community.
And labour exploitation within inside
Well, we
the
are
prison.
committed to reducing recidivism and making sure we provide the appropriate rehabilitation education programs for our community.
Thank you. We now have 2 minutes for the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just some very short, sharp questions just to get them on the record. Have you met with the Commissioner for the Americas?
Yes, I have.
Yep, and that was a sit-down meeting that you sought?
It was a sit-down meeting with the governor, I think, of or one of the mayors of the governors from California who was here late last year.
Okay, and the commissioner, our commissioner to the Americas, was sitting down in that meeting?
Yes, I understand. I recall that he was. That's correct. With the American representatives as well.
Okay, so did you have a meeting with him specifically, though?
But it was a meeting amongst all of us to discuss the issues or relationship with California.
So as part of a wider group, it wasn't just directly with the Trade Commissioner for the Americas?
Well, I said I don't think. I think your interpretation or your approach in somehow this is a one-person stop shop in trade is
Minister,
not. It's not what it is. So I have to say.
The answer is
it's not.
no.
It's not the way.
So have you
train trainers actually work.
Have you met specifically with Helen Sorchak for China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, where you have sat down and met and spoke about trade as the trade minister and in her role as commissioner?
Well, I said I've met Helen.
But in a function, is that what you're saying?
Well, I've met Helen and we've discussed it, and I don't.
Not in a meeting context.
What I would say also is, no one person is the single source of advice or wisdom to grow the markets. We work with a range of
have you met with Melanie Dutt?
Well, I said when our officers, our events are actually based on shore.
So Moin Anwar isn't there anymore, but have you met with a representative for the Middle East?
Well, I said all those who are actually come back on shore will provide the opportunity to meet with them.
No, that's not my question. I'm asking if you have...
Moin is actually, I say, it's actually still here. I said, well, when our officers come back on shore, of course we meet with them. It's natural, of course.
But you didn't actually meet with the Commissioner when he came out here.
It's now government question time.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Minister, are you able to inform the committee on how you're working towards a strategic approach to industry, innovation and trade investment to ensure the government's approach is more than just a random collection of documents that don't go anywhere?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much, Mr. Badegi. When we have to take a broad and strategic approach when we think about our trade strategy, we have to connect our industry policy with our trade opportunities, and also underlying that is to ensure that our innovation blueprint, our innovation technology actually supports all those things together. Now, in terms of our innovation blueprint, I want to move away from the former government's view that somehow it's innovative just to hand out cash. It's more than that. It's about engaging with our industry stakeholders. It's about growing the ecosystem. It's about determining where governments can best deploy its resources without actually crowding out what the market does best. So the engagement that we've had in the innovation blueprint, recently in Wagga or down in Charleston, but also here in Sydney, and I'm doing a number of regional roundtables on this front, has been nothing but enthusiastic and positive. What it demonstrates to me, Chair, is that perhaps they weren't being listened to previously. They are engaged, they're enthusiastic, and they're really concerned about where our innovation sector is going. I said it is more, there's nothing innovative and there's nothing inventive and there's nothing imaginative how innovation is just a financial cash transaction.
Give us another I word.
So the innovation blueprint that I've designed is about the 4 I's quadrant. It's about ideas, it's about investment, it's about industrialisation, it's about internationalism. How do we incubate the ideas aspect of it? How do we actually ensure that our skills base, how do we create a culture where people are able to come and experiment and choose Sydney and New South Wales as a place for them to come? Investment-wise, how do we actually ensure that we can better leverage private and public capital? We have to look at how we industrialise, how we our supply chain, our capacity, and of course, think of our international markets. The 4I's question is the strategy that I'll be pursuing with our stakeholders to ensure that New South Wales is at the forefront of this sector. And that, of course, will feed in, Chair and colleagues, to what is the industry policy. Industry policy, which was never a focus of the former government, industry policy needs to determine where are the biggest growth industries for the future of New South Wales. We are currently dominated by coal exports, Chair. It's about $55 billion we export in coal, which is, of course, something that is important to the New South Wales economy, but we can't be naive to think that this is going to continue forever. So we need to think about where the growth industries are, and there are things like biohealth and health and life sciences. It's about agriculture and agri-tech. It's about energy, it's about air and defence, and all these particular industries are where not only are they significant growth, they're actually multiple growth. And that, of course, will flow on to jobs and opportunities and skills and training for the people of New South Wales. And then if you identify these, the sectors and your innovation blueprint and grow the ecosystem, you then think about your international trade markets. Now, in Southeast Asia, where Nicholas Moore, the federal government's envoy, released a report, in Southeast Asia, which will be the 4th largest economic bloc by 2040, it's going to be worth about $3 trillion. There is going to be an estimated 190 million after income taxpayers about the average Australian would earn. That is a significant export and consumer base for all of our industries, whether it's education, whether it's agriculture in our regions, whether it's technology, whether it's health and lifestyle. This is one of the fastest growing markets in the world. And we need to make sure that New South Wales has the right strategy in place, has the right connections. It's not just about having one-on-one meetings. It's not just about appointing your mates to an overseas post. It's about connecting with both onshore and offshore, working with representatives here from the export countries, establishing these relationships and advancing New South Wales interests. We are competitive and we are actually well ahead in a number of these industries, Chair. And that's therefore connecting our innovation blueprint, finalising our industry policy, and then connecting it with our trade and export strategy is where it's actually all at. You need to have synchronisation and clarity about who you're going to settle to, what industries are going to be the growth opportunities, and of course how you incubate your local domestic system. I think we can't, it would be rather a narrow approach just to think that international trade networks or international growth is just about having one-on-one meetings. It's much more deeper than that. It's about identifying opportunities and actually getting into those markets now before they mature, because other countries are doing the same. And that's why the work that I've done, the work that I've instructed the department to do, engaging with particularly our ASEAN network. I mean, late last year, we had a really, I thought, fruitful and productive discussion with a number of the diplomatic corps here to make them understand the opportunities and the advantages that we have right here in New South Wales and how it can actually help their consumer markets. I mean, it's by no accident, Chair, that 40% of international students study in New South Wales, and a growing number of them continue to come from our ASEAN markets. And I think, education, of course, is our second biggest export after coal, but it's also one that continues to serve the New South Wales economy actually very well. So, Chair, I think, let's get away from nitpicking minutiae and think about a much broader strategic view about how we develop our domestic ecosystem, how we identify the most industries, the big industries where New South Wales has an advantage and where governments can deploy the resources, and then understanding the consumer preferences of those in our nearest neighbours. We have great proximity to those markets. We have a wonderful diverse community in the diaspora here, which will no doubt help grow New South Wales industries and New South Wales growth. Chair, I think this is such a wonderful opportunity for New South Wales and for the country, I would say, to ensure that we have a suite of policies, not just one meetings, not just exploring as many international offices as you can. That's not a value for money for the New South Wales taxpayer. We got to make sure that we set the agenda, we set the strategy, and we make sure that we focus on the areas where that's going to deliver the greatest economic and employment growth for the people of New South Wales, and also to incubate these things now. The ability to create these things is not something you do overnight. It actually takes time. It takes time to establish the relationships here onshore, of course, yes, also offshore as well, working with our diplomatic community, because they know their country best, and we want to understand what's going to help or what's going to open opportunities for New South Wales industry. So those conversations, those discussions, identifying growth is really important for New South Wales.
That's how you ask a question to get a comprehensive answer.
4 years we never had to do.
Are there any further questions from the government?
That's how bad this is.
No. We look forward to
Okay.
4
the
years.
rabble continue.
Thank you then. In that case,
Mop it up.
we will now break for morning tea and return at 11:15.
Behind the words.
What time?
I'm 53.
Okay, welcome back to the next session. And we will start immediately with questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, if I may start, I just want to talk about, the rental reform package by New South Wales Labor that was promised prior to the election. Where are we up to with ending no grounds evictions?
Yeah, look, the government is obviously committed, as you know, to no grounds evictions.
I know.
The government is considering the policy options that we have. As you'll be well aware, Mrs Taylor, that no grounds evictions is quite a complex area of policy. I have to admit, I'm sensitive to any adverse or distortionary effects that it may have if we rush in a policy package that's not suited to the New South Wales
Thank
market.
you, Minister. So you're committed, but there's nothing that's actually happened yet.
Well, a lot of things
I'm
have
not being
happened.
difficult, I'm just trying to be...
I appreciate that. I'm not suggesting you are.
Yeah.
So as you're well aware, we had an extensive consultation process last year.
I am.
The results of that are actually on the website. You might be also well aware that 90% of tenants want things to move on no grounds, and 90% of property owners don't want to move.
So I presume that's why you promised it during the election campaign, Minister. So I just want to clarify again. I understand that you said it's complex, that you've consulted, and that it's on the website. But in terms of actually what's happened,
that's what's happened.
Okay, thank you,
we've
Minister.
had.
May I ask as well then that about in terms of another thing that New South Wales Labor promised going into the election campaign was implementing a portable rental bond scheme, and also the banning of secret rent bidding. And earlier on in questioning in this committee, you actually had said that there was action on that. So do you want to explain how there was action on that? I understand there's legislation, but my understanding is that you had to pull out that part of the legislation.
So there are a couple of questions you've asked there, Mrs. Sally.
I'm not trying to be tricky.
Yeah, no,
sorry.
I'm not. Well, okay, since it's a relatively broad set of questions, can I just start with the portable bond scheme, which is our election platform committee, and I do thank the Parliament for supporting that. It is good policy, but there are multiple stages in its implementation.
To redirect you then, could you explain what stage you're on of the implementation phase?
Of which one?
Well, we're talking about rental bond scheme now, as you just said.
So sure, okay, so the portable rental bond, as you know, the Parliament passed that last year.
Yes.
And so there are multiple stages in its implementation.
You just said that.
Okay. One is about determining the rules about how the actual portable scheme works, because essentially what you have is that you have two owners of the one bond. So we have to determine what are the rules and the regulations around that.
So, Minister, as I have limited time, are you saying that now that is that's the phase that you're in? Determining?
No. What the phase that we're in is, as I said, we don't have to do things in sequence. We can do things at the same time. So,
well, you just said that before, Minister.
Well, that's not what I said. I don't think that's accurate.
Well, I think Hansard will determine that. But anyway, Minister,
I have to say,
I may just redirect you again, please, to the question.
Yep, and I'm trying to answer it.
What stage are you at?
Well, are you finished? Can I answer, or because I'm happy to let you keep on talking.
No, Minister, what I'd really like is for you to answer my questions. That's your job, respectfully.
And that's
so. Do you want me to repeat the question?
You're welcome to.
Or do you want to answer it?
No, you're welcome to repeat if you like.
So, for the third time, for the record of Hansard, Minister, what stage are you at? Are you past determining that first phase of your implementation for a portable rental bond scheme?
Yeah, look, the portable bond scheme, as you'll be aware, is quite a complex system that we have to determine. Regarding the rules, of course, we consider all the rules and we consider what the repercussions that might have, and at the same time determining what sort of system. This is...
Okay, so we're at determining...
No, Mrs. Taylor, don't, I think, make conclusions that aren't true.
Minister, I'm just repeating your words respectfully.
No, you're not actually.
I am.
You're putting
look, I think that now you've probably...
Can
I redirect you then to talking about what's happened with the banning secret rent bidding?
Well, I said the government also has a suite of reform with rental. I mean, we put that to the Parliament. As you know, it's a complex Parliament, but certainly we'll continue to determine or to ensure that our rental reform package continues to meet the rental market needs. Can I just let me finish this point? As you'll be well aware, as part of the reform package last year, we did close a loophole that was in the legislation about banning rent bidding from agents from owners and also from platforms as well. So that was
Minister,
a loophole that we've closed.
As I have limited
time,
and you're talking about, just to use your words, a
Yes.
suite of reforms.
Yes.
Where are you up to in your suite of reforms in banning secret rent bidding?
Well, it's all part of our suite of reforms, Mrs. Taylor. So we've passed the first tranche, and we'll continue to to our next one. But in all fairness,
So you passed the first tranche.
Yes, well, and we're considering it at the moment. In all fairness, Mrs. Taylor, you would be well aware, and you were in the cabinet room, that nothing happened for 12 years.
Minister,
You've
been here for 12 months now.
Yes, that's right, and you
We're
had 12
asking you the
years.
questions. Thank you, Minister.
You had 12
I think
years.
you've tried to answer
No,
that.
no.
I'll move on to my colleague now.
So
Thank
you've had
Minister.
12 years, and I'm
Thank
getting
you,
criticised
Minister.
for passing reform
Can I
in the first 12
redirect
months.
you? Thank you, Minister, and good
course.
morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you,
Good
Mrs.
morning. Could I turn to the Strata Commissioner role? And I know it was important for you because it was an election promised back in as far back as 2019.
Yes.
Given that it was a Labor election promise, is the Commissioner adequately resourced? I understand they only have one advisor and one secretary.
Thank you very much, for your question. Strata reform is important. I'm delighted that the department has appointed Mr. John Means, an experienced professional in this space.
And is he adequately resourced?
He has access of resource of the whole fair trading network. He will continue to work closely with the Rental Commissioner and also the Building Commissioner. As you would also be well aware, the statutory review of the strata legislation was done in 2021 or thereabouts, I understand. And of course, we passed the first tranche last year of strata legislation. You know, things like making sure that we don't have additional bonds on pets, Chair, which I know.
Thank you. I think you're straying outside my question.
But it's also part of the whole network. The Strata Commissioner has the whole network of the resources of fair trading and DCS, and will continue to provide the government with appropriate advice.
Can I redirect
of course,
you?
of
Sorry.
Course.
I understand the Owners Corporate Network and the Retirement Village Residents Association have called for additional resources to meet the extra demand. And I understand this because of there are over 84,000 strata schemes in the office. So do you still stand by your statement that the Commissioner is adequately resourced?
The Commissioner has resources to the whole fair trade network of over 785 employees, and that's just in fair trading alone. And of course, and acts as the resource and working with the Building Commission, over 400 employees. So the resources are available to the Strata Commission to ensure we implement the statutory, which of course was done by the former government, but it's taken this government to implement the first tranche, and of course we are currently, actually taking targeted consultation for the second tranche of the strata reform, which is important as more and more people live in strata schemes. You are right, it's more than 84,000 and more are coming online. So hence the work, the strata reforms that we have passed, and with the support of the Parliament, I'm happy to acknowledge that.
I think you've answered my question, Minister.
In what way? I'm not sure.
I asked if it was adequately resourced, and you've given me that
access to the resources of the whole network.
Yes. Thank you. And I just want to know, does the Commissioner's role, are there terms of reference for the role? And then as a follow-up, if the Commissioner did ask for extra resources, how would that be received by you, Minister?
Yeah, look, firstly, the role of the Strata Commission in Portsmouth, he does have delegated authority under the Property and Stock Agents Act, come down from the Fair Trading Commissioner. His role, of course, is to continue to advise the government on reform, liaise with industry to ensure that we get a balanced package on what is an important area of how people in New South Wales live, because more and more people will continue to live in strata. We've got to make sure that our laws are contemporary relevant and actually meet the needs of our community. It is quite a complex area of law.
I understand that, Minister.
And so certainly this year we started the targeted consultation on the second phase of the laws.
So can I just ask as a follow-on
Yes.
from that, what are the key accountabilities for the role and how will they be measured?
Well, I said that the role of the property servant, like all public servants, is to provide the government with advice on policy reform and the government's agenda. I said strata is important area of reform. We know more and more people are living in strata units.
Yeah, you've said that.
Yeah, and that's why, he obviously in his direct performance, obviously he reports his direct report, but for our perspective, the government's perspective is to ensure that the Property Strata Service Commissioner continues to provide the government with advice and it seeks to implement the next tranche of its strata reform agenda.
Minister, are the roles and responsibilities, is that a written document? And if so, would you be able to provide that on notice?
Look, I'm happy to take that question on notice, but I said that the role of the Strata and Property Strata Commission is important, and we want to ensure that we have laws that continue to meet the needs of our local community as more and more people live in strata.
Thank you, Minister.
Can I just
Can I
clarify?
just also, can I, before that, Mrs. Murray, if that's okay, Secretary, did you?
Perhaps we can
we have the bureaucrats
yeah,
now.
address you in the afternoon. If
We
that's
have
okay.
lots of questions for them.
Thank you very
so-
much for your understanding. I just wanted to clarify, Minister, so has the Commissioner actually asked for additional staff and funding to do his job?
Well, all considerations or resources will be undertaken by Cabinet in the due process.
But so has he requested additional resources? Because you've said that he has the resources of the department, but the reality is he has 2 staff members, and I think that when we're considering appropriate resourcing, surely the Commissioner would know the best level, and I'm wondering if he has asked for more resourcing.
Well, look, I think the government will consider all bids for resources through the normal Cabinet
So he
budget-making
has
process.
made a request?
We will consider all the applications.
Will you
for Cabinet.
advocate for that request in Cabinet?
Well, there's their Cabinet discussions. I'm reluctant to disclose any discussions in Cabinet in a public forum.
I'm wondering about underquoting, because we know that obviously buyers' experiences at auctions where properties sell for well over their advertised price guides are occurring. Is this genuine competitive bidding, or is this underground underquoting?
Yep. So look, if you're aware of specific issues around underquoting, please contact us. We're happy to investigate that for you. But in terms of underquoting, the behaviour of agents is covered by the Property and Stock Agents Act, and that any, of course, misdeeds or people are operating, then of course Fair Trading will investigate.
So are you, is compliance reactive? Are you monitoring how many complaints you're getting and how many cases are being investigated?
Yeah, well, certainly, you know, if there are issues or instances, Ms Munro, that you're aware of, please contact the office. We're happy to investigate them.
Maybe you could put this on notice, how many complaints have been made to your department about this, and also the status of investigation.
Sure. Look, I'm happy.
You
I have to
take
take
that
note.
on
I'm happy to answer it now if you're willing to hear it.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
In 2021 we had 231 complaints. In 2022 we had 104 complaints. And you know there are fines and issues. And as of the last calendar year, 168 complaints. And we'll
So it's increasing.
Yep. But also those complaints are not necessarily instance of actually underquoting, there are market mechanisms in place. So I say
So you've got the complaints. If you could also provide information to the committee about the outcome of those complaints, that would be helpful.
Yeah, look, happy to take that on notice.
Okay,
Yeah, no
thank you
problem.
very much. So this is an annual quote at the moment, no 6 monthly or quarterly.
But they're annuals.
Yep. Do you think that underquoting laws are broken more than they're being complained about? I mean, we're talking about arguably systemic issues in this process. So how have you been proactive in actually addressing the problems that people... I mean, I've seen it myself. I'm sure you have too.
Yeah, look, underquoting, I said, is any inappropriate behaviour by agents is covered by the Property and Stock Agents Act. And of course, there are expectations on how people behave in property transactions. In terms of underquoting, I said, if you're aware of any instance, please let us know. I'm happy to investigate.
I think the Premier said last year that if these rules need to be strengthened, they will be. So will they be?
Well, we'll consider to make sure all of our laws remain contemporary relevant. I mean, we're not a static legislative government. Of course, if issues arise, we'll continue to examine
I'm asking
those issues.
if this is an issue that's arising. Sorry, you said this actually, not the Premier, my apologies. So is this, in your judgment as Minister, an issue that needs to be addressed through stronger mechanisms for oversight or compliance, or what's up to you?
Sure, look, I mean, protecting consumers is an important part of what fair trading does. Of course, we're always open to ideas or ways to
what
improve.
What are your ideas, Minister? Do you think that this is something that needs to be addressed?
Yeah, but look, I think any breaches of consumer law, we would always look at investigate
I know,
and
but
ensure
I'm asking about whether there are stronger actions that you... I mean, you have said specifically if rules need to be strengthened, then we'll act. So do they need to be strengthened, and will you act?
Well, but you also have to bear in mind too, Ms Munro, that selling or buying a property is the biggest transaction that I expect everybody in this room will make.
I'm actually asking for your judgment as the Minister, in your role as Minister, because you've said if the rules need to be strengthened, they will be. So are you saying that they do need to be strengthened, or they don't need to be strengthened?
Well, like I said, we'll consider changes to legislation and regulation as they're required. I think.
So will you do? So is it required or not?
Well, we'll consider all our laws to make sure they're
contemporary. When will you
relevant.
decide if it's required or not?
Well, we'll decide it in the normal process of stakeholder consultation.
What is that? Is that happening at the moment, with stakeholder consultation?
Well,
or how many complaints have to be submitted before you decide to take some action, some stronger action?
Complaints are, of course, can be done through the Fair Trading Network, and we'll investigate them. But in terms of the specifics of that, I'm happy to ask the Property and Service Commissioner to answer them for you later this afternoon. Look, I think it's, as a general principle, Chair and colleagues, what government wouldn't be open to making changes where they are appropriate? We've got to make sure that
I'm not asking about whether you're open or not. I'm asking about whether you will make a decision at some point and actually make a determination on what the reality is and what needs to be done. That's what I'm asking for.
Well, I'm responding to you that, of course, any governments will make sure that we continue to examine our laws to ensure they are contemporary relevant.
Okay. Minister, up front, I just want to ask, are you responsible for advanced manufacturing in New South Wales?
The manufacturing space, I'm the Minister for Industry and Trade.
Yep.
Are you talking about the Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility?
I'm talking about advanced manufacturing in New South Wales.
Well, it's part of our innovation blueprint.
Okay.
To determine.
So you are?
Well,
because...
I'll let you finish.
Well, no,
No, you finish.
Well, Minister Hughes answered my question in Parliament earlier this month pretty unequivocally when she said, I asked who is responsible for manufacturing in this government. Minister Hughes said, and I quote, "That would be me." So I wanted to understand if there was a distinction in your government between advanced manufacturing, which has traditionally fallen within industry, innovation, science and technology, or whether that responsibility was moving to a different minister now.
No, look, I think firstly, my colleague, Minister Hiossas, her title is the Minister for Domestic Manufacturing and Procurement.
Local procurement, in fact,
Procurement,
Minister.
procurement,
I'm well
that's
aware, thank you.
Okay, I'll let you finish. So and procurement. So what her role is to ensure how do we use the public procurement process to stimulate our manufacturing sector.
So what's your role as advanced
I'll get to that, thank you. My role as Industry Minister is to determine the industry policy, which I've explained prior us breaking, to determine the sectors that we would go best, because manufacturing, Ms Munro, is not a single sector issue.
Yes.
You can
Thank
manufacture
you very
in
much.
life sciences, in agri-tech, which is important to regional
So you
communities.
are responsible for advanced manufacturing.
Look, I think
so can I just clarify?
we work as a great team.
Who was responsible for sacking the Modern Manufacturing Commissioner?
I understand the former government didn't fund her position beyond last budget.
So we had wage rises that weren't funded in the last budget, but your government managed to decide to do that. So you're not taking responsibility for something else that you could have decided to do.
Manufacturing and development is more than a one-person process. We continue to work together, and we've got a voice in the cabinet for manufacturing.
Is that you, or is that Minister Hussos?
Thank you. The opposition time has now expired.
Yes.
Minister, I was asking you about cell-based meat companies on the last moment I was speaking with you.
Sure.
And you said that you would consider a meeting with them if they put in a request. If I made a request to meet with you with the cell-based meat companies, would you agree to that?
Well, look, I'm happy to consider your request, our Chair. Of course, I'm always happy to meet you, you know that.
Thank you. Minister, the last estimates, you confirmed on notice that you had received a briefing on closing the gap.
Yes.
Can you advise what that briefing consisted of and what issues were raised with you?
Yeah, look, closing the gap, I think is one says a national responsibility. All of us have a role to play. I was recently briefed also, Chair, by from Corrective Services about Indigenous deaths in custody. So, I suppose my role, in particular as the Corrective Services Minister, is to find ways to address our Indigenous incarceration rate. Obviously that's a law that comes in. Of course, once there, we want to provide all the support that we can for our Indigenous inmate. Look, I think closing the gap is an important, national objective, and as stated, and I think no one would disagree. That is a pretty complex area of public policy. It crosses all government departments: education, social welfare, skills and training, of course our justice system. I just think it's a parliamentary responsibility for all of us to work together to address the issues identified in closing the gap.
And you mentioned that, sorry, did you say that you've had a further, more recent briefing again?
Yeah, well, this is from corrections perspective around Indigenous deaths in custody, but also, can I maybe just, this is also more for my colleague Minister Harris, we did have a very, productive meeting with CAPA, which is a coalition of Aboriginal policy peak organisations. For all of the Cabinet, not just myself, all of the Cabinet had a very productive discussion about how we address the issues for our First Australians, but also not being siloed in a particular, because they are all interdependent, and I think that's important for across all of government, and also for the profits, and also the private sector too, to find or continue innovative ways to ensure that our Indigenous Australians have a life quality and expectancy of all other Australians as well.
Can I ask, Minister, then, what new initiatives or work are you commissioning as Minister as part of closing the gap?
Yes, certainly. I might just obviously speak about the corrections of my portfolio itself.
Yep.
We have
you as Minister.
Yeah, of course.
What
we have a number of
you
programs Chair. For example, in our corrective service strategic plan towards 2030 is to trying to reduce our Indigenous reoffending by 10%, also to reduce the proportion, or to increase the proportion of Indigenous staff to our workforce by about 8%, and also to reduce those, our goal is to reduce those in custody by about 15%. These indicators are also closely aligned with closing the gap targets. We have a very strong partnership with, I said, with CAPO, the Coalition of Peak Organisations, and continually have this engagement. We continue to have an overview, a strategic review of our targets. Look, it is a sad statistic, Chair, as it's public well known that 30% of our male inmates are Indigenous, and 40% of our female Indigenous. It is certainly a complex issue, but corrective services will play its role to ensure that those who are held in custody on remand get all the support and all that they require, that is appropriate.
Minister, you mentioned a couple of the targets, and I know at the last budget estimates on some of the questions you took on notice, you also mentioned targets to reduce adult reoffending in New South Wales by 8% by 2030, target of 10% in respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I guess my question is how you plan to actually achieve those targets. Like what initiatives are you putting in place to get
thank
there?
you, Chair. And as I said, when it comes to policy issues regarding our first Australians, it's not just corrective services, Chair. It's the whole network of government, whether it's education, health, employment, skills, and our justice system. All these things need to work in unison. It's not a one department or one policy issue solution. It requires, I think, great coordination.
I'm assuming you'd be involved in whatever initiatives are being put into place, even if you're working with other government agencies and organisations. So can you talk us through what you're doing in that space?
In the correction space, did you say, Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Like I said,
but specifically around this close the gap, not more broadly.
Oh, like I said, there are a number of programs that we have in closing up. It is important to the government to try to close that gap. Like I said, we do have a number of initiatives and programs that are in place. Certainly, in terms of the mechanisms or the specifics of programs, Chair, I'm happy to ask the Acting Commissioner to make some comments, but we're all committed to closing the gap. It is a multidisciplinary and multi-agent and departmental collaboration, and with the not-for-profit sector as well, and business as well, to provide those opportunities.
Thank you, and I might come to you in a moment. Sure. But Minister, is there any particular programs that you're particularly interested in or excited about, or that you think will really help reach those targets?
Well, look, certainly, as I said, the corrective services role, of course, will provide the appropriate programs and accommodation for our Indigenous inmates. But also, I think, in all fairness, we're at the supply end of our justice system. Certainly there's a range of policy measures that every government department needs to work to. I mean, I'm always open to any policy and programs that help reduce our Indigenous incarceration, also to provide the appropriate support. But in terms of specific, I'm happy to ask the Acting Commissioner to provide those responses.
Minister, will you be initiating or funding new programs to meet those targets?
The government will always consider its programs and its budget allocation to the normal process of Cabinet.
And are there any programs that you're currently considering or looking into?
Well, I said we'll consider all our programs and all our bids as part of the normal budgeting process.
Do you feel that the current programs currently in place will be enough to reach those targets that you're quoting? Or are there actual programs you're looking at expanding or bringing into the mix?
Look, I'll always take advice from the department about which programs that have been evaluated work well and others that haven't worked so well. I think this continual improvement process is an important part to make sure that the policies and the programs that we have are actually effective and deliver the objectives we want for our Indigenous Australians.
Do you have any plans, for example, around increasing support available for people leaving correctional facilities and reintegrating back into the community.
Well,
is that something you're looking into?
Yeah, well, look, I think that this is all part, as I mentioned, Chair, that rehabilitation and reducing recidivism is a core key aspect of what Corrections New South Wales undertakes. Of course, we'll work with my other ministerial colleagues to ensure that those who are about to reintegrate into our communities have the support and praise. But if you would like, Chair, a more comprehensive briefing about some of our programs, I'd be happy to provide that for
I
you.
guess my question really was about increasing support available. So are you looking at funding or advocating for funding for more programs in this space rather than what's currently in place?
Sure, that's right. I mean, all programs, whether new or existing, will be reviewed as normal to make sure that they actually deliver for the people we're trying to help. In terms of the budget allocation, we'll go through that as part of the normal cabinet process, Chair.
Earlier this month, the government received a fairly damning report from the Inspector of Custodial Services about the Silverwater Metropolitan Remand and Reception Centre. The report identified serious safety issues for staff and inmates, particularly around hanging points throughout the facility. Could I just ask you what you're doing in response, first of all, to that report?
Look, I welcome the ICS's report, Chair. It's important for any organisation, whether it's corrective services or other departments, to continually find ways to ensure that we make improvements to provide the safest environment for our officers and for our inmates as well. In terms of the ligature points, the government has invested, I understand, about $7 million this year to remove ligature points. But I'd also say, Chair, that when we examine or we look at ligature points, it's actually part of a much broader risk management strategy for our inmates. It's things like risk assessment of their health and their mental health well-being, intel within our systems to prevent violent interactions. It's providing the medical support for those who might be having substance issues. It's about providing and making changes to our physical. So it's ligature points are one part, but they're actually part of an overall risk management process to ensure that we provide the safest and most modern facilities for our officers and for our inmates.
Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning,
and
Ms Boyd.
all of the officials here today. Can I start by asking, what is the status of the New South Wales Defence and Industry Strategy that was set up by the previous government in 2022?
Thank you, Ms Boyd. So the government is, unsurprisingly, with the change of government, taking a new approach in terms of our industry and industry policy strategy. I'm not sure if you were here towards the end of the previous session, but I did outline what the government is doing in terms of linking its industry strategy with its trade strategy and also with its innovation blueprint as well.
Okay, but in relation to defence?
Yeah, well, that'll be part of our industry policy development. As you might be well aware, defence, 40% of defence manufacturing actually happens in New South Wales, so it's certainly a significant industry, in particular for our regional communities where a number of companies are actually located. So not only a significant employment, but also a great contributor as well.
So I understand the Regional Defence Network, I think, was being funded to 2025 under the previous government. I think it's about just over $1 million. Is that still ongoing?
We'll consider all funding arrangements through the normal process.
But at the moment, it's still ongoing?
Look, I'd have to defer to the
maybe take
the
that on
Secretary
notice.
in terms of that specific program.
Maybe you can come back to me in the afternoon on that. Can I ask you, have you been meeting with companies that are involved in the defence industry, arms manufacturer?
Yes, I have. All my meeting disclosures are disclosed appropriately.
So on the 9th of November, you met with 4 weapons manufacturers. What did you discuss at that meeting?
Look, we discuss their ideas and opportunities for investment in New South Wales. I mean, as industry and trade minister, of course, part of my job is to ensure that we find increase or different economic opportunities for the people of New South Wales.
Are you promoting arms export manufacture?
I'm promoting the industry, which is important in particular to many of our regional communities.
Did you meet with the Israeli ambassador on the 7th of September?
Yes, the ambassador requested a meeting, and I met with him.
Did you discuss arms export at that meeting?
It may surprise us, but I'm really reluctant to air private conversations that I have with anybody.
Are we exporting arms from New South Wales to Israel?
I said I have to take that one on notice. But you know, the industry, the defence industry, is an important part of, in particular, in regional communities. We want to make sure that we continue to provide opportunities.
We're in the middle of the biggest anti-war movement that I think we've seen in quite some time. In light of those concerns, will the New South Wales government withdraw financial and other support from the arms industry, or from what you're saying, we're just going to keep feeding it?
Well, look, I think I said I'm not an expert in foreign affairs, or it's complex, but my job as Industry and Trade Minister is to ensure that we continue to provide opportunities, in particular for regional communities where a number of these companies are actually located.
So with the Ukrainian war going on, just a month after the outbreak of war in the Middle East, we have you meeting with weapons manufacturers. You're telling me that you are promoting the manufacture of arms for export from New South Wales. We also know that we're still funding weapons manufacturers and the defence industry in New South Wales. Do you think that the average person in the community thinks that that's an appropriate thing for the New South Wales government to be doing right now?
The role of New South Wales government is to make sure we provide economic and employment opportunity for people in our community, and in particular the defence industry.
Regardless of ethics, any industry, industry.
Well, I thought it would be quite ethical to make sure that there are jobs and opportunities for people in New South Wales.
In manufacturing weapons of war?
In all industries that are relevant.
Do you think they'd rather have an industry that wasn't contributing to the mass genocide of people in Middle East or other things? Do you not think that maybe they want industries in clean, green energy production, or who knows, other things? Isn't it the government's responsibility to shepherd towards sustainable and ethical industries and destructive ones?
I think we are, and this is the point of the industry policy that we've got. We need to focus on a range of industries, as I said, but also understanding where our greatest opportunities are. Look, I think all issues or current events around conflicts overseas is not a matter for the state government. It's a matter for the federal government,
that, especially if we're funding it with the export of arms. Perhaps we can move to something else,
sure,
Minister. Why is it that the New South Wales government has still not signed on to the National Construction Code's minimum accessibility standards that every other state and territory have signed up to, except for New South Wales and WA?
Thank you very much, Ms. Boyd. As you may be well aware, the former government refused to sign on the NCC code with accessibility.
Supported by Labor at the time,
they refused to sign, but I'm open to it, Ms. Boyd, and I understand this has been an agenda that has been discussed at the Building Ministers meeting. I also understand, I recall, if I'm not mistaken, that other states have signed, but they've also delayed it as well. What we want to do is take some institutional learnings from those jurisdictions to make sure that they are applicable and work well. But I would also say, Ms. Boyd, that the government itself is committed and has done a number of developments that meet some of the codes around accessibility.
And I'm well aware of that, and I'm well aware of how a voluntary scheme hasn't worked.
Yes.
We have been calling for this for many, many years. Is your position simply that the other states and territories can do it first and we'll learn, or are we actually going to be leaders in ensuring that we provide for people with disability and mobility issues?
My position is in total contrast to the former government's position, Ms. Boyd, in not adopting it at all.
Okay,
I
but
am open
with
to
respect, it's not. In the past Parliament, when I put up a motion calling on the government to do this, Labor was in lockstep with the coalition government at the time in opposing joining the NCC minimum accessibility standards. So this has been a long-running issue, unfortunately. Things have changed though now, because we now have an additional incentive for you, which is recommendation 7.35 of the Disability Royal Commission, which is calling for everyone across Australia to adopt the NCC minimum accessibility standards. Will you finally do it?
Well, we are open to considering the National Construction Code around accessibility. As I said, the former government refused to even adopt these standards, but I am open to it, and will continue to ensure that we have we take great institutional learnings from our colleagues in other states. But as I recall, some of our other states have actually delayed the implementation of this scheme.
They've done a
as well.
Staged implementation. They haven't delayed it. They've signed on, and then they've done it in a staged way. We've not even begun to begin the process. I do welcome you looking into it.
We're open to it, and unlike our former colleagues in government who are totally against it. We are open to it. We understand this is important for a section of our
I look
community.
forward to action that backs up those words. Just coming off of a question that I understand the Chair asked previously in relation to rental reforms. Particularly in relation to making rentals more accessible for tenants with companion animals, which is particularly important when it comes to domestic and family violence as well. Have you met with the domestic and family violence sector in relation to that reform?
I have met with a number of domestic violence support groups, as I recall in my daily disclosures. Look, I know the pet rental reform is important to yourself and also to the Chair as well. But we are going to move that as a broader package in terms of rental reform. I have to admit I'm not a fan of single piecemeal legislation.
Your government is. That's all we are getting at the moment.
That's not, I guess, something I agree with. But in terms of the rental reform package that we've got, it is a complex area. I'm being criticised by my opposition colleagues for doing things in the first 12 months, and they haven't done anything in 12 years.
It was promised by the New South Wales Rental Commissioner, Trina Jones, for the first quarter of 2024. Are we on track for that reform? For the reform on...
the government is considering the reform package, and we'll implement that as soon as possible. But I said I am sensitive, Ms Boyd, to the packages of rent reform that we deliver, that it works for the New South Wales market. I'm not a fan of literally picking up another state's reforms and planting New South Wales, because that could have significant effects on the market, which will only hurt the very people trying to help. Of course.
How many meetings have you taken in relation to CIRA since they came under your responsibility?
As in with the department?
In relation to CIRA?
Well, I meet with the department on a regular basis.
With the State Insurance Regulatory Authority in relation to that, with stakeholders, with other people of concern. How many meetings?
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you saying stakeholders within CIRA or CIRA themselves?
No, I'm talking about people in the community or advocacy groups or other stakeholders who want to talk to you about CIRA now that it's within your
of course. Look, I mean, all my meetings are disclosed as appropriately, and all meeting requests from any stakeholder across my portfolios, we will consider them as they are brought forward to us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We move back to the opposition. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Minister, I'd like to turn to corrections now.
Yes, thank you.
In terms of the bed consolidation plan.
Yes.
So, Minister, under the bed consolidation plans, how many beds will be closed at the 5 facilities? And the 5 facilities I'm talking about are Goulburn, Bathurst, Cessnock, Long Bay, and the Netro Program Centre.
Thank you very much, Ms. Donald. First of all, they're not closed. That's an incorrect description. They are being mothballed. You would appreciate that at the moment we actually have the network has capacity for 15,600 beds. At the moment, we have about 12,300 inmates. So there is a capacity of about 30%, and the purpose of mothballing is to allow our officers and our inmates to be accommodated in the most modern facilities that the Network Council of say. So it's actually not closing, it's just being mothballed, and of course if there is a need to reopen those things, they can be done as well.
Okay, so as a follow-up then, can I ask in the individual, so say for Cessnock,
yeah,
how many beds will be, or how many beds are in Cessnock's four wing?
Yes, so you said the beds that were part of the contemporary site at Cessnock is 130 beds, I'm advised.
Okay. And Bathurst?
In Bathurst are 209 beds.
And Goulburn, 3 and 4?
170.
And Long Bay Hospital Area 2?
186.
186. And in the beds in the Metropolitan Program Centre Area 1?
That one, I'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay,
but I said the mothballing trade was also, of course, done by the former government as well.
Yeah.
It's actually part of our ensuring that we utilise the capacity within our system to provide the most modern environment for our officers and for our inmates.
So in providing that modern environment, can you assure the committee and the correctional officers across New South Wales that this will not result in any job losses?
Yeah, our decisions on mothballing today has not resulted in job losses
And that
has
will
not made
continue?
has not made any major disruptions to our corrective services programs and industries.
Okay. And have you provided any assurances to the staff at those 5 facilities that they won't be required to relocate for employment?
Yes, I was in Goulburn a few weeks ago, and I had this discussion with our officers down there. I'm advised that in Goulburn, for example, there are no job losses, and officers who were formerly rostered on to those wings that have been mothballed are actually just rostered on within the broader.
So they won't be relocated as part
well,
of their
they haven't been
employment.
relocated.
And what
as far as I'm aware.
consultation, Minister, did you have, or you're between, say, the Public Service Association and corrections?
As in
About
between the corrections and the PSA, or myself and the PSA?
yourself and the PSA?
Yeah. The PSA is obviously the employee association that represents the vast majority of our officers which are in the network. It's important that I continue to have good dialogue with them, and also make sure that the department, corrections, continues to have
So
that
did you meet with them, because the PSA have indicated that that they didn't have the opportunity to discuss the mothballing, as you have said. So did you meet with them, or was it just a general discussion?
As in, so are you referring to the Goulburn in particular, Ms.
No,
Donaldson?
I'm just.
Yeah, look, I generally regularly meet with the PSA. I have to. I mean, that they are an employee representative of the association. I mean, they present the workforce. I need to understand the needs of the workforce. So, in terms of the communication, we'll continue to relay with that.
And so will you give the corrections facilities that are being implicated or not impacted and the PSA, will they receive like a change management plan from you about what's happening?
Well, we'll also continue to liaise with all stakeholders and as decisions are actually made.
Okay. Have you, I just want...
Yeah.
Sorry. Just in terms of programs, so following on from Emily, if I can just table this. Sorry. So on the 24th of December, there was a jail program that kept mums and bubs together, was halted at Emus Plains, which was a prison that has been mothballed.
Yes.
what are you doing for the mothers and babies that were being in that Emu Plains facility at, I think it was called the Jacaranda program? What's happened to those ladies and babies?
Look, I think certainly, you know, in particular for our female inmates, the environment is important to, because they do have different needs, particularly if you're a mother and a female inmate. Certainly programs that I think that are, I'm happy for the Acting Commissioner to provide specific details on that program. Look,
you take it on notice, but I wondered in the lead up to that, did you meet with a group called Keeping Women Out of Prison? Because before this closure...
I think I might have actually. Look, I think you're talking about CWOOP. That's correct.
Yes.
Look, I'm happy to take it on notes, but I recall I did probably meet with...
and to discuss this
well, we discussed exactly, I can't remember the full discussions of what we had. But also, as you'd be well aware, Ms McDonald said, I discussed obviously any programs, but I understand that I'm advised that with the Emu Plains decision, I understand that was actually done by your government with the programs and closures. So,
and I'll just ask one more question before I can. Have there been any children that are now in the care system because of this program being closed?
In the care system of where? I'm not sure.
Well, because they can't be with their mothers, so they're in the care system.
As in the
I might let you take it on notice.
Well, I'm happy whether the Secretary might be able to have it. I think the Secretary might have something worthwhile to say.
We can do that in the afternoon.
Yeah, you go, Jackie, go.
Minister, the modern manufacturing strategy was due last year, and the departmental staff confirmed that Ms Emerson had been working on the strategy. It's now late. Could you please advise when it will be delivered?
Look at the work of the modern manufacturing strategy will actually be used as part of the government's broader reform in its industry policy and its manufacturing policy.
When will it be delivered?
Well, it will be delivered as we go through our process. We'll do
like in a year or 6 months or 18 months?
Well, can I just say it again, Ms Munro? The strategy you're talking about was a strategy of your government. It's not a strategy
So there will be no modern
this
manufacturing
government.
Strategy?
Well, there will
right?
be. It will be our modern manufacturing strategy. I mean, I
not
know
about
it's
you
hard.
And Labor. It's actually about the people of New South
it is.
Wales.
Well, I know it's hard.
There's no date.
I know it's hard.
Minister,
that
I
with
might
the change
redirect
of
you because there's obviously
of
no
democracy
date.
that you're...
Minister, could you please explain why you weren't at the $275 million Cicada Innovations announcement that your colleagues were at? If you're the Minister for Innovation, Trade, Industry, Science and Technology, why weren't you at that announcement?
Well, I go to events as many as I can. I mean, I can't...
But why weren't you at that announcement?
But I am due to go to visit Cicada upcoming shortly.
Congratulations. But why weren't you at that?
Because I go
to,
I will accept invites as they come through the office.
Did you know about the announcement, Minister?
Look, I will consider all requests for attendance.
This was from your government. Your government made the announcement. Were you aware of that?
Look, I'll continue to attend events as I'm what I mean.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Is the Advanced Manufacturing Facility, the Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility, still within your purview?
That I understand is a fully owned subsidiary of the Western Sydney Parkland, so it's admitted from Mr. Scully.
So you're not involved at all in the Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility?
Well, but the facility itself is a matter for Minister Scully.
Okay, I'm asking if you're involved at all.
Well, the research facility is under the remit of Minister Scully.
So no, you're not.
We'll continue to discuss these things, but in terms of its operation, its responsibility, it's a matter for Minister Scully.
So do you discuss it with the Minister, the operation of the facility?
Well, it's under his remit.
So you don't?
It's not my remit. It's not an agency that reports to me.
Thank you, Minister.
Or is under my jurisdiction.
You've said that you're responsible for advanced manufacturing, but you're now saying you're not going to be involved in any discussions with the Minister for planning.
Well, I reject that conclusion.
Well, can you tell me if you are speaking to the Minister for planning
I
about
speak
the
to
research
all my
facilities?
colleagues all the time
But
about
about
ways.
this.
About all of these things.
So you are speaking to
AMRF
Minister Scully about the
I
advanced
always
manufacturing
I
research
speak to
facility.
my colleagues all the time about each and every opportunity.
So
to
do you know
grow
if
our
the
industry
facility is
trade
still
network.
on track to open mid this year?
Well, that I understand that's okay, but that's a matter. That's a question you should ask Minister Scully.
So is stage 2 still being funded and on track?
The AMR facility is a matter for Minister Scully.
So you're not advocating to have that continually funded, the advanced manufacturing research facility?
The AMRF is a agency that's under Minister Scully.
Okay.
But I am advised that it's in preparation. It's in its final stages,
Yeah.
and I understand it'll be launched in mid-2024.
Okay, but you can't tell me about the stage 2 funding.
Well, that's a matter for Minister Scully.
Noted. All right, good to know. Thank you. Minister, are you aware of the Semiconductor Sector Service Bureau? S3B?
SSB? Yeah, I
Yep.
think that comes under the Oxy.
Yep. So how much funding will the S3B require in the forward estimates?
We'll look at we all consider all budget allocations and all funding to the normal process.
So do you know how much funding was allocated to it in the last budget? Do
Well,
you see its value continuing?
Well, I said I see all sectors that can contribute to the growth of New South Wales and the innovation sector, and we'll continue to consider where the government can continue to play. So
have you met with Dr. Nadia Court, who's the director of S3B, about the funding of the facility, of the Bureau?
I will consider all, the government will make its budget decisions in the normal course of its process. Can I just move to make this point, Ms Munro? Whether it's the semiconductor sector, whether it's the startups, whether it's the scale-ups, there's nothing innovative about handing out cash alone. It's actually more broader than that. It's much more broader than... If that's your definition of innovation, I have to say that's a rather cerebrally constrained way of thinking.
Minister, people are actually wondering what the government is doing to support these critical industries. So our esteemed chief scientist has said that the quantum technology industry has the potential to generate up to $4 billion in revenue and create 16,000 jobs by 2040. Are you aware of the Sydney Quantum Academy, Minister?
Yes, I am.
SQA.
Yes,
and
indeed.
are you aware that SQA is waiting on an announcement from you about their future funding?
Yeah, the government will consider all its funding and all its budget in the normal process of its budgetary deliberations.
So why is the SQA still waiting for funding? I mean, they're limping along at the moment. Can they expect funding from this government?
They can expect, anyone can expect that the government will always go through a methodical, considered process in its budget allocation.
Are you worried about losing our quantum industry to Queensland, Minister?
I said, I want to grow as many industries as we can in New South Wales. And I said, Ms Munro, if your whole premises of developing industries is just a financial transaction,
Minister,
then I have to say that's quite limited.
How about this,
you
Minister?
You need to grow the sector.
The Queensland government and the Victorian government have both set up investment vehicles for startups and for innovation and for industry in their states. In Victoria, it's over $2 billion of an investment vehicle, a VC. In Queensland, we've just seen an announcement. There was, I think it was 75 million. Now there's an extra 55 million put into an investment arm to support venture capital into startups and innovation. What about you, Minister? What are you doing in New South Wales to invest in innovation, in startups and industry when our competitive states are doing so much? Why don't you set up an investment arm? I don't know if you've heard, but the CSIRO has said that for every dollar invested into R&D and innovation, you get a $3.50 value created and 10% return on investment. Investing in these areas is actually about driving productivity and prosperity in this state, Minister. What are you doing? Will you commit to an investment vehicle like the other states have?
Well, thank you for the lecture, Ms Munro. But perhaps if you're such a strong advocate for the sector, so passionate, why did your government cut $450 million in the PBU for the Future Economy Fund? So here you are saying, yes, we need more money, but at the same time, we'll just cut the PBU by $450 million. I have to say, Minister, if there was ever a contradictory message,
could I please
I can't
ask you about the quantum industry? Are you aware of reports that Minister Husick has set up a secret EOI process that now the Queensland government have fed into with a location purported to be set up in Queensland. Are you aware of that?
Well, look, matters for the ministers, matters for the federal government.
This is a matter between the Queensland government and companies setting up in Queensland and the federal government. And the Queensland government are advocating to the federal minister to have industry and companies set up in their state. So are you doing that, Minister? Are you advocating on behalf of quantum companies to the federal minister to set up? The federal government's offering $100 million in funding to help. So if you're looking for money, surely this is a good way to get it.
No, I'll continue to always work productively with my Minister Husick.
So are you advocating for the quantum industry in New South Wales?
I will advocate for any industry that's going to provide the growth opportunities for the people of New South Wales.
So are you doing that?
I'm advocating for every industry.
So you've spoken to Minister Husick about New South Wales quantum sector?
I've spoken to Minister Husick on how we can develop industry here in New South Wales. He's a great colleague. I'm really interested in this business space. And you know what? A fellow New South Wales Labor MP.
Yep. Good point. So I think the reality is, Minister, that we in New South Wales are at risk of losing serious industries that have been built up over time. Like SQA, for example, it was funded to the tune of about $15.4 million, I believe, under the former government. And now they're waiting on funding certainty to ensure that they can have academic brilliance across 4 different universities, UTS, Macquarie, USyd, UNSW, and they're waiting on funding. So can you give them any certainty that SQA will be funded, or are we just letting this go to other states?
Well, one, the government will always take a careful and considered approach in its budgetation. We'll go through known course events. 2, as I've repeated, Ms. Maynard, if your whole philosophy around innovation is to hand out cash, I have to say that's a rather constrained way of thinking about the innovation.
If you think money is not important, why did you announce 2 grant programs in the last week?
Well, it is a factor, but it's not the primary factor. What I'm hearing from
what
you,
is
Ms.
the primary
Munro,
factor, Minister?
Well, the primary factor is what we're doing in our innovation blueprint.
It's 1.5 pages.
Well, that's a mistake. You've actually totally misunderstood the blueprint. It goes to show you haven't even done your basic
Minister,
homework.
you have promised an innovation blueprint after the next budget.
Chair, I'm going to take a point of order here.
Sorry, there's been a point of order taken.
The Minister is entitled to answer. Well, the Minister's entitled to answer the question. He's routinely interrupted and spoken over the top of. Questioning should not be aggressive or personal, as is stated under Procedural Fairness Resolution 19.
Yeah, look, I do uphold the point of order. It is getting a little bit out of hand again,
Okay.
but I'm sure Miss Jackie Munro can
Okay,
pull it in.
let me just table the discussion paper for the innovation blueprint, which I understand is being promised for delivery after the date of the next budget. This discussion paper for the innovation blueprint, I understand, is about 1.5 pages of information, which I presume could have taken about a day to compile, and that's what's been done. Well, that's what's been done under your ministry in 12 months.
It wouldn't be them, it'd be you. You would
Can
have
I-
changed it.
Are you finished, Ms. Munro?
I would love some answers from you,
Okay,
Minister.
fantastic. 1, you've totally mistaken and misunderstood the document. It is a discussion paper.
I said
It's
that,
not
I've
the
tabled it.
overall product.
Yes.
More importantly, we are having really good engagement with the sector out in the regions. I was out in Wagga not long ago, and we had one here. And you know, I have to say, the energy and the enthusiasm and the feedback we're getting has been nothing but
Minister,
positive.
could I please
What it
redirect
also
you
shows,
to
what it
the
also
people that you're
shows,
meeting?
Chair,
Minister,
is
may I
that
please
they were
redirect you
these
to another
stakeholders were
question?
not being listened
Regarding
to
your
by
diary,
the former government.
Regarding your diary, I have to ask, have you met with the Sydney Startup Hub yet?
My diaries are for public disclosure.
So you haven't met with the Sydney Startup Hub yet?
My diaries are for public
Have you visited the
disclosure.
Western Sydney Startup Hub yet?
My events, I was
So
at the
you
startup
haven't?
hub in Sydney 2 days ago, I think.
So was that the first time
No,
that you've been?
it wasn't actually.
So your diary disclosures don't say that you have been to the Sydney Startup
It's
Hub.
an event. These are
that's-
internal events, Ms. Munro. I think you've actually misunderstood the rules
Not-
around disclosure.
Not at all, Minister.
You've misunderstood and mistaken the innovation blueprint. You've misunderstood the disclosures around startup. I have to say that's a pretty innovative way to understand the rules.
Minister, that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing.
Okay, Minister, just going back a little bit onto the recent report in regards to the Inspector of Custodial Services. The report was released just days after a second inmate died in a suspected suicide at Sydney's Parklea Correctional Centre in recent months.
Yes.
Can I just ask what steps? I understand you said that there was $7 million that has been put forward, particularly to get rid of hanging points. Can I ask what you are doing, Minister, to improve the inmate safety beyond that?
Yeah, look, I thank you very much, and of course we welcome, I said Corrective Service does welcome the ICS report, and we'll continue as a department, as an organisation, we'll continue to find ways to make those improvements. Now, in terms of the specific case you referred to Parklea, can I firstly just say, look, any death in custody is a real tragedy. Of course, our Corrective Service tries to minimise that across its network as much as we can. Now, in terms of when an inmate passes away in our network, obviously their family are notified first and foremost, and then of course there'll be an investigation by the appropriate, in particular of course the coroner, to determine what is the cause of death. And once the coroner hands down their report, of course it's my expectation and my direction to the department that they respond to those things appropriately. Now, in terms of the situation about the individual who recently passed away, I said I'm loath to make a conclusion about the cause of death because the coroner hasn't finished their findings yet. I do think it's important for us to allow the coroner to do their work, to carefully determine the cause of death, and of course we'll respond appropriately. In this particular individual, I understand that he was potentially on remand, and that those who are sent by the courts to have facilities on remand are obviously assessed on a range of factors to identify the risk situation. I said we do have committed $7 million towards the removal of ligature points, but can I just reinforce the fact that ligature points is one aspect of the risk management approach when it comes to modernising and ensuring that not only our inmates but also our officers work in the safest environment. What is, is a complex environment.
Yeah, and look, I understand, for this particular case you're waiting for the coroner's report, but obviously there's still risk management strategies that can be put into place now. And I appreciate you say that removing the hanging points is one aspect. I'm just wondering what those other risk management approaches are that you are advocating for that are changed now before that coroner's report comes back.
Yes. Look, certainly, Chair. As an inmate is presented to our remand centres, our officers and officers in justice health undertake or the health facilities, depending if you're in a corrections or a privacy, they take a medical and a mental health assessment. Also, they look at the profile of the inmate that's coming through our system. They determine, for example, where there are issues around substance, and of course provide that appropriate medication. And I said, as we spoke a bit earlier, our mothballing is also one of the ways for us to reduce risk within our system in general. So, it is ligature points are one, but they're not the only one. And part of the
That's what I wanted to know. What are the others?
Yeah, I've just said it's about risk assessment of the individual, understanding their profile, understanding whether they need have specific medical needs, and also doing things like internal intelligence within our corrective services so that we're able to prevent inmate altercation or violent inmate altercation. So these things are always ongoing. And we're part of making sure that we provide a safe environment for our officers and for our inmates.
Can I double check though, Minister? Like obviously my question was about what new strategies are being put in.
Yes.
Can I confirm that the strategies that you've just listed have already been in place?
They are currently in place. So inmates are...
So are there any other new aspects that are being put into place outside of removing the hanging points?
There are those. I mean, we'll continue.
But they're already in place. I'm talking about new.
Yeah. So new ones, of course, we'll consider, or the department will always consider ways to improve how we reduce risk in our correctional facilities. If there are new ideas, of course, I would expect the department to brief me appropriately, and we would consider that.
Thank you. I've got a range of questions that may be somewhat specific, so I might move between yourself, Minister, and maybe Mr. Taylor. He might be able to assist. I'm wondering if statistics are collected in regards to the number of people in custody for animal cruelty offences.
They are. There are currently 9 inmates in custody with an animal cruelty related conviction.
And are you able to tell me if any of those are bestiality related offences?
No, I'm not.
And that's not recorded?
I'm not sure. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. If you could take that one on notice. I know that there are a range of animals in corrections initiatives, which we talked about in the last budget estimates. Do we know if any of these 9 inmates have any interactions with animals as part of those programs?
So those 9 inmates all have an alert on their inmate profile preventing them from being involved in any of our animal-related or our agricultural programs that involve animals.
Thank you. Can you also take on notice how many people have been in custody for animal cruelty-related offences over the last 5 years?
Sure.
Thank you. Minister, I understand...
Do you mind, Chair, if I just add a little bit to your questions?
Do.
Look, animals programs in we do conduct a number of those programs. You might be well aware, or you might be pleased to know that we have greyhounds as pets at our Dewin and our Wellington correctional facilities.
Sorry, Minister, I've got some questions about some of those different programs in a moment.
Yeah.
The first one I wanted to talk about actually was the range of day work release programs for inmates in correctional facilities that then work inside slaughterhouses. Are you aware of this program?
I defer that specific question to the Acting Commissioner.
Well, the question is, are you aware of the program? So I don't know if the Acting Commissioner knows if you're aware.
Yeah. Look, I specifically, I'd have to take that one on notice, but I'm happy for the Acting Commissioner to respond accordingly.
Look, I guess putting on a previous hat, I used to work as a psychologist, and there's obviously a lot of research out there in regards to the negative experiences for people who work inside slaughterhouses, increase in interpersonal violence, increase in substance abuse, increase in domestic violence. Do you have concerns about some of the psychological impacts, Minister, of people who are already vulnerable because they're obviously inside a correctional services than working within these slaughterhouses?
Well, I said we would always take the appropriate action to reduce the vulnerability of our inmates. Where we can, we'll take the appropriate action.
Have you considered the violence inherent in slaughterhouses and the impact that this might have on inmates actually working inside these facilities?
In terms of, I might have to defer that to the Acting Commissioner.
You may have.
Chair, look, I'll give a full answer on notice. As I understand, the Junee facility operated by GO, as we know at the moment, has a works release program into the abattoir in Junee. The 2 large employers in Junee are the prison and the abattoir. I think there are 3 inmates that participate in the works release program in that facility.
And is that the only program that's running in New South Wales that you're aware of?
I think so. I'll answer on notice, but to my knowledge, I think it's just the Junee facility that has works release into an abattoir.
So, Minister, have you been briefed at all about these day release programs, particularly to slaughterhouses?
Not that I can recall.
At the last estimates, we briefly discussed programs involving animals, which you just started speaking about now, specifically X-race horses and also racing greyhounds. It was explained at the last estimates that the correctional officers are responsible for the greyhounds and the horses. Is that correct?
I might have to defer that to the Commissioner. Quite a specific question.
Yeah, the program is certainly led by the officers, but most of the work that is done with the animals, both horses and the greyhounds, is work that the inmates do.
Mm-hmm. But the ultimate responsibility rests with the correctional officers.
Correctional officers and and Racing New South Wales, and also the greyhound organisation. Yeah.
How often are they present?
I will have to take that on notice unless my colleague knows. I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you. I'm wondering what training is provided to correctional officers and inmates to look after these animals, particularly given that these are animals retired from commercial racing and obviously have behavioural difficulties and require different sort of attention and care to other companions.
Yeah, the thoroughbred racing program at St Heliers has a full-time person from Racing New South Wales with all the equine expertise that runs that course. He's a very experienced handler of horses, and I'm not a horse person, but he rides those horses, he cares for those horses, and he's very much works with the inmates in terms of rehabilitating those horses with the plan for them ultimately to become, pets. So it is very supervised by the Racing New South Wales people, whilst our corrective services industries people, we have equine people involved on staff. The program and most of the skills in terms of handling the horses come from Racing New South Wales.
And what about the correctional officers? Are they offered any kind of additional training for the work that they do in connection with the animals?
I'll have to take that on notice in terms of formal qualifications that they might have to participate in that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And you mentioned that there was a full-time qualified person in regards to the horses. What about the dogs?
The dogs I'll have to take on notice. I don't think that's the case. There are 8 dogs at Dilwinia and 6 at Wellington. The greyhound people certainly support and train and provide assistance, and they provide the food and the things that are all associated with that program. I'm not aware that their presence is as full-time as the horse program.
Thank you. Are there dedicated correctional officers looking after those dogs, or is that something that they need to do while also doing the rest of the job's responsibilities as well? Are they sort of split across the different areas?
That program happens in parallel with the other industries that happen in those prisons and the other things in the structured day education work and the other things that inmates participate in. So it's not a full-time program. Certainly the thoroughbred is more a full-time activity that inmates participate in, but the dogs less so.
And it was mentioned last budget estimates that there may or may not be greyhounds still living on site at Hunter. Are you able to...
The program at Hunter ceased. I think it was mentioned in estimates last time. There was an incident up there. Someone was bitten and the program ceased up there. It hasn't recommenced at Hunter.
But my understanding is that there was it wasn't clear whether there were still greyhounds living there.
Oh, there's no greyhounds there at the moment.
There's nothing there. Okay. And how many this might be something you need to take on notice, but how many greyhounds are currently living on site at Dilwinia and Hunter? Oh, sorry, not at Hunter. At Dilwinia, and how many have been rehomed in the last 12 months?
I can't answer the second part of your question, but there are 8 dogs at Dilwinia and 6 dogs at Wellington at the moment. Mm-hmm. Insofar as how many have been through that program and rehomed, I'll take that on notice.
And Minister, have you been briefed on these programs, or have you been out to visit any of the animals and the programs running?
No, look, I think certainly I'll continue to have discussions with the department around issues that I know that are important to you, Chair.
And Minister, what about the centre at John Moroney Correctional Complex that also holds wildlife? Have you been to that facility?
No, I've yet to visit John Moroney, but I have was scheduled to visit a number of our facilities in our regional communities.
And have you been briefed on the program that's run at John Maloney?
Not at this stage, but I'm sure. I think after this, the Commission and I will certainly have discussions about the whole program itself, which I know is important to you.
Thank you. The Corrective Services website describes the John Moroney Wildlife Care Centre as the largest of its kind in New South Wales. Are there other correctional facilities with wildlife centres in New South Wales?
Commissioner?
That's our only wildlife centre. We have other, and I can mention some other kind of pet rehabilitation programs that may not be on your list. The Wildlife Centre at Jeffrey Pearce is the only one we have of that nature. It has around 250 animals, and we receive those animals, mostly natives, from customs and reptiles and other things that are seized by the Customs Service, and from wires.
Thank you. The website also says that 250 animals are accommodated at John Moroney, animals that have been abandoned, distressed, seized, etc. I understand that animals arrive from rescue organisations in the RSPCA. What's the process or criteria for John Moroney to take on an animal, and what's the limit on the number of animals that they can actually take?
So there's two, the RSPCA and the Wildlife Centre are separate programs out there. So the Wildlife Centre, as I mentioned, takes animals from customs and wires, and native animals. I'm not sure of the criteria out there, but most of the animals there, they stay there and they live there, and they see their life out there. They're not animals that are rehomed unless they can be released into the wild, again through wires. The dog rehabilitation program out there is a joint venture that we have with the RSPCA. So that takes rescue dogs from the RSPCA, and we work with those dogs. They're rescued dogs. We rehome them, and the inmates they do a certificate 2 in animal care, and they train those dogs and rehome them. We have a similar thing down in Cooma as well.
Thank you. And you mentioned that some animals are released. I'm assuming that's animals that come in from wires that can be rehabilitated. Could I get from you on notice the number of animals that have been released over the last 3 years?
Sure.
Thank you. And how much government funding does this program at John Moroney receive?
I'll take that on notice. We have a couple of staff that staff that program. The inmates work there as well, and then there's the cost of running the facility, but I'll respond to that on notice.
And Minister, is it your understanding that the funding for these programs is adequate, or are you looking at extending the funding to these programs at all?
Well, like just in the normal deliberation of our budget allocations, Chair, we'll consider that in the normal process as we determine our budgets for the next financial year.
Thank you. I also understand that these offenders at John Moroney participate in formal training courses provided by TAFE New South Wales, with the opportunity to gain a certificate 2 in animal care. Are you able to advise how many inmates have actually obtained their certificate as a result of the program?
Yeah, sure, notice.
Thank you. There was a couple of questions as well that I was asking before that the Minister suggested that you may be able to give some more information on. I think it was in relation to the other initiatives and funding programs that are being put in regards to setting those targets of 8% and 10%, and what programs were actually being put into place to actually achieve those targets?
Sure. So I have a whole list of Aboriginal specific programs that we run across the state to contribute to closing the gap, and we're particularly focused on Target 10, reducing incarceration by 15%. But there are probably 2 or 3 themes that I'd probably prefer to respond in answer to your question. There's a growing remand population for all inmates across the state, but even more so for Aboriginal people. So we're particularly focused on things that we can do as corrective services to assist people on remand to get bail. So there's a conversation we're having with legal aid about providing all inmates, better access to legal services when they come into custody to access bail. There's a program at Silverwater Women's, particularly for Aboriginal women and the Aboriginal Legal Service, to assist Aboriginal women to get bail. One of the things we're particularly focused on is improving the supervision that we have of Aboriginal people on supervised orders in the community, but to provide the services that we provide as business as usual, but to do that in a more culturally informed and more targeted way. So we have a number of programs across the state and a number of trial sites. We are working with Aboriginal controlled organisations to really tailor in a more culturally appropriate way the services that we do. And I was down at Nowra Community Corrections a couple of weeks ago and was able to observe firsthand what some of those activities mean. We have a yarn first, business second approach to some of our interventions with people on community orders that is proven to be really effective in terms of opening up better communications and breaking down, the barriers that we have with our staff when they routinely sit across the desk with someone under supervision. I did hear the bell. I can keep going.
That's okay. I might give the rest of the time to the opposition, but I'll probably ask you to keep going later on this afternoon, if that's okay. But there's a few minutes left for the opposition with the Minister.
How many minutes? Oh,
5.5.
5.5. Thank you.
Okay.
On the countdown, Minister. You can taste it. Minister, I just wanted to speak about an article that was in the paper on February 27 in regards to a correctional officer and the alleged sharing of inappropriate photos. Now, I do have the bureaucrats here in the afternoon, so what I really
don't show me the
know
photo
from you. No, I don't have the photo, Minister. I'm not into that. But Minister, what I would like to know is it is alleged that the person who sent these is still working within Corrections New South Wales. Are you aware of that?
Look, that's an operational matter. All staffing matters are a matter for
Okay,
the
Minister.
department. I'm happy to
I'll do,
ask.
no, that's fine. I'll do that in the afternoon with Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
But have you intervened at all or asked any questions or received a briefing on this as the Minister responsible?
Well, look, all staff matters are a matter for the department. It would be inappropriate for any minister to be involved
So you
in
haven't
herself.
discussed anything and you have no concern?
I'm aware of the issue. We have had
aware.
communication with the department around this, but
Minister,
given it's
surely
a
you
HR matter, it is really a matter for the department
Minister,
to manage.
It is, but you are the Minister
and
you are ultimately responsible. And I would imagine, knowing the little I do know about you, that you would not condone this type of behaviour. It is very alarming and concerning. Would you agree?
Look, of course,
Okay,
any so
Yep,
I said
you,
any
Minister,
HR matters are
genuinely.
really for the matter of department.
I understand that, and I'll be prosecuting that. Thank you,
make
Minister.
that
I'll hand over to
appropriately.
my colleague.
Sure.
Thank you. Minister, you've made a lot about your innovation blueprint process. You announced it last year, I think, in November. So that was at least 6 months after you became Minister. Since then, you have had a day of meetings with people and you have released what is a page and a half of text on what is the discussion paper. I note that so that's taken 11 months, and I note in the discussion paper that it actually calls out specifically the Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility as being part of the consultation. So I just wanted to clarify, you said before that you hadn't actually been advocating for the continuation of funding to Minister Scully about that. So why is it, have you read the Innovation Blueprint discussion paper? Were you aware that the AMRF was in that?
It's my document.
So you've read it? Yep. So you've got the AMRF in it. So are you advocating to Minister Scully for the continuation of funding?
Well, the budget allocation that the government takes will be taken the normal course of the way we deliberate things. On the innovation booth, can I firstly correct you? We actually haven't had one meeting, and we're going to have a series of meetings.
Okay.
I've been down to Wagga, to Charles Sturt University, and I have to say,
so
innovation in the regions has been good.
So you've had
now,
two
we've had a number of
innovation
couple,
roundtables.
and we've got a number scheduled up.
Okay.
And I said the feedback that I've had,
Minister,
has
can
been
I
nothing
ask-
but positive.
Yeah,
has
that's
been
because they've been
enthusiastic.
neglected for a
It's
year
because
under
they
you,
were
Minister.
actually never listened
Could I
to
please
in
redirect?
the former government.
Minister, in your own media releases, you have said about the Coalition's record, we now have a thriving community of innovators and their supporters in New South Wales with a 325% increase since 2013. New South Wales now has a vibrant ecosystem of innovators. Couldn't agree more. That is responsible, under the responsibility of the Coalition government since 2013. So what you're actually decimating by not focusing on this industry and not acting with speed and scale is the destruction of that industry. So I'm wondering, if you were so interested in this Innovation Blueprint discussion paper process, why in the departmental media release about this, you weren't even quoted
Look, in fact, can I firstly say I reject the conclusion you made right at the start. I've met with many people, many stakeholders within this space. It's important to continue
Well,
to
you've
engage.
met with 5 unions in your diary disclosures and 3 people about innovation, science and technology policy.
Well, I have to say, I think you're mistaken on that
No,
front.
no, please check your own diary disclosures.
We'll continue to engage with our stakeholders. I think I said, your philosophical view is innovation is just handing out cash grants.
No, it's not, Minister.
Well,
I have
think
never
it
said that.
actually
I'm
is.
asking what
Well,
you're
that's
doing
all
as
I'm
Minister to
hearing.
progress.
What we're going to do is link the innovation
Minister-
blueprint with our industry policy and with our trade network.
But when will you deliver that?
Coordinated
You can't tell me anything
approach.
about those things.
Well, we are working through
In your
hearing
own
the
survey,
words
Minister, can I redirect you, please? In your own survey, Minister, one of your 4 eyes, like if you were less concerned about alliteration and more concerned about actually delivering policy, maybe we'd be in a better place. But one of your 4 eyes is investment, and it says, how can we increase the amount and diversity of finance available to startups and scale-ups? So you're asking how you can increase the amount in your own survey. You're asking about the rate of increase of ideas coming to fruition. That's about speed. But where are you demonstrating commitment to any of these things?
Well, look, our innovation blueprint is a reset to the sector to make sure that the relationship with the government and the sector is not one of just simple cash grants. There is nothing innovative or imaginative of a grant-based program. We need to grow the sector. We need to create a culture within our innovation where people come and experiment, come to have their ideas challenged. We need to find alternative private and public finance to make sure we can continue to invest in this sector. I think I have to say it's a bit of a deliberate lacuna if we think that this is just cash grants, and that's all I'm hearing from you, Ms. Munro. Let's just hand out money without thinking how we actually grow the sector, how we embed the institutions that we have.
You're in government, Minister.
That's right.
You are in government.
So
You're
that's right, and
talking
that's
about
exactly
union mates over here
why
and
we
handing out money.
are. That's exactly why we are resetting this relationship. The enthusiasm and the energy that I've had from stakeholders, I have to say, what I suspect is a real contrast as to the relationship that they had with the former government. You know, I love your passion, Miss Munro. I really do. But the question you need to ask, you're so passionate. Why did your government cut $450 million in the pre-election budget? You're so passionate, but I'm going to take $500 million away. I love this sector so much, but I'm going to withdraw the money. Take away the money.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister. We're now on to government questions. Does the government have any questions?
No, Chair.
No? No questions?
I think the opposition's done great for us.
Okay, well, thank you, Minister, for attending this hearing. We are finished with the question sessions for you. The committee will now break for lunch and return at 2 p.m.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
staying.
Thanks. We might get underway, it being 2 o'clock. So I will pass over to the opposition for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Chair. Thank you very much for all being here this afternoon. My questions are for the New South Wales Building Commissioner. So I'll be directing all my questions to you at the moment. Sorry, Commissioner. But I'm ready to go. I want to first actually thank you and congratulate you, Commissioner, for the outstanding work that you've done, particularly on the Mascot Towers. I think you've been absolutely commendable with that, and that's very much a bipartisan thing across this Parliament, I'm sure. I know it was a long process. And I know you've worked really hard on it since you were appointed. I'd like to know, please, just to start with, can we have an update on what's going on there, please?
Yes, sorry, I'll take this one if I may, so the Secretary's got room for when I pass to him now and again, if you don't mind. So the contracts have all been set out to the leavers. At this stage, it looks as though about more than 75% have signalled that they are intending to leave. So that's really good news because they're going and being able to get on with their lives. I don't quite know the number that are going to finally be stayers, but we'll know those numbers in the next week or so. Contracts should be all back for acceptance by the purchaser by the 20th of March. And then the intention would be that settlement and all of the government support initiatives would play out by the 3rd of May. So hopefully for these people, I know it's not a fantastic outcome, it's not what they all hope for, but it is a release from this nightmare. So hopefully by the 3rd of May, we'll be there.
3rd of May, okay. Thank you very much. And again, I do say it has been, I think, to use your words, it's been a pretty awful situation. I can't imagine what it's been like for them. So just on behalf of everybody, we thank you for that as well. And I'm sure that's shared by everyone here. So, Commissioner, your office worked pretty closely with these homeowners, didn't they?
Off and on, of course. I had a fair bit to do with them when I was appointed as Building Commissioner. So in that initial stage, while they were trying to discover what the scope of the issues were, the government at the time provided some expert advice through me to assist them to at least navigate that early journey. And then it really disappeared into about 2 years of a void where they were in litigation. First of all, they were in litigation with the Peak Towers developer next door, so that matter was run and settled. And then, of course, they decided that remediating the building was beyond them. So then they went through the Supreme Court process to wind up the Owners Corporation. Of course, that was unsuccessful by the judge deciding on the 24th of November last year that she was turning down that application, so that actually put everybody back where they were. We were working with the owners through most of last year on what we were calling the sale of building strategy, where we anticipated that the judge would say you can dissolve the Owners Corporation and sell the building, and that we would have had largely a similar sort of support set of arrangements that we've currently got on the table.
Right.
But when the court decided that they weren't going to award that, we varied the strategy into what's called a sale of lots strategy. That means where instead of everybody collectively deciding to go together, we just simply said, well, there'll be some who want to stay, clearly because there were people who were in the litigation who were objecting to being pushed out. And so it looks like those people will stay, but the rest will hopefully proceed to leave this behind them.
Right. And so on the back of all that good work that's happened, that's been done, that's been, I imagine very difficult, a lot of support's been promised in the media and in comments made to the office by this government. I'm just wondering how that's coming along.
Well, as you know, I've sat through the journey with both sides of government on this, so there's edges to it that probably are appropriate for me to defer to. But so since the election, the mandate's been to get involved in helping bring this to an end. And so we started at the beginning of last year looking at what the options were, and that's moved itself to this point. the shaping of the support packages came from an initial meeting with the Minister and the owners that I attended. And the owners, I put it to the owners at a meeting prior to that to say, what's your shopping list of things that you would like? Of course, they would have liked a compensation at market value, and then perhaps just to get their original purchase price back. And I said, well, I assume not on your shopping list would be that, in fact, we had a debt mitigation strategy sitting at the front of this, and that means that all owner-occupiers could walk away with no debt, because I felt that, if we were ever going to get a transaction here, we had to get the owners out in a way where their banks would allow the sale of the building to settle. So fortunately, we've had very good meetings with the major banks. There's 15 banks involved. And I said to them, well, you're in it and everybody's got to take some pain. The owners are taking pain, the government will take pain, and I'm afraid the banks are going to have to take some pain. And to their credit, and I want to call out to their credit, the banks have, I think, been both pragmatic and responsible, and they've stepped up to say that they're prepared to take a 40% discount on their mortgage. And so that's been done through our lawyers. And so that's pretty well settled. There's a bit of formality to go on there just to tidy that up, but let's assume we'll sort that out in the next week. The contracts for sale are out. They'll start to come back up to the 20th of March. And they should be able to be accepted. We've also received affirmation from the prospective purchaser that they now have funding to acquire the project. We always wanted to make sure we weren't wasting our time, because I'd hate to take these people to the top of the hill and bring them back down again.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we were quite settled in our mind that we now have a strong advice that, in fact, the transaction will happen.
Okay.
So really they're the pieces, and the jigsaw's just sort of a lot of work by everybody. I've got to say, across the department we've got some really good people who've worked on this tirelessly, so it's not just me, it's been a whole bunch of people.
And I completely acknowledge that, and as I said, I genuinely mean that. It's not easy, and I think that you should all be commended for that. But I just want to move on to, I'd like to ask a few questions about the government's commitment to create a New South Wales Building Commission. So the Building Commission was a key election commitment, and so what progress has been made since the government's announcement in May? So I just want to keep it really clinical, what that progress is since May.
So as you're aware, the government announced that they were going to have a building commission, and I would say to you, by the way, that earlier on in my role as building commissioner, I wasn't entirely accepting of that as a conclusion, but I am firmly in that camp that says this was necessary and that had to be the outcome.
Understood, yeah.
It was clear to me that once we'd got all of the new reforms and legislation and everything stood up, we really needed to create a capability around subject matter expertise, which just didn't exist in its prior setting. So that's what's happened. So we worked towards setting the commission up on the 1st of December. Of course, we had to go through a budget process.
Yeah. And the progress of that?
Well, everybody took a haircut in that process as well, but we came out the other end with a commitment to set the Building Commission up with a $24 million support in addition to the business as usual budgets.
Right. So how many staff were promised to create and run the Building Commission?
Basically, it was a lift and shift of everybody who was related to building inside fair trading coming across, so that number's settling now. The total number, including the 25 odd that were in the Office of Building Commissioner, the number now is sitting at about 466.
Right.
And it's, am I saying all of the people of the type or capabilities that we need? I think we probably need to move to more boots on the ground type effort than in the past. That was always something that I think both sides felt was necessary.
Yeah.
So we'll do that. And of course, we're working within the constraints of the budget, and so I think, and I'm going to defer to the Secretary here just to put the right words around this, because at times I don't get it quite right, but we put a business case up for the initial funding.
Yeah.
That was in that setting of everybody really being under the pump.
And how much was that for, that original business case?
I can't recall the number.
Could you take that on notice?
Yes, I will take that on notice, yes.
Okay, because I'm just using too this whole thing about move and shift, or that word that you use. Because
Lift and shift, yes.
Lift and shift, thank you. and I understand that, but I just want to know too, because this is very specialised work. You were set up to do a very specific thing. It's in the last term as well, and now this has been a promise and a commitment. But that takes specialised staff and specialised people. It's not just a lift and shift, I would imagine. So how many staff do you currently have at the moment that are specialised to do...
There are 466 people who've come across.
Yeah, but they've come across. That's not... What I'm trying to get to is who are those...
Okay, can I just touch on that? Because there are some very specialist people who are subject matter expertise in building.
Yeah.
Perhaps what they haven't in the past been is joined up to work seamlessly together as they will now be. So work in licensing, for example, is a very, very specialist piece of work, and we have some very, very good capability coming across with us. Intelligence is another area where there is specialist capability. We still haven't quite settled on the final numbers coming across, but we've got the base build of the team we need for intelligence, and that will be expanded. The inspectorate has come across as the inspectorate. There are currently about 20 positions in the inspectorate that need filling, and that's simply because of vacancy. That's for no other reason. Then there are the enforcements area. So again, we have a core of enforcements people. We'll probably need some more.
Okay.
Right now, there's a mixture of funded and unfunded positions that sort of we get to the 30th of June.
Okay, so how many unfunded positions are there?
Maybe.
Would you like to take that on notice?
Well, I think maybe the Secretary could put some context on that and...
Well, I think the thing that
Mr. Head.
needs to be stated quite clearly here is that, as Mr. Chandler's outlined, there's been an initial allocation to establish the Building Commission,
which was 24 million.
Yes, in addition to some other measures that are outlined in the budget papers.
So Mr. Head, there's $24 million that's been given to establish the Building Commission. The rest are staff that are moving over into the Building Commission, right? I'm just talking about new money that's there to head them up. That's $24 million.
There's a specific $24 million allocation to establish the Building Commission in this year, and future year budgets will be determined in the normal way through the budget process.
I understand that, Mr. Head. I don't need, Secretary, I don't need that sort of explained, thank you. But I just want to know, originally, how many staff were promised to create and run the Building Commission?
There was no number promised, basically. So this has been a separation, and I think what I would say to you is that it's not as neat as it could have been. For example, some of my powers are still under the oversight of the Commissioner for Fair Trading. So there are some issues that we need to sort of work our way through.
So what are we doing about that? Secretary?
On the 1st of December, the former Better Regulation Division in the department was disaggregated. The Building Commission was stood up as a separate part of the department, as was Safe Work on that day. There are a range of processes to go through around the way in that disaggregated model previously existing delegations will work now that these things are being separated.
I'll just redirect you, Secretary, if I can just redirect you. What my question is, when will those things be put in place to allow the Building Commissioner and Commission to work as it was intended to do?
The Building Commissioner already has delegated authority.
Yes, but the bits that need to come over, when will that happen?
Well, we're working through those things that will require legislative change.
I understand that. When will that happen?
Well, as I said, it's happening now. There are existing delegations, so powers that the Building Commissioner uses under the legislation, delegated from both the Fair Trading Commissioner and also for those bits of legislation where I'm the delegate, delegated from me. So there will be a process of progressively tidying that up.
Yeah, I understand all that,
but that
Secretary.
doesn't...
So the process has started? of
yes,
that?
the building commissioner.
So when, I'll put it another way, Secretary, I'll redirect you. When do you think that process will be complete?
Well, I can't give you a specific
Okay,
end
well,
date.
that's fine then. That's fine. That's what I needed to know. I'll just go back to you, Commissioner, if that's all right. What I want to know is, I understand there's big numbers, like 400 plus sounds big, right? But I want to know from you, in your expert advice to this committee, if you have the people and the skill mix required to be running this organisation of the building commission that we need and that everybody wanted.
Sure.
I understand this is a difficult question.
No,
I
it's not a
understand you're
difficult-
under, but I just want to know if you have the people that you need and the budget you need to be effective in the way that it was intended.
Chair, I'm just going to jump in here. I
Yeah.
think this is straying very close to requesting an opinion from a public servant, which under the procedural fairness resolutions is not allowed. Paragraph 13, I think.
Look, I think that's fine. I'm happy for that to be a heads up to the public servant, not to give an opinion. And I'm happy for the member to continue with that.
Order, Chair, that I am not asking an opinion, I'm asking as an expert.
Yeah.
It's a fair and reasonable question.
Yeah, no, I'm happy for you to continue
Thank
your
you,
questions.
Chair.
I just
I just wanted to get, because,
fair enough.
So there will be a number of positions that will be funded and determined in the next budget round. So we've got all I guess, the budget that we need to get to the end of this financial year. We have an issue which has recently been cleared, and that is that not knowing the forward budget, it's hard to make appointments that go beyond that date. So there are some, obviously quite clear rules around that. I think the Secretary is able to clarify what those rules look like, but I sort of feel comfortable now that I can engage all of the people that I'm currently needing to engage immediately.
Okay.
So there's 39 people plus the 20 inspectors.
Okay. So just to fun, Mr. Commissioner, do you have the people that were promised to you?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you. And then you'll be awaiting now to further out to do what the work is and awaiting the next budget cycle.
And if I can just make one refinement to what I've told you,
Yep.
is that looking at what's come across is that we are largely a metropolitan-centric organisation. We are not necessarily set up to be a statewide organisation, and we received additional powers through the Parliament, and you remember on the 1st of December as well, which actually brought the inspections of Class 1 buildings into the space.
Yeah, yeah.
We're yet to build out that capability because that's a new power to intervene between when a house starts and when a house finishes. That's the first time we've had that power. So we haven't got the talent bank at the level I'd want. But the first thing we're doing is we're just doing a deep analysis across the state to work out where every type of building that we now regulate happens to be.
Okay.
Where we believe the riskiest players are overlaid on the top of that.
Yeah.
And then where do we need to build regionally centred capability around the state to service that? Because the housing strategy in the next couple of years is going to be
Thank you.
less than metropolitan focused.
Yeah, I don't like hearing that things are metropolitan focused, Commissioner, but thank you very much. And then that's going to give me another thing to pursue. But I have very limited time, so I just want to ask Mr. Taylor. I just want to know, when I spoke about the issue in regards to the alleged illicit photos that were sent to someone by a corrections officer, is that correction officer still working for corrections?
So the officer's still employed. The police have now. I'm sorry. Can I answer with a bit of a chronology? Would that help?
No, I just have really limited time, so I want to know.
So the officer is still employed. We had commenced the misconduct process. We have advice now that the police are having another look at that matter, having informed us previously that they weren't likely to pursue any criminal charges against that employee. So it is now pursuing a misconduct process, and until that misconduct process concludes, the officer's employment.
Right. So as the leader of your organisation, and they're alleged, these are serious allegations. I find them really offensive. I'm sure everybody does. It's gross. How is that possible that someone is still working within an organisation that has such serious allegations? that has an active investigation going on?
Well, the rules of procedural fairness need to proceed so that the misconduct process can take its course, and the outcome of that process can include termination of employment.
But if there were serious concerns, wouldn't someone then stand aside for a time on pay, or?
That person has been out of the workplace on either suspension or special leave since November 2022, when the referral...
But quite some time after.
They were suspended 3 days after the referral was made to our professional standards.
But okay, so they're not actually actively working at the moment?
They haven't. They have been out of the workplace for that period of time.
Right, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move on to crossbench time. Mr. Taylor, sorry, we were talking before about some of the Close the Gap initiatives, and I think we stopped to allow other questions.
Sure. I mentioned before we paused that bail was one of the things that we were looking closely at to try and do everything we can to reduce the number of people we have in custody. And given the growth of remand in recent years and continuing, that continues to be a focus for us. I spoke about more culturally appropriate supervision for people on orders in the community, and similar to that, we have a real focus on improving our improving access to diversionary people, Aboriginal people. One of the programs that we're spending a lot of time getting the best use out is the Blunder program. The Blunder program is a diversionary program for Aboriginal men. It's on a property up at Blunder, which is near Casino, on the mid-north coast. Participants in that program are found guilty or plead guilty in court, and before the magistrate or judge sentences them, they are bailed to that facility. They participate in a 6-month program, which it's on the river. It's on the Clarence River. It's an amazing property. It's a working cattle property, and we have 15 Aboriginal staff there, including elders that work with the men on cultural programs. At the same time, they're doing education, they're doing treatment for addiction and other programs. And the men who successfully conclude that program go back to the court after 6 months, and almost none of them are then sentenced to custody, whereas otherwise they would have got a custodial sentence. So we're really investing heavily in that program. We have a similar one for women that's based in the Cessnock area. We're working with a business and also a philanthropist to potentially expand that program substantially. On the diversionary space as well, we're looking for... Housing is a big issue for us, and getting people out of custody into stable housing, and particularly for Aboriginal people, being able to post bail and having stable housing contributes to the remand numbers for Aboriginal people. So we work with some NGOs around housing, but we also have some of our facilities that we are able to make available to vulnerable people, particularly Aboriginal people, as a housing option, either as a bail option or as a transition option from custody. The other thing in those kind of themes that I mentioned around closing the gap that we're really focused on is working much more closely with Aboriginal controlled organisations, particularly for our people in custody. We're expanding our Aboriginal Community Mentor program, which brings local elders, particularly in the regions where the elders come into the facility and run cultural programs with the inmates. And I was in South Coast a couple of weeks ago, and in maximum security, some pretty serious inmates had spent some serious time in jail. Were participating in a fabulous program with a local elder down there, doing a cultural program, making spears, doing traditional dance. And for those inmates, they said to me they participate in many of our normal programs, which are our normal programs for violent offenders and the normal programs that we run, and it's the first time they've actually been involved in a cultural type program, and they had connected with their culture in a way that they hadn't before. So it's programs like that we are seeking to make more routine and more available for Aboriginal people as a significant part of our closing the gap. strategy.
Also, just in before I move on, just in regards to the different programs that involve animals in correctional facilities, are any of these programs run through the female facilities? Are they available to female inmates as well?
Yes, they are, and I might take the opportunity, Ms Hurst, just Chair, to correct the record.
Oh, yeah.
On abattoirs, we have in Cooma, we also have four inmates work at the Mon Beef facility in Cooma on works release.
Okay, thank you. And
very appreciated.
I believe that there was inmates also going to it might be an older program, going to the duck slaughterhouse.
We
out
used
in
to
Western
have
Sydney.
works release, to a duck farm in Western Sydney.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's still a works release employer of ours. I'll confirm that on notice. They certainly were in the past. You're right,
I remember
Chair.
that from a long time ago. I just wasn't sure if it was still running.
So we'll confirm that, but I'm not sure. I have a feeling they're not, but I may be incorrect. In answer to your question, programs for women, we've mentioned before the Greyhounds program at Duenia. I'm just looking at my list here. I'm not sure we have other programs for women, but I'll confirm on notice. I'll look to my colleague. Doesn't seem like we do.
With the, you mentioned that one of the, like the duck facility might no longer be part of the larger program. Is that just because they've sort of pulled themselves out, or how does somebody end up sort of moving out of or into these programs?
We put a lot of effort into reframing the works release program. Last year we had over 300 inmates participate in the works release program. Before COVID it was kind of 40 or 50. So we've had a real focus on partnering with employers that provide real vocational outcomes for inmates. So notwithstanding perhaps the welfare perspective of that facility, to get a work experience in a facility of that nature is not really the type of work experience that's likely to lead to a career. So through that lens, there's a number of employers that we haven't continued our relationship with on the basis that we want to transition inmates into jobs that give them well-paid industry wages while they're still in prison, so that they can exit custody with some money in their bank to assist their transition into the community. And also workplaces and vocations and careers that they're likely to be able to continue working in when they get into the community, well-paid jobs that help them change their life. So we're really focused on industries that pay well and will likely give people with a criminal record and time in history a continuing career. Construction's a good one, civil construction and manufacturing, engineering, those types of industries that pay well and are a little more forgiving for people that have a background that might include time in jail.
Thank you. Are you able to take on notice the specific reasons for the duck, if the duck facility is no longer used, but the specific reasons why that fell out of the program?
Sure.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for that. Earlier I was asking about cell-based meat to the Minister, and I'm not quite sure who is best placed to answer this, but he mentioned that somebody might be able to give me some more information this afternoon about the MVP Ventures program and whether or not cell-based meat startup companies would be eligible.
I think either our Chief Scientist or Ms Knight, Chief Scientist probably.
Thank you.
Just while that, Chair, we're not involved with the duck.
Okay, great.
Anymore, but I will respond on notice.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, we're significantly involved with cell-based meat culture companies as a group. A year, maybe 18 months ago, we ran a program which funded infrastructure in synthetic biology and biological manufacturing, and some of those were recipients of at least parts of the grants that were involved in those, and that helps them basically scale. I think the big problem in this industry is not startups as much as scale-ups, how they go from developing an idea into something that's manufacturable and so on. So that's certainly been occurring. We do also run, we've just We haven't made the announcement of who's got it yet, but we've just run what's called the Biosciences Fund, for which they're obviously eligible. It's a competitive fund, but that's more aimed at companies which are pre-seed or pre-significant Series A investment, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So we do have eligible programs for companies like that at a reasonable scale, as in millions of dollars.
Great. And if a company was set up in another state but they wanted to develop infrastructure here and then sort of scale up on that scale, is that sort of still available for those companies?
The rules we generally have are that the majority of the work has to be done here.
Majority of the work.
So it doesn't necessarily mean they have to have headquarters here, but to be honest, the funds have managed to attract a lot of headquarters to be moved here, which is a good thing.
Fantastic. And if this is entirely out of the portfolio, please let me know, but just another thought in regards to evidence that we heard quite a while ago in an inquiry into the use of animals in experimentation. Somebody came to give evidence around their startups building different cell structures and cell lines to actually replace the use of animals in experimentation. Yep. Is that something as well that would fall under these grants?
Yep, they're eligible for those. They're all competitive programs. Yep. Obviously the BioFund funds things that are genuinely around the biology area, and that includes cultured meats and things like that, and also synthetic organs and organoids as they're called, and yes, many other things. But obviously other funds are more directed, e.g. at physical sciences, all that sort of thing. Yep.
Wonderful, thank you so much.
Good, nice to be asked a question.
Always enjoy your answers.
You did very well.
Thank you. If we only had more time.
And fewer portfolios.
I've got some questions for fair trading. That might be...
is that another call up?
Yeah,
come on down.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was wondering, I was talking before about puppy farming and dodgy backyard breeders selling sick dogs. I'm just wondering if fair trading's been doing any work on the consumer section of this in the last 12 months?
Yes, thank you, Ms Hurst. So we've had conversations at earlier budget estimate sessions about the application of ACL to puppies, and we, I think there is a real question about whether Australian consumer law is appropriate to deal with animals when they're sentient beings. Thank you. So there was a recommendation out of the report that the then Fair Trading Minister should bring that to the Consumer Minister's meeting, and he did that. He acquitted that, but I think I would say that nothing really progressed following that meeting, but it is something that we're looking at. We're not in the puppy farming, obviously doesn't sit within Fair Trading's remit, but puppy scams do, and we do a lot of work around puppy scams. We saw a lot of puppy scams, as you know, during COVID. We do annual consumer awareness campaigns about puppy scams, so that's something that we're definitely doing.
Has the number of puppy scams increased recently, or have we seen a decrease after COVID?
We've seen a decrease after COVID. So sort of in the height of COVID, we were seeing about 125 complaints in 2020 and 178 in 2021. But in 2023, that's down to just below 100. So they are going down in terms of the reporting rates to fair trading.
Thank you. In regards to, I wanted to talk about free-range egg labelling as well. In 2017, a national information standard for free-range egg labelling was adopted by New South Wales, and the standard sets out the maximum stocking densities egg producers can have in order to use the free-range label on egg cartons. I'm just wondering if there's any work being done by Fair Trading New South Wales to ensure that this standard is complied with in New South Wales.
Not that I'm aware of, but if I can take that on notice, I'll let you know if we're doing anything.
Thank you. I do note that on the website it says that it's both the ACCC and Fair Trading. So, yeah, I'd be interested to know sort of what that division is and what Fair Trading is done. I'm also wondering how Fair Trading, or if Fair Trading would become aware of an egg producer that was in breach of these standards, what actions Fair Trading would take or would be able to take?
Ms Hurst, so this is not something that's come to me in my time as Fair Trading Commissioner, but I will certainly take that on notice and come back to you.
thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask about was around the rental laws, and I think that it probably falls under both the Rental Commissioner and yourself as well. We were talking this morning about rental laws with animals, and one of the questions I asked the Minister was, what do people do at this point in time now if they're experiencing or potentially experiencing houselessness or facing houselessness because they can't find a rental property with animals, what steps they can take while we're waiting for the legislation to come in? I think you said that they could go to fair trading. Do you have more information you can provide on that?
Yes, thank you. So I do, but I've got my rental commissioner standing right next to me, so I might ask her to sit down and respond.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On the matter of where renters are finding it difficult to find a rental home with a pet, this is something I'm obviously very aware of and something that renters raise with me all the time. I think your earlier question was about what advice would you give to those renters. Aside from the work that's happening on the reforms, which will make it easier for renters to have pets, I acknowledge the difficulty right now, and what I would say to those renters is that there are some things that you can do to potentially support your application for your tenancy. For example, you could create a pet resume, and that looks like alongside your tenancy application, you can put a picture of your pet, you can put your tenancy history, you can say the good things about them, their behaviour, and get others to say how great your pet is, which is not a bad thing. I would also say that, and try to provide some advice to renters, that it's illegal for anyone to ask them for a pet bond. So that is not permitted in New South Wales. So if they are being asked for a bond, I would strongly encourage them to contact Fair Trading and do not pay any additional funds on the existing bond. And the other thing I would like to just give advice to renters about on that matter is they can't be refused if they have an assistance animal. And so there are protections in place for that, and anyone who's in those circumstances cannot be refused, and that's in law.
Yeah, great, thank you. While I've got you, is there any further updates that you can give us from the work that you were doing in regards to the animals in rental space since we last spoke at budget estimates?
Yes, so since we last spoke, the survey results were released on the consultation, and this was to the question around, in New South Wales, a pet can only be kept by a renter if the owner agrees. That's the current state, unless it's an assistance animal, as I've said. And right now, as you're aware, owners don't need to give a reason to refuse a pet. Now, what we heard back from the 16,000 survey responses and over 400 long-form submissions were 93% of renters strongly supported changes to the law to require an owner to give a good reason for why they can't have a pet, or to go to the NCAT tribunal if they want to refuse a pet. Renter owners, where we have people who own their property but rent it out to someone else and rent somewhere else, they also supported this change. However, owners and real estate agents did not support the owner needing to give a reason to refuse a pet. We talked to through that process about notification periods, and part of the question in that discussion paper was around how many days notice would you need to give the owner from a renter's perspective. So renters were pretty neutral on whether 21 days was too much time. Owners' answer to that request was, renter owners were neutral as well, that it was the right amount of time, while owners and real estate agents thought it was the right amount of time at 21 days. Based on all the responses though, I think to get to the crux of where people were coming from, the top 3 reasons to refuse a pet were the pet is a restricted animal, or an animal is declared dangerous or menacing. The renter keeping the pet on the property would be breaking other laws, and also that the property is not suitable for the pet. Now, the suitability is a discussion that I have in a very live way all the time with stakeholders. One good example that I can give is you're a farmer and you've got a secondary dwelling. You may have sheep, and the person may have a large dog that may not be suitable in proximity to those sheep. And so those were types of examples. But I've also heard examples like, will someone keep chickens in their cupboards in an apartment? And so I think it's about being pragmatic and ensuring that any reasons might be reasonable and pragmatic.
And so what's your role now in this reform going forward? Is it just sort of gone on to the Minister now and that's your sort of part of that is done, or?
Well, I continue to meet with stakeholders. I have regular meetings with the RSPCA. I've been linking in with Lucy's project and others. And I really see that as part of my role in terms of the implementation as well as the recommendations for change. So I'm continuing those meetings and continuing to monitor changes in other jurisdictions as well as internationally to ensure that any advice is up to date and informed by the people who will be impacted.
Thank you. And I know that these reforms are coming later than expected. Did you or your office request an extension on time on this?
At the time of the extension of time, it was right after the survey consultation, and it was really important to get out and talk to people. So I met with close to 70 organisations and groups, including renters and landlords, and I was able to have more detailed conversations with them. As you can see from the survey responses, it's often one way or the other, but when I got out to speak to people, I found there was much broader acceptance when you actually can talk in more detail with people directly.
Yeah, thank you. Back to the opposition, the Honourable Aileen McDonald. The microphone seems to be facing the wrong way.
If I could, the Acting Commissioner, Mr Taylor, just following on, we didn't get to hear from you about the Mothers and Babies program. What have you, is it going to be housed somewhere else, or what's happened?
I might ask my colleague, Deputy Commissioner Martin, to mention that, but so we are reopening Emu Plains at the moment. We are working to bring that facility back online, and I'll ask Dr. Martin to talk to that in a minute. But what I'll point out to you, so the Emu Plains facility is closed when the floods came through the Nepean River in 2022. The women that were in that program were and their children that were with them were moved in two ways. They went to one of our transition centres, or the women were released to external leave under Section 26 of the CAS Act. That's a part of our Act that has existed for a long time and permits the Commissioner to release female inmates with children or a child to serve their sentence in the community. It was a little used piece of our Act that we now use more frequently. So what we've done, what's happened with that program is lower security women who can serve their time in the community with their children are now doing that, and we've had 13 women diverted under that piece of our Act. So the numbers are actually quite low. So whilst the facility's been low, we've been doing some infrastructure works out there so we can house higher security women who it's not appropriate to grant external leave under that clause, so we can reopen it with some additional security measures and make that program really viable. Do you just want to mention where we are now?
I will, thank you. So as Mr Taylor was saying, Emu Plains and the Jacaranda Cottages, which is outside of the main part of the Emu Plains Correctional Centre, has a new fence erected around it, and what that means is we can cater up to Category 3, a higher security classified group of women. When it was decanted around the time of the floods, it was more minimum security women. It had some real challenges in being sustainable. We're very keen to do the best that we can to minimise harm to children when their mum comes into custody. So when it reopens and with this new fence, which when you're in it, the cottages around the outside, the fencing actually falls down in a dip. So when you're in it, the fence isn't too prominent from the inside, which is a good thing, particularly if children are going to be there. Up to 15 women will be accommodated there. Up to 23 children will be accommodated there. We're working with our infrastructure and assets team, particularly and alongside of Justice Health around the clinic, because before it was all women, now it's going to be separate. Main will be for men, works release, Jacaranda Cottages, women need to make sure that's all safe and separated. We're hoping to be
Thank you. Thank
Sorry.
you. I just Just really quickly, what were the challenges? You just
Around-
spoke about challenges. You said that, obviously it was flooded, it wasn't there, now there's challenges. What are the different challenges that were there before it was flooded?
Yeah, some of the challenges were at the back end or the end of a person's sentence. We're focused on works release. We're focused on ensuring all programs have been completed, access to various medical health type services. There was particular criteria in terms of being minimum security and appropriate behaviour to go there. Once all of those filters were applied, the numbers were very, very low and not sustainable.
Okay, so I just find that really, and look, I don't know a lot about corrections. I only sat on a committee for a while, but I just would have found that one of the main priorities of people being able to rehabilitate themselves is for them to stay with their children. But you're saying there's not a high number of women being incarcerated that have children?
No, that's not what I'm saying, so I'd like to correct that
Okay.
if I've given that impression. What we know from our intake screening process is around 60% of women in custody have got children. Around 20% had a child in their care when they came into prison. Right? So that's a smaller number. Then when we filter out association issues, when we filter out other competing demands according to their case plan, that number was becoming quite low. So I do not want to give the impression that women aren't parents, there's a low number, nor that there wasn't a need.
And I wasn't suggesting you are, but I really need to, because I've got limited time, but so the 60% of women that come in have children, but you have to go with a classification, so then you have to decide in corrections whether they're eligible for that facility or not.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to actually explore this a bit, but I need to move on because I find that quite sort of alarming, because I just think they should all have access to that. But just going to you, Mr. Taylor, I just want to know how many people are on workers' compensation within the prison system. How many of your employees? And I know that's really particular, so I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Do you mind, unless the Secretary has the numbers handy?
We'll take it on notice if we may.
And Secretary, would you say that there is a higher than average amount of people in correction services department that are on workers' compensation compared to other?
Yes, I would. The 22-23 financial year was not a good year in terms of claims. The growth in claims is very focused around psychological injury. That at the present time is the focus of a number of strategies, including a much more bespoke, tailored, flexible approach around return to work.
So, Mr. Secretary, would you be able to provide to this committee the amount that how many correction services officers are on workers' compensation over the last 3 financial years, and what percentage that is across other departments? The difference in how it's higher.
When you say other departments, other parts of DCJ?
Yeah, or other across government, because I'm told it's very high. And the
I certainly can do that for DCJ.
Okay.
In terms of I
sure,
can't speak
understand,
for other departments.
Secretary. Yeah, no, I completely understand. And my other question, Secretary, would be in terms of the Minister said before, which was great news, that there would be no job losses across any of the mothballing, to use his words, mothballing of the beds. Right. So because there is, and I'm just placing this out there as because I don't know, I don't have access to the information, but would those no job losses correlate to the fact that you have a high proportion of people on workers' compensation, and so those roles are being used to fill that?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I might go to the Chief Scientist or possibly Investment New South Wales. It's about the quantum industry and how New South Wales is advocating to the federal government for, shall I say, quantum supremacy? Does that sound too sci-fi?
Quantum.
Yes. So I presume you're aware of this sort of secret EOI process that the federal government has been going through. So are you aware of New South Wales government advocacy to support New South Wales quantum-based
Yep, we are very
companies?
strong engagers with the federal government in the quantum area.
Yep.
We've been actively involved in the Growth Centre
Yes.
program, which has been announced, and
Yep.
also the investment fund, and we were heavily involved in the way that was formulated. We had a number of people from New South Wales also on the task force that developed it.
So do we know how much funding we're getting from that?
No one knows yet, because although the proposals have gone in, no one knows the outcome.
Okay. Has the Minister been involved with that advocacy?
Yes, he's been very supportive of the quantum work.
Okay. But
and
supportive of your work
Yes,
rather than
in the quantum
specifically
area, absolutely.
advocating
Yep.
himself?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of the way that that $100 million that might be available through this EOI process from the federal government, is there any timeline at the moment that New South Wales is working towards for an announcement of that?
Well, just be careful here. The federal government have announced what amounts to a quantum growth centre.
Yes.
They called for proposals.
Yep.
There was a bid, a very competitive bid,
Yep.
put forward led by New South Wales, but clearly involving lots of other people across the country.
Yep.
And we do not know the outcome of that yet.
Mm-hmm. Are you concerned that things like ANF are, I mean, we've obviously got locations in New South Wales, but that we're moving towards a Queensland-centred industry rather than a New South Wales industry, particularly if we lose SQA?
As it stands at the moment, we have a very, very strong quantum industry, not just computing, but
Yep.
sensing and devices
Yep.
in New South Wales. And SQA is still there. It's not
Yes.
disappeared, and it's not about to disappear at this point either. So I'll make that clear, okay?
Okay, but when you say it's not about to disappear, they haven't got any recurrent funding confirmed yet.
They've never had recurrent funding, let's
No.
be absolutely clear.
That's right, but they've run out, I mean, they're running out of funding now, and they haven't been given any more funding
Yes.
yet.
Yes. Look, I can't say anything about what the budget process will be this year, but clearly they have a lot of strong advocates.
Yeah.
They've done an excellent job. We've just had a very detailed review done of what they've managed to achieve.
Yes.
And SQA have put New South Wales head and shoulders above anyone else in this country.
Totally. Yes, very, very much agree with that. That sounds hopeful. I feel hopeful. I hope that there's work being done. I think because we've got limited time, I might move on to the MVP grant program, which is probably Ms. Knight.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Professor Durant-White.
Two questions.
It's tough. It's tough to fit it all
Great
in.
use of your day.
I Ms. Knight, I'm just wondering about the operation of the new MVP grant program. Obviously, it was scaled down significantly in terms of the amount of funding that was allocated and the amount of funding that was available for startups and for founders. And one of the hallmarks of the announcement, given it was a reduced amount of funding, was that it would be a quicker approval process and simpler. But in promising a 15-day response time to that initial submission, founders have been waiting for over 2 months to get a response. So it was promised at 15 days because of the reduced funding, but they were waiting for over 2 months for any response. I understand that there were a lot of applicants, and that's obviously because all the applicants last year were not able to receive any funding, so there was interest. But how do you think it's acceptable that we've got startups waiting for 2 months when they were promised a 15-day turnaround?
Chair, I'm just going to jump in here again.
Let me rephrase my question. What steps are being taken to ensure that deadlines are adhered to?
Sure. Thank you for the question. And yes, we acknowledge that there have been some delays in some processing. We have had a very large number of expressions of interest.
Yeah.
And we are certainly diverting our resources to manage those as quickly as possible. But what I would say is that we are communicating frequently and we're being very transparent about where we're at with that process. We have processed a huge number, acknowledging that there are still some to go.
Mm-hmm. How many have you processed so far, would you say?
So we have received 349 submissions.
Yep.
172 have been assessed against the eligibility criteria.
Mm-hmm.
23 have gone on to to request a detailed application because it's now a two-stage process.
Yes, yeah, I understand.
Of the 23 applicants that have been requested to submit a detailed application, 9 have submitted them, with 3 being approved for funding.
Okay.
And the remaining 6 are still being assessed.
Okay, and from last year's grants, my understanding was that there were 154 MVP Ventures grants applications paused in April, May last year, May, June, and that none of those paused applications actually received funding in the end through the MVP Ventures grant. Is that accurate?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering if given that there was a blowout in the response time to those applicants, if startups can be confident about the tech vouchers program, where it's, fairly similar grant program, to be honest, and they don't get the funding which is matched until they complete the program. So they have to conduct all their work, including gaining match funding, and actually complete the work, and then they get the funding at the end of when they've done it. But that part of the grant program is that they have to be ready to start within 3 months of submitting their application to the department. How can they be confident that they will be getting responses in time to actually start producing work?
Chair, I'm just going to jump in again.
Okay.
Clearly, a request for an expression of opinion.
So,
And
how
you're talking
are
about, sorry, you're talking about boosting business?
Tech vouchers.
Tech vouchers,
Yep.
which is part of the same program, yeah.
Yeah. So, what steps are you taking to ensure that startups can be confident that they will receive an application response within a particular time period, given the department is putting their own time periods on parameters?
Look, yeah, my understanding on boosting business is that, we have the agreements with delivery partners, which is the publicly funded research organisations, and that those tech voucher amounts are now being issued to those delivery partners. So they are being administered through that process rather than directly with the SME.
This tech voucher scheme, how it works, says that eligible projects must be ready starting within 3 months of submission to the department. So you're saying that that's not accurate?
I'll have to take that on notice again.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, we could talk about the Boosting Business Innovation Program for a long time because, unfortunately, could I please ask somebody, is the Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility within the purview of this department?
No, it is not.
Okay, so why is it included in the 1.5-page discussion paper for the Innovation Blueprint?
Hugh and I could probably talk about this for a while. So whilst the construction of the facility is not within the purview of this department, it is within Western Parkland City Authority.
Yes.
We still have a lot to do with that facility. In that, the chief scientist, is very focused on the semiconductor capabilities and the work that will be going on in Building 2.
Yeah.
And do you want to talk about it?
Please do.
Yeah.
Contact you enough.
Tell us more about semiconductors.
At least I'm making someone happy today.
The AMRF has been ongoing now for about 3 or 4 years, and I've been involved all the way through.
Yes.
Chief scientist is involved in lots of things, not just in their own department.
Thank goodness.
It is, as it said, it's effectively run through the Bradfield thing and through planning and so on.
Yeah.
But we provide a lot of technical input, particularly around the second facility. Clearly, we have input in terms of the way we might attract investment. I sit on the investment committee for it, for example, and we're engaged also about skills development and a whole range of other things that impact the manufacturing part of the strategy, which investment and the Chief Scientist Office are also delivering.
So are you confident that, or do you know if Stage 2 funding has been confirmed?
For the second building?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
it's ongoing and we're planning it now.
Okay, that's very, very good to hear. Thank you.
Yep. It'll be electronics and semiconductors.
Yes, yeah, it's very exciting. It's very, very exciting. In terms of, I'm sorry, a different portfolio now, going back to rental reforms actually. I just wanted to understand who's the best person for this? Is it
Commissioner?
Yeah.
Possibly. It's more on the departmental side. It's around portable bonds and where this is really up to. It was difficult to get a response this morning.
I'm happy to talk to that. I'm
Thank you.
leading on the development of the portable bond scheme within
Yep.
fair trading.
Thank you.
And so we have a team established that are dedicated to the discovery work that's currently underway on the programme, and that includes how it will work, who will be involved, and that's progressing well.
Is there a deadline for putting that to the minister?
There's advice being provided all the way through, and ultimately some decisions will be a matter for the government.
Yeah.
At this stage, we're in the discovery process, and the next stage, once there's agreement, will be to go into procurement. And so I can't give a definitive deadline about when the programme will be in implementation, because it will be subject to the procurement process and then the vendor of that. But at this stage, we are progressing well.
Okay, so is there a deadline for the discovery period?
So we're working as fast as we can on this because it's so important to people.
Totally.
And right now it's really about what the logistics are, how that might work, how it would interact with other aspects of government.
Yeah.
And so we're doing the diligence on that because we've got the largest bond holdings in the country, over $2 billion, close to $2 billion of bonds and over 1 million bonds. So it's really important that we are doing the diligence not only on how the scheme will work but how it will interact with the current system.
Yeah, but are you working to a timeline to actually furnish a report and recommendations?
Yes, that's all underway at the moment, and as I said, that advice is being provided regularly.
So is there a point, have you got a date in a spreadsheet somewhere where you're aiming to have that compiled?
Yes, but I would say those aspects are also subject to the commercial feedback that we get once we go to procurement, because the deadlines will be once we start the conversations with the industry about how long would it take to build. We're still subject to some of those unknowns at this stage.
Okay, we're talking for this discovery process, months or weeks or years? Or?
No, I'm certainly not talking years, and
Good.
we're absolutely prioritising this, and I'm confident that it's progressing well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to throw a couple of questions in before I go to Ms. Boyd. I've just got one more question for you as well. Are you involved in any changes around the no grounds evictions?
Yes.
Can I get an update from you about where that's at and what that could potentially look like in New South Wales?
So similarly with the PET reforms, the no grounds evictions is the priority rental reform that's underway at the moment. I've spoken with all of those stakeholders that I talked about earlier. Those were the two key issues that I spoke to them about, alongside issues around closing loopholes around rent increases. What's been really important at this stage is to look at the other jurisdictions and to be able to ground our advice in what changes have happened in those areas, and be able to give that advice based on the impacts to the people that we're speaking to, but also what's happening in other areas across Australia. Right now the timing will be a matter for government, but we are continuing to meet with the people that will be most impacted and are closest to this issue, including renters, and I'm regularly meeting with them.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of follow-up questions for Ms. Mann as well. Before we were talking about puppy scams, but I'm just wondering if there's data as well that's collected in regards to animals that have been sold, for example, with genetic health issues and those sorts of complaints?
So they would come under our sort of...
It still comes under the
under
scams
that
portfolio?
Same data, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I know that you said that, and I agree with you, that sentient animals shouldn't really be regulated under the ACL. Has any work been underdone to consider the best way to regulate these issues that arise out of the sale of animals, both for people and the animals, given that it's quite different to, selling a couch or something like that?
Yeah, so we are very aware of the report of the Legislative Council Select Committee on Puppy Farming, and we know that recommendation 18 was around the Minister for Fair Trading at the time raising that very issue with his colleagues. So, as I mentioned, he did do that at the meeting of Australian consumer ministers. Since that time, I think there was a good conversation. I was with the then minister at that meeting. There was a good conversation around it. I don't think anyone has any solutions to it. It's a very, as you well know, a very complex, difficult thing, and there are no easy answers.
Yeah. One thing that also came out of that inquiry was around an extended liability scheme, where breeders are actually responsible for selling an animal that has health issues within the animal's first year of life. This was also supported as well by the breeders that gave evidence at that inquiry. I'm assuming that might be something that would fall under the consumer law area. Is that something that the department looked into as well at any stage?
Yes, so I know that my team has that proposal under its watch, so it is looking into that proposal.
Thank you. And is this the extended liability and some of the other regulations around the sale of animals? Is that something that you've had the chance to brief the minister on, the new minister?
Not as yet, not the new minister, and I suppose Ms. Hurst, just to add one other point, is obviously the ACL is a national law, so any changes would need to be progressed through that national process.
Yeah, thank you. I will throw now to Ms. Abigail Boyd for the remaining 16 minutes.
Fantastic, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure I'll take all of that time, but we'll see how we go. Could I ask you, Dr. Casey, first of all, where is Mr. Dent?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Boyd. I've been acting in the Chief Executive role since the 29th of January. Mr. Dent is absent from work at this time.
Okay, is he on leave or?
I'd let the Secretary.
Ms. Boyd, if I can just explain briefly the CIRA staffing arrangements. So in fact the CEO of CIRA is a person employed in the department to be the CEO, so I hold the employer functions for Mr. Dent, and all of the staff in CIRA, these are the arrangements that were put in when these reforms were introduced, are actually employees of the department. So I hold the employment functions
so
for...
where is Mr. Dent?
Mr. Dent is absent. It might assist you if I explain that I'm aware of the issues you've raised previously in the committee about the management of conflicts of interest, and also other matters that you've raised relating to complaints handling from external complainants in CIRA, and I've determined to examine those matters, and I've determined to act Dr. Casey while I examine those matters. I don't wish to go into the detail, and no inference of any wrongdoing on anybody's part should be drawn, but I've examined the issues that have been raised before, and I'm examining those matters.
Okay, thank you. Then perhaps I should ask you, you let me know, Mr. Head, if this is something that should go to you or to Dr. Casey. The people I mentioned in my last estimates had asked if they could have a meeting with Mr. Dent or with the Chief Executive. Is that something now that you will be taking on? They're asking sort of where that's up to, or is it something, can they have a meeting with Dr. Casey?
So I guess the first part of the response is I think we should be affording those people an opportunity to meet. The institutional arrangements are a bit sort of atypical for CIRA, because CIRA is the agency. I don't work in CIRA, but I employ everybody who works in CIRA. So I think it's probably more appropriate that the complainants meet with Dr. Casey, and I understand that she's been in contact with at least one. But that said, I'm also looking to make sure that the process that I'm undertaking affords opportunities. So I'm quite happy to provide additional information on that down the track. But the first principle here is we should provide access to those people who wish to speak to us so that they can. But I think Dr. Casey will have the meeting first.
Okay, thank you. This is going to be even shorter than I thought it was going to be, Chair. I will ask just one last one. I understand that there was an election commitment from the government, and this one will be for you, Dr. Casey, in relation to providing presumptive PTSD under the workers' comp system for firefighters. Is that work that CIRA has been looking at in terms of the modelling and that kind of thing?
Yes, Ms. Boyd, CIRA has, in addition to other agencies, so working closely with iCare and Treasury. So some briefings have progressively been given to a couple of the ministers in relation to that. So there's no sort of outcome, but certainly it's something that we've been looking at and providing advice.
Great, that's all I need to know. That's great. Thank you.
Great. We'll throw back to the opposition. Yeah, wonderful. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
And I don't know if it's to the Secretary or to the Acting Commissioner. It's just with regard to Junee. I'm concerned about the community of Junee in that I know that corrective services will still be there, but GEO's level of investment in the town of Junee for, say, the last 5 years amounts to about 77,000 in scholarships and 172,000 in sponsorships and donations. Is corrective services or going to be able to, what happens basically?
I'll begin.
Okay.
I'll go to you. I would say that straight answer to the question is the nature of engagement with the community will be different. So those types of donations or financial contributions will not continue under corrective services, and there's only one way of saying that, and that is that they won't continue. What I think Mr. Acting Commissioner Taylor, however, can speak to is that corrective services in a number of what I would characterise as prison towns, Goulburn, Bathurst, and there are others, has a long and proud history of engaging with those communities. It does that in a number of ways, and I think that in Junee, that work will really strengthen and take on its own character with the transfer of Junee back to the state. But at that point, I'll defer to Acting Commissioner Taylor.
Thanks, Secretary. Look, it's not lost on us the affection with which the GEO group is held in the Junee community. So as part of our transition, we are making sure we make every effort to make sure we fill as much of the void in the Junee community as we can with the work that we will continue to do in that community with our inmates. We, as the Secretary mentioned, we are engaged in many communities around New South Wales and many regional communities, and we are deeply engaged with community groups, councils and other organisations in those communities. We're involved with fundraisers, with hospitals and charities. We construct things from time to time. Down on the South Coast, we've been building benches more recently for a women's refuge, just by way of example. We do a lot of grounds maintenance, churches, cemeteries, sporting groups, pony clubs, you name it, community halls, and certainly we will engage in the Junee community in that way. We support a lot of regional events, regional shows. At St Heliers, we support the Muswellbrook Show, the Celtic Festival up at Glen Innes, the Tumbarumba Rodeo out of our Manus facility, art shows, and we do a lot of conservation work, rubbish removal, cleaning up, riverbanks, land care type work. So it's those types of activities that we will engage deeply in the Junee community. We are meeting with council, we're meeting with the groups that are engaged at the moment in community type work through the GEO group. And as the Secretary said, as a public organisation, we will engage in different ways to some of the ways that a private sector organisation
So,
does.
Mr. Taylor, just to redirect, so those different ways, and look, I'm from down near Cooma, and I just can't commend you highly enough about the workplace programs. I hear incredible things every single day. I think it's amazing, but that's completely different to the question that my colleague is asking you. The question was quite specific, and it talked about over $77,000 in scholarships and $172,000 in sponsorships and donations.
So that's, children will miss out on opportunities.
So will you be doing that, yes or no?
Direct sponsorships are not the type of thing we can do. Direct cash sponsorships.
I expect that answer, but obviously we've got a job to do here.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. So the community is going to be worse off by that investment, although you will, do what you normally do anyway, which is probably what's been happening, but there'll be none of that.
Sorry, that direct sponsorship, no.
Correct. Okay.
Okay. And at the moment, the GEO group, they undertake work in parks and gardens. This will continue?
All that type of work, yes.
Yeah, what you outlined before.
Yeah, those types of things.
And also, they do Meals on Wheels. I think it's only a small number, but they do that each day.
Yeah, so the Meals on Wheels program, we have done Meals on Wheels in the past in other facilities. We have made the commitment that we will make sure there's not a void there. So we will either continue that service if it can't be transferred anywhere else. So we can give that assurance.
So they'll have the loss in scholarships and sponsorship, but there's also, say, the local businesses in town, say the local butcher, the baker, supermarkets. Will the procurement policy enable those local businesses who then, grow their families? Will they still be able to interact with corrective services in the same manner that they have been with GEO?
Yeah. I mean, corrective services we procure on a statewide basis, as you might expect. There are some items that we procure locally, so it's probably a really nuanced answer, and we'd have to kind of understand.
Because we're talking about $7.5 million a year that local businesses in town are supplying goods and services to the Juni Correctional Facility. Is that you don't think that will continue in the same level?
Those businesses will have access potentially to the broader procurement through government procurement, but insofar as the procurement practices of the GEO group, then quite obviously the corrections we operate a system rather than a single facility. So it would kind of depend on what sort of procurement. Specifically.
And do you know if under Corrective Services New South Wales there'll be 24-hour medical assistance available to the inmates?
Look, Justice Health run the health facilities within. It's a question for health. I'm sorry.
That's a question, but surely you would know whether that's going to be available.
Our inmates have access to 24-hour health care, but as for how they run that and their nursing complement during the evening, it's a matter for
Mr.
health.
Taylor, those conversations and discussions have been had with Murrumbidgee local LHD then?
Justice Health are meeting with the stakeholders in the health space.
Yeah.
But it's a matter for Justice Health and the Minister for Health.
Right, okay.
And just further on, is the classification the security classification level of the inmates going to change once correctional?
No, it will be the same.
Okay.
Maximum, medium, minimum security, men and women on transit and court.
And can I just, as a general, what is the current prison population in New South Wales?
As of today, 12,323.
And what about the number of people supervised in the community, whether it's on community orders or parole orders? What is the current number there?
The total community corrections population is 36,281 as of the 14th of January 2024.
Okay. And of the 12,323, how many of those are on remand compared to those that are sentenced?
I have
5,321. It's
remand?
about a 43% of the prison population are remands.
Yep.
And Indigenous?
Indigenous 30%, 30%
30%.
for men, 40% for women, round numbers.
And on that, how many females are currently in custody?
800?
as of the 12th of January, if that date works for you, 779.
Oh, I'm sorry, 700.
9, okay. And so that population, as you said, is going down in the prison population. Can the same be said for people being supervised in the community? Is the reoffending rates going down in the community as well?
I don't know the answer to that.
We'll take that on notice. Certainly the fall in, unless someone can pass me something, the fall in the community corrections numbers are nothing like the prison numbers, and in fact a lot of people divert from one to the other, but perhaps if we can answer that on notice.
Okay. And just one more question with regard to, say, supervising in the community. In 2016, they introduced practice guide to interventions, so like cognitive behaviour worksheets. Is that still happening in the community setting?
Yes, it is. So those exercises continue since I've got a figure since 2016. We've done 1.8 million sessions. I mentioned in evidence earlier we were looking at culturally appropriate ways to do the things that we do, and that includes how we deliver many of our kind of cognitive-based therapies, including the PGI. We're also looking at how to best structure those activities to really tailor our interventions for people where they need us at when they come into our offices on orders. But yeah, certainly the PGI is something that continues.
And the EQUIPS programs, you're still doing those in the centres?
And in the community.
And in the community. And, sorry, do you have...
Is it okay if I step in and do this?
You're fine, go ahead. Sorry.
Ms. Mann, could I please ask you some questions? Ms. Mann, in May last year, you created a file note relating to the Minister for Industrial Relations, Minister Kotsis, and her office. Do you recall this one?
I do recall this, yes.
You mentioned that there was a conversation in which the Minister's Chief of Staff sought to interview a DLO candidate that was not recommended by the independent panel. That's correct?
I don't have the file note in front of me.
Okay, I do have it here if you would like a copy just to check, but I just wanted to make sure that I was verifying everything.
Chair, can I just raise a point of order here, just with regards to the document that the member is referencing? My concern is could you clarify? Yeah, it's a publicly available document.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, it's a public document. So happy to furnish it. Thank you. It seems from this document that you warned the Chief of Staff, sorry, my question is, you warned the Chief of Staff a couple of days later that there were risks to this DLO candidate that was not recommended, and you recommended against actually going through with this process that had been commenced.
Ms. Munro, I might just say that I think I'm appearing here today in support of Minister Chanthivong in this portfolio, and I think the questions that you're asking relate to Minister Kotsis, and that budget estimates hearing occurred yesterday, and I think the Secretary answered, put on the record very clearly the circumstances.
Yeah, I understand that, but obviously we have the document today, and I understand there's no restriction on the questions in terms of, I mean, you're here in your portfolio capacity.
My point of order, can I just question, for a question to be asked, it needs to be a legal question, which means it must fall within the portfolios that we're considering now, under the rules for Budget Estimates Committee. So I would just ask for your ruling, Chair, that this in fact is a matter.
Falls outside the committee. Section 11 of the Parliamentary Evidence Act. Invited witnesses cannot be compelled to answer questions. Summoned witnesses can only be compelled to answer lawful questions. Unlawful questions may include those seeking answers that contain privileged information, e.g. legal, professional privilege, public, just all questions that fall outside the committee's terms of reference. I can read you the entire point, but I'll just leave it on that. Outside the committee's terms of reference. But also witnesses can't be compelled to answer a question because they're invited.
Sorry, were you going to say something further?
Yes, so that I think we add as a second point for your consideration.
Well, to the point of order, it's not using something that is unlawful. It's as the honourable member has said, it is a document. If the witness feels that she's unable to answer the question, then that's what needs to be said. But it is a question that should be allowed to be put.
Further to the point of order, it's not unlawful in the sense that you're going to take it before the High Court. It is unlawful in the sense that it doesn't come within the purview of the current inquiry.
Well, how about I ask a different question, but it is related to an extent to, not to an extent, it is related to Ms Mann's responsibilities now. I'm wondering when you were removed from the position of the head of Safe Work New South Wales.
Just to the point of order, Chair, this is, again, completely outside the committee's terms of reference. The witness has answered the question. They cannot be compelled to answer the question asked in a different way. And so I just ask you to draw the honourable member to order in this regard. The witness is here in an invited capacity and can answer the question as they see fit.
I just would like to clarify the record, though, Ms Munro. I was not removed from that role. It was part of this whole decoupling of Fair Trading, Building Commission and Safe Work. So I was previously responsible for all three of those regulatory functions, and under the new government there has been a decoupling of which I support. And as a result, I retain the Fair Trading role, but the Safe Work role and the Building Commissioner role have moved out.
So, could you tell me who told you about this decoupling and when you would no longer be part of the head of Safe Work?
So it was a clear commitment of this government coming into the election that they were looking to. We had been under a super regulator model, which we were aligned along functional lines, and while I think the intent of setting it up as that model was a good one, it was working for around 2 to 3 years, and it was quite clear that there were problems with it. People were spread too thin. They were working across multiple regulatory functions, and so this government came in with that as a commitment. So we were all very aware of it. I personally support the decoupling.
But you were in that role with the new ministers appointed, and you were acting in that role in relation to responsibilities to ministers for a time.
That's correct. So as the Secretary said earlier, the official sort of date was the 1st of December, where the 3 regulators were established in their new form. I was the Safe Work, the head of Safe Work until, I don't have the exact date, but it was around, I think I passed over the reins perhaps a month or so earlier than that.
If I can just clarify, the Secretary of the Department is the head of Safe Work until such time as it's established as a standalone regulator. So, prior to me starting in late November, Secretary Hogan was the head of Safe Work. That's a feature of the Act. The Secretary is the Safe Work regulator, and what Ms Mann has been describing is what I mentioned earlier, which is the disaggregation of a division where all of those functions were done jointly, and in accordance with government policy, which was and is to have those as standalone functions.
Yeah.
And we discussed in the relevant committee hearing yesterday the matters related to the stand-up of safe work, including matters related to this issue.
Okay, well, I am mindful that we have a minute and a half left. I can go back to some questions I have on innovation.
So just to clarify before you do that, you have told the committee, which is in your right, that you will not answer that question about that document.
I'm not sure what the question about the document was.
Well, the question was in
Point
regards.
of order
So
again.
there's been a point of order.
The chair didn't rule. I mean,
Okay, well, can we wait for the chair to rule then?
Look, I might seek some advice from the committee
my
clerk
point of
during
order
the
is that
break
it's not
on
a
that
matter
question,
for
and
the
we can come
member.
back to it.
Chair, may I just say that I don't think it's a matter for the witness refusing to answer. I'm arguing that it's the question itself.
It is whether it's within or, yeah, I understand. And so I'll seek some advice from the committee clerk during the break. But if the opposition has a different question for the last 30 seconds.
Sure. I'm wondering if somebody can please tell me if a modern manufacturing strategy will be delivered. Thank you, Ms. Mann. Thank you.
I'm happy to answer that, and then
Thank you,
perhaps
Ms.
Ms Knight can add some more information.
Thank you.
I think as the Minister spoke this morning, there's a couple of pieces of work being produced this year, the Innovation Blueprint and the Industry Strategy. The modern manufacturing aspect of the industry strategy will be covered in the industry strategy.
Right.
There may or may not be a standalone document relating to modern manufacturing, but we'll determine that as we're doing the industry strategy.
Okay, and is there a deadline for that?
I don't know that there's an exact deadline, but it will be perhaps around the third quarter of the year.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marlborough.
Okay, thank you. We are now on an afternoon tea break until 3:45. No, sorry, not the clock, sorry. Thank you and welcome back. Just before we go to the opposition, I just wanted to check if anybody had taken any questions on notice that they'd like to give the answers to now.
Chair, I have a few. You asked earlier how many offenders are currently in custody for bestiality offences. The answer is 8, 3 for bestiality and 5 for the possession of bestiality material. You asked also how many offenders in custody for
Sorry, was that 8 for bestiality and 5 for
Sorry, 3 for bestiality.
3 for bestiality.
And
Okay.
5 for the possession of bestiality material.
Possession. Great, thank you.
You also asked how many offenders in custody for animal cruelty over the last 5 years. So 2019 to 2023, that's 4 years, but so 121. Includes animal cruelty and bestiality.
Great, thank you.
And I have one more.
Yeah.
You asked about the duck, the duck farm and the works release relationship. That relationship ceased in 2022 for 2 reasons. It wasn't determined as meaningful or sustainable employment, and the inmates spoke of the work in derogatory terms.
Thank you.
They didn't like it.
Thank you. So I've got one follow-up question just based on those questions. When you said that there was 5 inmates with the possession of bestiality, could I also get the number of those inmates who were also in the possession of child abuse material or had other child abuse convictions alongside the bestiality material convictions?
On notice, sure.
Thank you. Sorry, didn't mean to give you more work there. I now throw to the opposition.
Thank you. I understand you're waiting for advice.
I am waiting for further advice.
Yeah. Okay, so I will ask the chief scientist, please, and then we can let you go.
I don't think we need
There are some Icelandic ponies that need you.
Yes, there are.
Let's not have that in Hansard, shall we?
It's 10 to 4 on a Friday, week 2.
I'm just wondering, over the forward estimates, what your budget allocation is looking like.
Yep, it's a good. I'm going to have to take the generic question under notice. What I can tell you is where our funding now currently stands. All right. We have 15 million over 2 years for our critical research infrastructure, so it aligns with the federal government NCRIS program. We have the combined biosciences and physical sciences fund, which is 15 million over the next 4 years. All right. We have what's called the RAP, so the Research Acceleration and Attraction program, and that is an average of about 7 million for the next 3 years, and then it rises to 10 million. Okay. And then we have the SBIR program, which is only this year, which is 10 million. And then we're also running the build of the RNA manufacturing facility and the investment fund, which is a combined total of 219 million, and it runs over 10 years.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I mean, this is a fairly technical question. I'm not sure if...
Very rowdy in the gallery.
It's about the R&D. It's about the R&D tax incentive, obviously a federally implemented program, I guess you would call it. I am aware that founders receiving grants in New South Wales are being deemed ineligible for R&D tax incentive because those grants are deemed not at risk as they are in other states. Are you aware of that?
No, not at all. I wasn't aware of it.
This is something that's been brought to me as quite problematic and concerning, really, because it doesn't necessarily accord with the reality on the ground. So, yeah, fair enough.
It's the first I've heard of it. I'll
interesting.
Take it and something we'll look at.
I guess the follow-on is how do we make sure that we're advocating at a federal level to ensure that our grant recipients are not basically punished for grants. But if you're not aware of that, then I'm I don't know who else would, maybe I can just ask that of the Minister.
Yeah, look,
Yep.
I'll take it and we'll take a look at it.
Yep, okay, that sounds good. Got modern manufacturing strategy. I think that's probably it for now. I'll put everything else if it comes up on notice. And Ms. Knight, if I could ask you a couple of questions,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm wondering, we obviously had that case report last year. It had a number of mechanisms to support, the success of different programs and the measurement and understanding of how different startups are impacting New South Wales economy and how funding had been beneficial or otherwise to them. I'm just wondering, are they being rolled out in all grant programs, the kind of mechanisms to measure that were included in the case report?
Yeah, so certainly it is a body of work that, it did produce a bit of a framework for us now to think about how we measure the impact of those case entities going forward.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that we've reached a conclusion on how we will do that, but certainly with new grant programs or, so MVP will finish this year. In the forward years, when we roll out the new program guidelines, it's something that we consider.
Okay, so MVP is finishing this year.
Well, we have funding for multiple years.
Yep.
But we may choose to change the way the guidelines are structured each year.
Okay.
The funding exists.
Okay, so is there a plan to have a measurement framework in place for grants? I mean, obviously, the implementation of them and the type of grant might be different, but the actual reporting should be fairly similar, I suspect, across the whole department.
Yeah, that's right. And we do, for each grant program, we do perform a program evaluation.
Yeah.
But yeah, we will, with the what we've learned from the case reports has been really valuable, and we'll start implementing some of those learnings into our future programming.
Okay, so do we know when that will start?
I can't give you a timeline on that.
Okay, so it's not being applied to any existing grant programs?
Well, we're sort of in flight
Yeah.
with the existing. We've got 2 existing programs open, as you know.
Yep.
But for the future years, it's something we can consider looking at. For those forward years.
Could you help me understand, in the media release related to the new tech vouchers and boosting business grant, the Minister mentioned that he wanted to commercialise or help businesses commercialise and startups commercialise, and yet I understand that this grant program is really focused on research and linking up businesses with institutions. Those, I think, what is there, like 14 or 15 institutions?
Publicly
something
funded
like that?
research organisations.
Sure. So could you help me understand how, without industry, there is like commercialisation as a focus to this grant program?
Well, I mean, that is the focus of that particular program. As you know, MVP Ventures is another commercialisation program that we run.
But in that boosting business and tech voucher connection, what's the support for commercialisation beyond research and like product development with an institution?
Well, the idea is that the SME who uses the tech voucher, with the support of the research organisation, their product, service, whatever it is, will be taken further along the TRL scale so that it can be commercialised to take them further.
Okay, but it's not specifically looking to assist with like the commercialisation end of that TRL scale. Like it's about developing a product and research more than like industry commercialisation.
Is that what was your question?
I guess I'm just trying to understand what grants do we have available at the moment that are related to commercialisation in the sense that a product is being is already being developed and it's actually going out to market, like industry connections or scale-up kind of grants?
Well, we provide support in a number of ways across the sector. You're aware of the support we provide to the hubs.
Yep.
We support Techstars, an accelerator program. We support a social impact accelerator, youth entrepreneurship programs. So we have a number of programs that are supporting the sector and helping, like depending on where they're at in their journey, whether they're very early stage. But MVP Ventures is really the program that I guess is most applicable to commercialisation.
Yeah.
And then obviously there are Commonwealth programs, the Industry Growth Program, that are then the sort of the next point at which the next, I guess, round of funding kicks in.
Okay, so it's more that the federal government is taking on that responsibility of later stage growth.
I mean, at the moment, yes.
Yeah. Okay. That is helpful. Thank you. And actually, this is probably one for Professor Durant-White, but I'm wondering about, I know, what have I done? So Ms. Hurst mentioned earlier, or spoke about earlier, the role of cell-based food technology, and obviously there's been a number of programs and support given to companies like VOW. I understand that there is a problem with the classification of that product that is created as food in international markets. I understand that this is a federal government responsibility.
Correct.
Is the New South Wales government, your department, doing any work to advocate for the change in that classification so that businesses can access those international markets?
Well, certainly, in terms of international markets, our offshore team, we have a team based in Singapore who works very closely with VOW in getting their regulatory process sorted over there so that they're able to commercially sell that product. With VOW, that is. As to what we're doing, I can't speak for what the chief scientist is doing, and he does have a good working relationship with VOW Foods. So. I wouldn't want to speak for him, but
I mean, it's not just about VOW, obviously.
But regulatory pathways more broadly. Yes, and we can make introductions to the relevant Commonwealth agencies where necessary. We do have those contacts.
Okay.
But I mean, that's sort of one of our service offerings, I guess, for investors.
So, is there any specific advocacy to the federal government to change regulations in Australia to reclassify those products?
Not particularly in relation to those products, no.
Okay. Did you want to say anything, Smart? Okay. Thank you. Is the department looking into investment vehicles like what Queensland have just launched, or like investment Breakthrough Victoria?
Look, we are always looking at ways that we can support our innovation ecosystem. I've mentioned a few ways that we do that today, and we will continue to support the minister however we can. But what I would say is that the budget process is underway at the moment, so I probably can't say much more than that at the moment.
Okay, so have you provided briefings to the minister about creating a vehicle, like an investment arm like that?
We briefed the minister on a range of things, a range of options, I guess, or reasonably frequently.
Okay.
I think it's probably all we can say about that.
Okay. So have you submitted a pre-budget submission?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. In terms of, there are 4 new programs that were announced in August last year that were around diversity. They were mostly run out of universities. There was Wollongong, Newcastle, UNSW I think did one, and also there was one at Tech Central. And they were billed as being 4 new diversity programs to support startup diversity. I was just wondering if those programs are being required to report against particular diversity measures in terms of in terms of anything?
Yeah, like gender targets. Or,
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. No, not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay.
But
And-
I'm happy to take it on notice and check if you'd
Yeah,
like.
that would be,
that's fine.
That
Yeah,
would be
fine.
helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But their programs run by the universities.
Yeah, but they were funded by. My understanding is they're funded by. Are they funded by the department? They're on the department's website.
I think they might be the chief scientist, I hate to say it,
Really?
but we'll take it on notice and get back to you with the detail.
He couldn't get out of here faster.
Yeah, I know. Interesting.
We probably all feel the same way.
Yeah, okay, well that's helpful, that's helpful. And do we know if the Sydney School of Entrepreneurship will be funded after their funding runs out in 2024?
I'm not across the.
That would also be part of the current budget process.
Yeah.
Okay. So, could you? So that is definitely part of the budget process.
We can take it on notice and see what we can give you, but
That
I
would be
suspect
helpful.
that's the answer.
Okie dokie. All right. Have you had much feedback about the Western Sydney Startup Hub and how it's going in terms of its operation? Because there have been some concerns raised with me that the facility isn't being managed in a particularly helpful way. So I'm just wondering.
We haven't
No?
had that feedback.
Okay, all right. Well, I
we-
will direct that person
Yeah,
to make
that would be great.
comments.
We would really love to hear about that because
Thank
that's
you.
no good at all.
Yeah. What's
but-
the best way to get in touch with you for people who are willing to give that
They
feedback?
can reach out to me directly.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Because we have an operator in there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Can I clarify, with the Cicada Innovation announcement from earlier in the week, was that run through your department? It was a $275 million grant that was announced with, so the Premier was there, Minister who's also
Their
there.
program's a program offered by the Office of Energy and Climate Change.
Yeah, right,
So
okay.
it was led by Minister Sharp.
Right.
And her office, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. So was your department involved in that at all? Or
No, we often don't get involved in media sort of situations, but
Yeah, but in the like advice to create the grant and the program.
no, but we're very well aware of it.
Yeah.
Of the grant
Okay.
process, yeah.
Mhm. That is a very exciting potential industry, and there are obviously lots of really exciting startups going out of Cicada, as I'm sure you all know. Was there any ruling?
Oh, yes, I can give that now if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
So in regards to the point of order taken earlier concerning Ms Mann's file note, I rule that Ms Mann is there to represent Minister Chanthivong and not Minister Kotsis. So it is reasonable for her to object to answering the question at today's hearing. However, I further note that the Public Accountability and Works Committee has a current inquiry into the appointments of Josh Murray to the position of Secretary of Transport for New South Wales and Emma Watts as New South Wales Cross-Border Assistant Commissioner, the senior executives and department liaison officers in 2023. The terms of reference for this inquiry would allow such a question to be asked and the witness would be obliged to answer.
We'll have to call you to that. Right. Sorry, I'm speaking aloud and I just don't... I'm thinking aloud. Thank you. Yeah, so... okay. So if the witness would... Can I just ask about the ruling? Is that so if the witness would like to do that now, are they allowed to do that? Or then we'll just need to call them to the public accountability? Okay.
Okay. I have some questions about the pattern book designs. Is that with the building commissioner? No?
Planning.
Is there, I mean, this is... Okay, nothing to do with you at all.
We're talking to the Department of Planning, but it's their project.
Yeah, okay. But you're talking to them about the pattern book designs?
Yeah.
And I suppose do you know when there will be an outcome for a finalised pattern book design provided?
We've just had some consultations and it's a project that they're leading, so...
So what's your engagement or role in that process?
There's obvious interest in what's the transition from a development application to the achievement of a construction certificate. So we're interested in making sure that that's as smooth a pathway as possible. So we're really just providing some feedback as to how that interface could work.
Okay. So is that designed to be an interface with builders and developers in like getting them through the process quickly?
We have just had a couple of touchdowns with departmental people. We've not been involved in the general conversation, so really it is their project, and probably best for me not to comment on it.
Okay. Okay.
So, so I'm just going to ask it.
Thank you.
Ms. Marlwater, I think, Secretary, I think this might be for you, but the Minister earlier said that all DLO appointments are your responsibility. Was he referring that they're the responsibility of the Secretary? So I just want to ask you that, is that okay?
Yeah, I don't remember saying that, but you may have, yeah.
Yeah, I think
I'm
misrepresenting. I think that's what he said. I just want to know, is it common and proper practice to appoint active party members of political parties in the role of a department liaison officer?
I'm not an expert on that sort of matter. I could only speak to the DLOs we've got in our department at the moment.
Okay, so it's not common practice then?
I don't know what common practice is.
Well, on your own experience, Secretary, of when if you're responsible for appointing DLOs to ministerial offices, is it common and proper practice to appoint active party members? So if they were, if it was my office, it was an active member of the National Party. If it was the current minister and it's an active member of the Labor Party, is that common practice?
Chair, I'm just going to raise a point of order around seeking an opinion from a public official. Under paragraph 10 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution, opinions should not be sought from
I think some of the language was bordering on what could lead to an opinion, so I just ask the Honourable Bronnie Taylor to reword that question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just I really fail to see how I am. I'm just asking, is it common and proper practice to appoint active party members in the role of a department liaison officer?
I can only speak to how our DLOs were appointed. And in our case, we put forward all the DLO names to the ministers, and they were appointed into the roles that way.
And do you ask the DLOs if they're active members of a political party?
I'm not aware that we do.
I see. And do you think, and this may border on that, so I presume you'll take a point of order, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Well,
do you think it's possible to be politically neutral while actively campaigning for a party?
It's definitely an opinion being sought there.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come out. It's just how if we make this excruciating or not. So,
well, there's procedural resolution.
Okay, I'd like to move on now to ask a question to whoever's in charge under the Fair Work Act. Which secretary will that be? To the Minister.
Fair Work Act?
Yeah. So basically what I want to know is if the Minister was briefed on Section 431 of the Fair Work Act during the recent maritime shutdown that occurred.
Can I clarify, is that a federal act?
Well, it's in the Fair Work Act 2009, Section 431. No, actually, it's not. It's a ministerial declaration that can terminate industrial action that's available to the State Minister.
There you go. Thanks for clarifying.
And I can't believe I actually knew that. So anyway, I'm married to a lawyer, but yeah, can you tell me, please? Was he briefed? No one can tell me.
Do you have someone specific
you want to take it on notice, or does someone want to take it on notice?
Well, I'm not sure who should take it on notice. But
well, Mr. Secretary Head, I think someone better take it. Perhaps you'd like to take responsibility
take it on
and
notice.
decide who's going to do it.
Can I just check, Chair, whether or not this is straying into the previous ruling around being outside the committee's terms of reference, given that the honourable members referenced the Fair Work Act? Surely that would be a matter for the Minister for Industrial Relations and Workplace Health and Safety.
I do think if it's going to be requested to be taken on notice, that maybe the Honourable Bronnie Taylor might want to identify who she believes might be able to answer that question.
Mr.
I think there's a
Head-
bit of
I think
confusion
Mr.
as to...
Yeah, I do believe that I do know what I'm asking. But
I
I'm
know
very
you
happy
understand the
for that.
question, so
Yeah,
I'm just trying to work out who it is to,
Yeah, but surely
so we
that's-
can ascertain that.
Yeah, but surely that's something they need to work out with respect if I've asked the question.
But it's like throughout the day, someone has put their hand up, but at this point, nobody sort of seems to be saying that
so
would be my
Secretary Head,
responsibility.
may I
think
ask
that's
you that question
confusion.
to please take on notice, and then you'll provide me with the committee with the appropriate responses, whether it's your responsibility or not.
Yes, which
Okay.
may be, as you've just alluded to say
Yeah.
the responsibility is over here. So.
Yeah, and that's fine. Okay. Minister Head, Minister Head, sorry. You never know, you might do you in the big smoke. With the rate today's gone, it might be on the table. Sorry, Secretary Head, may I ask you who appointed you to the position of Secretary of the Department?
Well, you would be aware that the Premier makes all appointments to secretary roles. That's been the case for a very long time.
So was there a recruitment process for your
Yes,
position?
there was a recruitment process.
I understand. And so...
and that's a matter for Mr. Draper.
Right, okay, thank you very much. That will be good. Now I'm just going to go to my next one. So, does anyone want to jump in for a sec while I find my spot, or...? No? Okay.
Oh, sorry, I can.
Me? Yeah,
Sorry.
not you.
Sorry.
This is your penance of being in government on the backbench, Emily. You have to wait your turn. Yeah.
I asked the Minister earlier about the MOU with Hitachi, and I think there was a note passed through, so I just wanted to follow up on that one.
So I think you're asking about the MOU relating to the Western Parkland City Authority. It's about Bradfield, yes.
Yep.
So it is, that's a question for the Western Parkland City Authority.
Okay, I'm ready to go again.
Sorry.
So I just want to know what feedback and concerns have been expressed by stakeholders regarding the operation of the short-term rental property register in New South Wales.
Thank you. So the short-term rental accommodation register sits with Fair Trading. It's out of scope for the current review into short-term rental accommodation, but we do accept complaints and we do deal with matters under the register.
So, sorry, I'm not obviously. See, it's out of scope. So when we say what feedback and concerns have been expressed by stakeholders, you're telling me it's out of scope for them.
Sorry, there's a review currently underway in another part of government in relation to short-term rental accommodation, and my point was just that the STRA register, which Fair Trading administers, is out of scope for that review. So there won't be stakeholder feedback on the STRA register. If you're asking me whether I have consumers sort of raising issues with Fair Trading about the register, is that the question?
Yeah. It's regarding that operation of it.
Yes. So
what are the feedback and concerns that have been expressed by stakeholders regarding the operation of the short-term rental property register in New South Wales? That's my question.
So I think it is fair to say that there's probably confusion out there around roles and responsibilities. So I think sometimes complainants will come to Fair Trading with noise complaints or things about criminal behaviour happening at short-term rental accommodation, and they think that Fair Trading is able to resolve those complaints, when in actual fact the register doesn't give us any power to do that. So the resolution of those complaints still sit with council or with police.
Okay.
And then if those complaints are made out, then they can report them to me as Fair Trading Commissioner, and I can consider action under the register.
Okay. So can we just go back to the question?
Sure.
And I'm not trying to be, because obviously it's frustrating for you because you know a lot more than I do, but I just want to know if there have been feedback and concerns about the property register, the STR in New South Wales. Are you saying that there aren't, and that the things that come to you are not really relevant because they're not?
Sorry, we might be speaking at cross purposes. So I'm talking about it's a code of conduct that we administer in fair trading. So it's actually planning that deals with the actual register itself, where you lodge when you're wanting to lodge your short-term rental accommodation if you're wanting your accommodation to be rented out in that way.
Right.
So we have the code of conduct. Sorry, I should have been more specific. We have the code of conduct, but the actual register, the platform, is a Department of Planning issue.
Right.
That is in scope of the current review by government.
Okay. It's easier for me. Okay, so what insights can be shared about compliance efforts and enforcement actions taken in relation to short-term rentals in New South Wales?
So I think that was the point that I was trying to make, is that...
so help me.
Yes, I will try my best to help you. So we have the code of conduct in fair trading.
Yes.
And I think, to my earlier point, I think there may be some confusion amongst consumers about where they go where there is a complaint. So what I was trying to clarify is that just by virtue of fair trading having the code of conduct, it doesn't usurp the resolution powers of council and police, who are the proper authorities to deal with noise complaints or complaints of criminal nature.
Sure. But obviously people come to you after they've probably done that or been to do that. So if there is confusion, what are we doing to make sure there isn't confusion?
Yeah, so this is a project that my office has been working on, because the problem is people are not going to council or to police. They're coming straight to fair trading and thinking that we have the ability to resolve those noise or rubbish or other complaints. And so we've just done a big review of all the collateral on our website to make it absolutely clear that the first point of call is either council or police, and then to us. So we are trying to get the message out there, because I think at the moment there is that confusion. And we're also wanting to work with local government to make sure that when consumers are making complaints to councils, that those councils are rightly accepting and dealing with those complaints, rather than what we are hearing anecdotally is that those councils are referring to fair trading.
Oh, okay. So that's a bit of an issue, isn't it?
Yeah,
so they don't even know that they're not supposed to refer to you.
That's right. Yeah, there is a bit of confusion in the space, and as I said, it's been a project that my office has taken on. We've got a whole lot of collateral in terms of fact sheets, the website, stakeholder engagement, just to try and make that crystal clear for consumers.
That's something then, if someone is renting, that should be given out by real estate agents that are renting out properties, to tell them. Not everyone goes on a website, especially when they're very IT challenged like myself.
Yeah, so my recollection is that there may be a requirement for the agent to provide some of that information, at least to the host, but I can take that on notice.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't give yourself an extra job on notice. I just find that really strange. And so in what capacity are the Planning Department, Office of Fair Trading and Treasury involved in the recent review of the short-term rental sector? Can you answer that for me?
So my rental commissioner, Ms. Trina Jones, is actually, I think, involved in that working group, so I'm happy if you'd like her to come and talk to that.
Come on up. I love listening to your accent anyway, so it'll make me very happy.
I'm just glad that you can understand me. So that
Absolutely can. Yeah. So do you want me to repeat that question?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
So I'm involved in the working group that's being led by Planning and Treasury to undertake public consultation on short-term rental accommodation in New South Wales. A discussion paper was released, and we're currently actively in the middle of that consultation right now. As I've said, that's being led by Planning and Treasury, and I'm attending as many of those consultation roundtables as I can. I was at one earlier this week with providers, and I'm attending a couple of others next week as well. We're hearing lots of different feedback in those environments. Short-term rental accommodation accounts for about 1% of all of the properties on the rental market, and there are strong opinions being held in community around the impact from both sides, the benefits, but also the perceptions of negative impacts.
So you're saying, sorry, may I just redirect? So you're saying 1%, because I had numbers around 3% as short-term rental accommodation makes up less than 3%? I mean, you would know more.
Yeah,
than
well,
I,
it's
I'm
less
sure.
than 3%. In some areas,
Wow.
some areas would have higher percentages than others, right? You take certain aspects of the state. But if you wanted to get the absolute figure, can I take that one on notice?
Yeah, so it's less than 3%.
Yeah.
But I'm just really interested in that because, I think you were just going to say this. I'm trying to phrase it as a question before I get called by the Honourable Emily Savall and her book. I just want to know, because that is low for short-term rental accommodation. And would you agree or not agree that out in the community people feel that it is a major contribution to the challenges that we're finding in people not being able to find suitable rental accommodation? Because that's very small.
I think what we're hearing in the forums is that in some communities it is in fact or in perception a bigger issue than in others, and that voice from community can sometimes be applied to the whole state. And so I hear your point that there may be a perception that the numbers are bigger than they are.
Okay, so in your expert, not opinion, but in your expert advice or whatever you want to call it, because you're the expert, you're the rental commissioner. Do you think, am I flying by the seat of my pants? Do you think that it is a disproportionate view out there to the, I mean, obviously there's a terrible rental situation and housing. I mean, I don't deny that, and I'm not trying to be tricky. But what I'm trying to ask is that is a very small proportion when we're talking about looking at government policy, investing in, which is the government's decision, I understand, not yours, in doing all of these issues in regards to short-term rentals, when that is a very small proportion of rental stock that is actually short-term accommodation.
I think that it's important that we recognise that when it comes to, as you've rightly pointed out, the rental crisis, people are concerned about any potential impacts on the rental market and the long-term rental market. And this project that's been led by Planning and Treasury, which I'm only just a participant in, again, it's been led by another department, is really focused on ensuring that we hear from community so that any recommendations around the regulation or the changes to the short-term rental accommodation sector are informed by the impacts to people right now. Because it is different in every area, there are benefits, but there are also challenges. So it's really about listening to that right now. And
but would it not, and this is not, this doesn't come out the wrong way, but you've been appointed into a very important role that's really affecting social, economic, all sorts of fabric. And I really commend it, and I think it's great that you've come on board, and it's a great initiative of the Minister that appointed you. But would it not be your job, with your position that you have, to inform the communities that short-term rental accommodation is very small and that you are looking at other things and we're focusing on other things? Because I think this is a real problem in the community, and I'm worried people will get targeted and that people will get distracted by something that might be an easy thing to jump on when it's actually not. I don't need to say it's not the truth because that's come out, but do you know what I'm trying to say very respectfully to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair, I'm just going to interrupt here and raise a point of order, because this is very, very much straying into other ministers' territory, and asking a public servant to express an opinion more broadly on the government's policy around housing, around all of these issues confronting us. And I'm just concerned that Ms. Traynor-Jones is here in a very specific capacity, and that is not to express opinion on the merits of the government's policy.
To the point of order, I'm trying really hard to not ask for an opinion, Chair, and I say that very genuinely, but this is a factual question about data that the Commissioner has now.
Can I clarify on the data? It's non-hosted short-term rental accommodation is 1%. You're right, the total number is less than 3%. Non-hosted I was referring to.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, which is the one that causes the most concern in community.
And to the point that the Commissioner was appointed to solve a problem or to contribute to provide expert advice, and I'm asking a question about a fact.
Well, further to the point of order, it's his budget estimates, and
it's our only opportunity.
Well, at paragraph 10 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution is that public servants should not be asked to express an opinion about the merits of a government policy.
I'm sure the Commissioner
the question about the quantum of the number is completely in order. The question that then goes to ask the public servant to then pick apart what that means in the the bigger picture is completely out of order.
My question was a factual question to the Commissioner, saying, is it not the job of the role that she has been appointed to inform the community about these sort of statistics to demonstrate the real issues that exist? Anyway, that's fine.
To allow us to move on, I do
Wow.
understand where the Honourable Emily Saval is coming from. I just encourage the Honourable Bronnie Taylor to just be mindful of how she words her questions.
Yeah, and I'm very happy if you don't want to answer it to say that. I'm not trying to. If I was trying to be really tricky, you'd know about it.
Yeah. We worded it really well in the last time.
Yeah.
Well, that's the last iteration. Yeah. Anyway, carry on.
Don't think aloud. Okay. So did you want to answer, or?
I think to your point about what has the feedback been for the forums that I've been in and for where I go to speak to renters and owners, being able to have use of a person's property for the benefit of their community is important to people, but also it's important to people that they can have a place to live. And so getting the balance right is very complicated and difficult, but I'm absolutely committed to promoting the evidence and the data, and I take your point.
Yeah, and that's all we've got really, isn't it, is evidence and data. I know you're only an active participant, as you said, but is there any timeline as to when this process will be completed?
The consultation is open for 4 weeks, and once the consultation closes, we'll be working together to review all of those all of the feedback and make recommendations through Planning and Treasury's ministers.
And will any of those consultations be held in rural and regional areas?
Can I take that on notice as it's being led by the Department of Planning?
Absolutely.
That would be better directed to them. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And thank you very much for your patience in all of what we do. Okay, how are you going?
I have a couple of questions.
Great.
Mine are related to trade, so possibly Ms. Mildwater. Oh, yes?
Or Miss Nod.
Okay,
Either,
yep.
We can, either one. Yep.
Thank you. I'm just curious about, so the Commissioner in India is an acting Commissioner at the moment, is that right?
Malini is an acting Commissioner, yes.
Yep. And is there a plan to have a permanent Commissioner there?
Yes, there is. We'll be shortly going to look at the more permanent model across the network that we're rolling out as the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners have rolled off, but India is one that we will address soon.
Okay. And obviously, I think you advised earlier that Mr. Anwar had left.
No.
No? Oh, that's not right?
That was
no change.
I'm not sure.
Okay, my apologies. I must have misunderstood.
No, there's no change. Yeah.
Okay, good. Excellent. So Mr. Anwar is he still based in Abu Dhabi, and
Correct.
he's
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's not what I understood from the Minister earlier then.
No, I don't. I think he didn't answer. I don't think he knew. But no,
Right.
there's no change to that position.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you. Obviously, Mr. Newman has recently resigned.
Yes.
So do we have somebody who is leading our delegations for his responsibility areas at the moment?
We will shortly go to recruitment there as well. We have had someone in market for a few weeks, or a week or so, following that, just to for the intervening period. But we will also go to recruitment there.
Okay, good. That's good to hear. I was curious about this deal that was announced last week or a week and a half ago with a Japanese firm who has now set up a battery plant in Townsville. The company names, so I pronounce them correctly, or try to, Idemitsu.
Idemitsu.
Idemitsu, thank you very much. And Sumitomo Electric. I'm wondering if Sumitomo Electric is actually headquartered in Tokyo. Obviously, we had our visit very recently from the mayor. I'm curious if these companies and this project was raised with the department at all.
So they are companies that we do interact with.
Yep.
That particular project was not raised with us.
It didn't
that
come
we're
to
aware
us.
of. No, I mean it's in Townsville as well.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to understand whether or not we advocated for that project, basically.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that project.
Yeah. Okay. So, were there any trade MOUs signed when that Tokyo delegation came to New South Wales?
There were 2 MOUs signed. You're talking about the Tokyo Met?
Yes.
So there were 2 MOUs. One was this, 2 documents. One was the Sister City Renewal. And the other one was
the Hydrogen Memorandum of Understanding. With the Tokyo Metropolitan Governor.
So is that document public, that hydrogen MOU?
I'm not sure, I don't believe it to be public, but it was led with Minister Sharp's office and the Office of Energy and Climate Change.
Yeah, okay. Is that, is it normal that your department, including trade obviously, investment, would not be involved in MOUs?
We were involved, and certainly we
Bringing
know
it to
about
government,
it, but it
yep.
was led
Okay.
by the other department.
Okay. And when did that process commence? Like bringing it to...
So I would say, probably these visits by like the Tokyo Metropolitan Governor, they're a long time in the making.
Yes, yes.
I would say towards the end of last year, there was discussions around her coming.
Yeah.
And in connection with that, we were exploring opportunities for us to partner, the New South Wales Government, to partner more broadly in that sector, in addition to signing the sister state agreement with Tokyo.
Okay, good to know.
But we didn't lead on the content of the MOU because it's a hydrogen-related MOU.
I understand. So, with going back to the innovation blueprint and the discussion paper, obviously the department had a media release about that, and Minister Chanthivong wasn't quoted in that at all. And I'm wondering, was he asked to be quoted in that? Did he decline to quote?
He certainly reviewed the discussion paper. I can't speak to whether he...
Are you asking about the media release or the discussion
So the media
paper?
release came out of the department, and I'm curious to understand whether Minister Chanthivong was requested, a quote was requested from him which he declined, or he didn't get asked at all.
Chair, can I just jump in here? Is this the media release? I'm just wondering in terms of the committee's terms of reference, if this is a media release that's being led by the Minister for Climate and Energy.
No,
it's different.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I withdraw.
Thank you.
So our comms team would have worked closely with the Minister's media team, and I can't speak to what involvement the Minister wanted to have or not on that media release.
Okay.
But certainly he was aware and reviewed the discussion paper as well.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I've just been reminded that I don't think there was a media release. I think it was uploaded onto our website.
So there was I think there was a media release.
We'd have to check on that.
Okay.
I think that was just the Have Your Say portal was opened with the discussion paper.
Yeah.
And I think there was something on LinkedIn
Okay.
through Investment New South Wales about it being open.
Okay. Is it normal that there wouldn't be a media release about something that the Minister said is basically his signature policy?
Look, what I would say is it's just part of the consultation process.
Right.
We're conducting quite a broad consultation. We had the summit. We have a number of roundtables. It's just part of that consultation process more broadly.
Okay. In terms of the blueprint discussion paper, and I'm sorry, I really don't mean to be disparaging about the discussion paper, I would say it has not got a great deal of, it's a page and a half, and I'm curious about how long that took to put together, given it doesn't really have any new research or kind of insights about the industry or any prospective plans to comment on in particular. So I'm just wondering how long that took to write.
Yeah, look, it's not intended to be, any feedback or policy position. It's intended to invite consultation on some broad topics so that we can hear from industry as to what their views are on those topics.
Yeah. So how long did that take to prepare that document?
I don't know, but what I would say is that we've spent a lot of time working on this innovation blueprint, and it's been a really thorough process. And I think the department has done a really sterling job in putting together this, the work that we've been doing. As to the amount of time it took to write the document, I think that's, I don't know. How many people, how much time, yeah.
Okay. Would you take that on notice?
I don't think we could find that out on notice because we don't measure.
keep timesheets or anything.
Can't you
Yeah,
just
but when did
ask
you
someone?
start- when did you start working?
Ask someone who
Chair,
wrote
point
it?
of order. The witnesses have answered that they don't work for a law firm where every 30 seconds is accounted for. They work for a government department, resources
Where
are
we should be
pooled, the
ultimately
question's been
accountable.
answered,
No, it hasn't.
the opposition keeps pressing for something that's not there. I suggest we move on.
Well, to the point of order, we're asking about resources that are paid for by the taxpayer and trying to understand how those resources are utilised to produce work for the government. So I think it's
Well, to the point of
reasonable
order,
to
Madam
ask
Chair, the
what those
question was
resources
answered,
are.
and that is that the accounting processes in the department do not account for people's every second. So the question's been answered. I don't understand why you keep pressing.
Look, if the Honourable Jackie Munro has variations of that
Okay.
question, she's still entitled
Perhaps
to answer
I'll
them, but it's up
ask.
to the
Could I
witnesses how they want to keep
Could I
their
say this
answers.
though? The feedback we got from the summit was that people wanted to provide feedback on broad topics. That was how they wanted to be consulted, and that's what we're doing.
Okay.
And to the work as well, it's not, the work on the blueprint is not just about that paper that you saw in kicking off. There's a whole program of engagement ahead, so there's been a lot of work going into designing that and, you know, facilitators and everything else. So
Yeah.
it's
Because
not just that one thing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's certainly not the kind of feedback that I've been hearing myself, but...
Perhaps may I ask it
Please.
in another, Ms. Nutt, would it be possible to provide the committee with when the department started to work on that blueprint and then when it was finalised and uploaded to the website?
The discussion
Do you mean
paper.
the
discussion
Yeah,
paper?
yeah, we can
sorry.
take that on
Yeah.
notice.
Okay,
Yep.
all right,
Thank you.
great, thank you. Very helpful. Yeah.
Yes.
Please, can I just ask, this is about the MOU or the, I want to know when the Minister was provided advice on the MOU from the wine industry.
I can speak to that one. So the Memorandum of Understanding with the wine industry expired on the 30th of June.
Yes.
We continue to work, we have provided, we work with regional on that.
Yes.
And we have not been approached by the wine industry in relation to the MOU.
Okay, so there's no, so that's not the evidence that's been given in, and sorry, that's not, but that in prior budget estimates about the MOU for the wine industry. So there's been no brief to the Minister about progressing an MOU, seeing that it expired in June for the wine industry.
From us? No brief
from any of, from whoever's responsible.
No brief from us, no, because I believe the MOU that has now expired was with the Department of Primary Industries or Department of Regional, I think. And we support the wine industry in a number of other ways.
I know, but this is an MOU that's actually quite important to them and important to have, and it's expired and it's trade. So I'm wondering who would provide that advice to the Minister on the necessity of having some information about an expired MOU with the New South Wales wine industry.
We provided advice around the export programs that are currently in place and the work we do with the wine industry from an export perspective. We have regional export advisors. We support them in a number of other ways. That was the advice that we provided.
Can you provide that advice to the committee on notice, please?
I'll have to see if we can do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a constant flow, but you're after whether there's any particular document advice. Is that, I think when Katie's talking about
and I don't know
advice,
if there is, and I'm not fishing for something that I think is there that I don't know about, Secretary, but what I don't understand is how a major industry like this has an expired MOU that hasn't been worked on by what is a very effective department.
And I think the answer was because it didn't sit with our department, it sits with another department, and we support the industry in other ways. But I'm happy to take the question on notice and see whether we did actually brief the Minister.
I think we've really got to get to the bottom of this. Okay, so that would be great. I'm just trying to find out.
Yep.
Secretary Head, how many DLOs do you provide to the Minister's office? I'm happy for you to take this on notice.
Yes, I will take it on notice, thank you.
Understood. Secretary Mildwater, how many DLOs do you provide to the Minister's office? I'm happy that it's...
No, I can answer that. I think it's just one. Let me just check. Yes, it's just one.
Thank you very much, Secretary Marble. Secretary Tipple, how many DLOs do you provide to the Minister's office?
3.
So one. That's a lot. Okay, so Secretary Head, you'll take that on
No,
us?
actually, I can answer. I
Okay.
think the advice I have before me is 3.
3. Wow. 3. So
Three.
3, and 1. Is that right? Thank you.
Can I
Yes,
expand on my,
Yes, Secretary Tipple. Yeah.
response? 3, as I said, 2 DLOs for corrective services and a subject matter from DCJ, subject matter expert from DLO from DCJ.
Okay, and all of those DLOs are given the advice and the remit of what their work entails, and that it's
Yes.
DLO, and that's all been given and provided to all of the DLOs currently in the Minister's office.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is that correct too, Secretary Head?
Can you just repeat the last
Yeah,
figure?
sorry. I just was saying that with the 3 DLOs from your department that you're secretary of, that you've provided to the Minister's office, they've all been provided the appropriate information as to what the remit of their role is, and that it's non-political.
Yes, that's as I understand it, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then I'm going to go back to I'm almost there, to the Building Commissioner.
Just while,
you go.
actually, maybe it's Ms. Wildwater. Just to clarify, with those senior trade and investment commissioners, what will their title be? Will their title remain the STICS title, or?
No, as you're aware, there was an election commitment to
Yes.
remove the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner role.
Yes.
So it's most likely that in our hubs, at least, we'll have Trade and Investment Commissioners who are still quite senior,
Right.
but they're not the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner role.
So will there be any senior trade and investment commissioners, or it's literally just removing a word and that's the...
We are removing the position, the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners.
And
but
replacing
the Trade and Investment Commissioner is an existing senior position in some offices.
Yeah.
We'll just move to a model where we have everyone is of that level.
Okay, so no one's considered senior, everyone's
There's no
just a
senior
trade
title
and investment
other than
commissioner.
the 2 that are remaining, because the commitment was as the contracts expired.
Yeah.
So there are 2 still.
Yeah,
still
okay.
in situ.
And just on the London, UK, EU and Israel, is that process underway to have...
We're about to start them all. We have been
Okay.
sort of looking at what the model would be. We
Mhm.
need to scope up position descriptions and all of that, but we will be in market soon.
Okay, soon. So will that, how long will that process take?
How long does the recruitment process take?
Yeah.
It will be the usual process, except that it is, of course, international, so that can be a little slower. But
Yeah.
we will be going to market quite soon.
And just, I'm sorry to focus in on this a little bit. Will you be recruiting from a group of people who already live in those areas? Do you have a preference?
We haven't actually decided that. I would imagine we will recruit globally and
Yep.
see whether the best people are already in market or need to be relocated. And that may differ from country to country.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and in terms of the model that you spoke about, what is that now? Like, or what will that be, if not what
So
it is now?
very similar in terms of geographies.
Yep.
And the Minister referred to the hub and spoke model
Yes, yep.
this morning.
Mm.
So very similar. It's just we won't have those senior trade and investment commissioners in the hubs. We will have trade and investment commissioners.
Okay.
And then we are looking at we will continue to look at the rest of the resourcing around that over the next few years as trade and investment changes, but we just won't have the senior trade and investment commissioner roles.
Okay, and just finally, the Minister declined to commit to the New South Wales trade statement and the $200 billion goal of 2031. Is the department working to any sort of goal or target at the moment? Like, there's a 2024 target.
So all of our geographies have targets. Both trade and investment businesses supported that sort of thing that they report against.
Could you please provide what they are on notice
we
for
could,
each
yes.
of those?
We
Thank you.
sort of use those for management reporting.
Yep, thank you.
And we are developing new ones as well for the coming year.
Fabulous.
But as the Minister also said, we are looking at it. We are developing a new industry policy, and
Yep.
trade and investment strategy will be developed alongside that once the
Mhm.
industry policy is developed.
Okay, but
So
and
the-
you're-
the-
so
yeah,
that
as-
will be the Q3
The industry policy is certainly targeted for the Q3.
And the trade
We'll
element will
do it
be in
alongside it, whether it's the same date or not, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it'll be a separate trade statement.
Whether it's called a trade statement, I'm not sure, but we will look at our trade and investment strategy, yeah.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, thank you.
But just if I can just quickly expand on what Ms Marwater said, just
Yep.
on that trade statement.
Yeah.
One of the first goals was to reach 130 billion by 2024.
Yes.
So we've actually already exceeded that.
Yep,
We're at
great.
150 billion
Good to
already.
hear.
So we're well on track to hit that 200 billion by 2031.
Okay, fabulous. Well, I hope to see more ambitious targets in that case at the end of the year. Thank you.
Can you do more for wool? Can you do more for wool, please?
Wool?
Yeah, very good green, clean fibre. Declare a conflict. Sorry, can I just, when I asked Secretary Marwater and Secretary Tidball for the numbers of DLOs, would you please also be able to provide, obviously not names, because that would be unprofessional, but the grade of those DLOs that are in the Minister's offices, please? And I'm happy to take that on notice. Yep.
I'll take
Okay.
that on notice.
Now, Mr. Chandler, Commissioner Chandler, I just want to just quickly recap what we were discussing before, because we were saying, and correct me if I'm wrong. So you have in new money $24 million for the Building Commission.
In addition to the money that's coming across for the people who are transferring from fair
Yeah, I'll
trading.
get to that in a minute. I just want to keep this really. Sorry, I just have to put it in compartments for myself. So that's new money that's coming across to employ people and set up this Building Commission. Correct or not correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then with that, and then we talk about a number of 466 people that are going to work for the Building Commission. Correct?
Yes.
How many of that 466 are existing positions that are being moved over?
The majority.
How many?
We won't be able to give you a precise answer on that today because there are still a couple of teams in the former Better Regulation Division where we're still separating the numbers. So
would
we'll
you
take
like to
that
take
on
that
notice.
on notice?
Sure.
Okay. So would it be, and I'm perfectly happy for you to say no, but is it 90% of people that are going to be moved over of that 466?
The 466 are the identified persons who will be coming across.
Okay, so who are the new people with the expertise for the particular role that they're going to be out of that $24 million? How many extra people that will have specific expertise related to the establishment commissioner of I don't mean to say your organisation, but do you know what I mean, the commission, will be that? Or is it just the people that are coming over?
It's the people who are coming across, but the recruitments that will go forward now will seek to bring that additional expertise that is subject matter focused.
Okay. So, look, I understand. I don't want to place you in a difficult position.
I'm not in a difficult position. I'm just trying to...
So, of the 466 people that you say are going to exist in the commission, does that mean then that you are waiting for redundancies, people to leave, before you start to look at those very tailored roles that are required within this new commission?
We currently have 39 positions that are available to be recruited, so there's an opportunity there for us to start to bring in any additional capability. I just want to point to the fact that there's an enormous amount of capability in the team that's come across.
Yeah, I'm not casting aspersions, Commissioner. I'm just trying to understand if there's any new people that are being appointed. Oh, you just mentioned 39 that you're recruiting. Is that 39 that have come out of people that have left from the 466?
There are positions that weren't filled that we can now fill.
Sorry, can you say that again?
There were positions that weren't filled that we can now fill.
That weren't filled from
There's
where?
always going to be a vacancy factor across the agency.
Yeah, okay, so those are positions that were vacant already existing in the agency.
Correct.
That are now not your positions, but your commission's positions to fill.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Ms.
So
Taylor,
that,
if I
Yeah,
can,
sorry.
I do
Please
think
go,
we
you
can provide more assistance, given that there are still a couple of teams being worked on, if we can give you a breakdown on notice of the staffing movements.
Secretary Head, whatever information you'd like to give me on notice, I will gratefully receive. But I'm just trying to get down to this, because to me it just looks like I think it's great we've got the commission, I think it's great we're using existing staff, but I'm just really concerned that we need special people that are really, tailored in for this, and that I'll be very much looking forward to that information. So the government passed legislation last year that gave the Commissioner gave you, Commissioner Chandler, more powers to, I hate the word dodgy, to builders that weren't perhaps being compliant under the code. It does sound like Matt. Can you give us an idea of what kind of resources you'll need to enact those new powers? And powers isn't awful, but to act within the legislation is what I just want to make it sound a bit better than that. Yeah. Well, it makes you sound like this powerful sort of, which I'm sure you are, but
Sorry, the Commission has quite extraordinary powers, and you'll know that we received the RAB Act powers and the DBP Act powers and the Developer and Building and Certifier Act powers progressively over the last couple of years, so we've been standing up that.
Yeah.
So we are going to make sure that as we recruit, for example, about 12 of the top positions in the Commission are currently in recruitment. So we have an opportunity to make sure that we're really tailoring in those appointments to suit our needs. So we're in a real build opportunity here. We're also in an opportunity to look at where is the best place for these people to be across the state. So all of that work is going on right now. We're also in the process of finalising and submitting the papers for future budget for 24-25 and the years out. So that's all cabinet and confidential at the moment.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I understand you can't share that here, and that's fine. I get it. So, but I suppose, how do I say? So, if what my question was, do you have the resources to enact your new powers? You're telling me that you've got these vacant positions that you can apply for that'll be specialised positions, which is great, and then you're saying you'll be applying for the budget. So I'm presuming that means you will need more resources to do the job that you were intended to do when this commission was set up.
You can anticipate that the numbers of people in the commission will grow, and that will form the basis of the business case that's been submitted. But
so we'll look forward to seeing that in the budget.
Right now,
papers.
we'll need to stretch out some of the resources that we might have, for example, to attend to the Class 1 powers, and I want to correct the date. We got those powers on the 11th of December, not the 1st of December, but we're already started to move people into that field of work. So we'll build that capacity out.
Yeah. Which I imagine is a challenge with current recruitment, just generally.
Some of these positions have been hard to fill.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll work on more innovative ways of filling them.
Yeah, well, it's hard, isn't it, like for everyone? But thank you very much, Commissioner. Just my final questions as well, to extend to those questions I asked to the three secretaries about the DLOs. I just want to ask if party political memberships are checked when DLOs are appointed, and also, yes, I think that'll do. And I honestly don't know, that's why I'm asking. So will you take that on notice, or? Yeah.
Take that on notice. Yep. And I can help you on the Fair Work question from before.
Right.
It's the provisions that were quoted in respect of the maritime industrial dispute. Those provisions to apply to a state minister who's accountable for workplace relations. So.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes, well, you asked me to.
Yeah. So, but what my question to you was there advice provided to the minister during that time on that section that could be used as that power?
Okay.
Yeah, I was very specific. Yep. Yeah, but thank you very much, and it's very nice to be right on a legal question, because it's quite a coup. I wish the barristers were here, but you'll have to do.
Yes, absolutely. We'll take on barristers anytime.
Okay, I am. Thank you so much for your time today. I realise what an arduous process this is for all of you, but we very much appreciate it, and we've got a job to do that needs to be done on behalf of our great democracy. Have you got any more questions?
All done.
Okay. Thank you,
Before
Chair.
I go to any government questions, is there anything that was taken on notice that anybody else wanted to put on now? No? Okay. Is there any government questions? No? Fantastic. Okay. In that case, I thank all of our witnesses for coming here today. The Secretariat will be in contact in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice, as well as any supplementary questions that the committee may have. And thank you again for your time.